And they do all of these things, okay? All of these things. Your practice standards are governed by laws and rules which are subject to change every year. As I'm sure you're familiar with certain rules that have been, certain laws that have been amended recently. Chapter 456 is an umbrella statute of the Department of Health, and you need to know about Chapter 456 because that is the statute that controls how investigations are conducted, disciplinary proceedings, etc. Okay? 458, 459, those are your practice acts, MD and DO. 465, the Pharmacy Practice Act, those of you that are dispensing practitioners need to know about that. Of course, Chapter 893 controls substances. In Chapter 120, Florida statutes, which is the Administrative Procedures Act. Okay. I'm not going to bore you to tears this morning with some of these esoteric things. I want to make a couple of points so you understand a couple of really important things. First thing, as licensees in the state of Florida, you have rights that are way beyond the rights that other physicians have in other states. Florida gives you a number of rights that are simply unavailable to other practitioners in other states. I tell you for a fact, my daughter who's sitting in the front here was born in North Carolina. She represented a number of healthcare practitioners in North Carolina. She will tell you, you come before the board in North Carolina, they'll hear from you, and then they'll tell you, please leave the room where we discuss among ourselves in secret how we're going to screw you and your client. Okay? Florida has government in the sunshine, public records. Those board members may hate you with a blind passion. They have to discuss and deliberate in front of you. And they cannot lead into each other and whisper things. Oh no, everything on the record. Huge. 120 Florida statutes is the Administrative Procedures Act, okay? And this is the statute that governs how boards enact rules and regulations. And again, I'm not trying to bore you. I mean, I live this, I'm a geek about this stuff, so I'm trying to tone it down a little bit. But the difference between a rule and a statute, okay? Rules cannot contradict the statute. The rules cannot add things the statute, the law does not require. There's a classic case in Florida called McTeague. What happened in McTeague was the legislature passed a law that said if you want to be a late midwife, you need 10 deliveries supervised by a physician. That's what the law said. HRS at the time passed their rule and their form, and in their rule and their form, it was 10 deliveries supervised by a Florida licensed physician. McTeague came from New York. She had hundreds of deliveries supervised by doctors in New York. She applied, she was denied. She challenged that. And the court said, if the law intended Florida licensed physician, the law would have said Florida licensed physician. This rule added something the law did not require. So that points out a couple of things. Okay? Number one, rules can be challenged. Okay? Just because it's in the rule does not mean it can be challenged. It can be challenged, okay? On a number of grounds. Rules can be challenged on a number of grounds procedurally, or that they're stupid. I mean, the legal term is arbitrary or capricious, which means adopted without thought or reason. So rules can be challenged. So all of these rules, 64B8 for medical doctors and PAs, 64B15 for DOs, okay? And Chapter 64 of the Department of Health also has a number of rules. Those of you that are in the medicinal marijuana field, there's some rules there. Please, if you only read one thing out of my presentation, get a copy of those rules, of the rules that affect you, okay? Those are the rules that you need to live by. These are the rules that will be used to support your punishment, okay? So it's hugely important, okay? So each of these boards is composed of members that are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. Okay? The governor of Florida appoints thousands of people to the Board of Medicine, to the Board of Pharmacy, to the Weehawken Mosquito Control District, you name it. Okay? And so all of these boards, the headquarters are in Florida, in Tallahassee, okay? And those are the websites, okay? You should have these websites bookmarked if you're a practitioner, and take a look at them every now and then, because new rules, changes, trending topics, okay? You can get copies of minutes of the previous board meetings, look up your friends, see how they were punished, what they did wrong, and then there's a lot of good information there. So there are a number of grounds for discipline. I'm going to go through some of these. The second one, okay, being convicted or found guilty regardless of adjudication of a crime that relates to the practice or the ability to practice. Okay, it's a lot of stuff to unravel there. So let's start with, it's not any crime. It's a crime that relates to the practice or the ability to practice. The classic case in Florida is Greenwald. He was a medical doctor. He hired a hitman to kill his wife. But Dr. Greenwald was not a good judge of character because he hired an undercover sheriff's deputy as the hitman. So Mrs. Dr. Greenwald was not assassinated, but Dr. Greenwald was convicted of solicitation to commit murder, and the Board of Medicine revoked his license. And he ran to the Court of Appeals and he said, wait a second, I wasn't practicing. She wasn't a patient. This was a real domestic thing. And the court said, Dr. Greenwald, the practice of medicine is a healing art. Any crime that evidences a callous disregard for human life is the very antithesis of a healing art. Those were the court's words, not mine. Okay? So, DUI. DUI is a crime. DUI is not a traffic ticket. How many of you think DUI relates to the practice? Raise your hand. I see the vast majority of you drunks do not think so. Okay? The answer, whether DUI relates to the practice or not, is maybe. Okay? It's a gray area. As a lawyer, gray is my favorite color. I can work with gray. But it goes like this. Even the experts will tell you, even the textbooks will tell you that one DUI is not of sufficient diagnostic quality to diagnose anything. The one DUI is not sufficient. If you have two, I don't care, 10 years apart, you got issues. But the one DUI alone is not sufficient. However, there's another section that says that you need to report the entry of any plea to any crime, regardless of adjudication. So if you don't report that, then you may be disciplined for failing to report, not for the DUI. Okay? And it says no contempt and all that. And let me, it's very important. If you're ever facing criminal charges, to keep in mind that those criminal charges may impact your license. Okay? But it's not any crime. Okay? And so you may run into a good criminal defense lawyer in town, and the criminal defense lawyer will tell you, listen, not to worry. The judge, she's my buddy from law school. The prosecutor and I play golf on the weekends. You're going to plead no contest. The judge is going to withhold adjudication of guilt. You will not have a criminal record. All true. But that no plea, that no contest plea subjects you for the disciplinary action. Because that no contest plea is a rebuttable presumption that you are indeed guilty. Okay? So is there a way to get around that? Sometimes. There is a thing called pre-trial intervention, PTI. Some jurisdictions call it deferred prosecution agreements. A drug court, for example, in some jurisdictions, if you have a first-time offense of a drug violation and you get admitted into all of these things share something in common. You plead not guilty. If you're accepting the program, you jump through the hoops, and then at the end, the case is dismissed. So if you get that pre-trial intervention, then you escape the liability. You're not going to get PTI for trying to kill your spouse or something wackadoodle like that, okay? But it's the kind of thing that you need to discuss. Also, and I'll get off the subject here, Also, sometimes you may be able to plead to something that is not as directly related, okay? If your automobile is stolen and you falsely claim in that insurance form that there were $5,000 worth of golf clubs in the trunk of that car, and let's say they find out that's a lie, and now you're facing criminal prosecution. If you have the option of pleading to attempted theft or filing a false insurance claim, which one should you pick? This is the audience participation part of the thing, so feel free to jump in. Theft. Let me put it this way. Is the ability to accurately submit insurance claims important to the practice of medicine? Oh, hell yeah. Okay? I'm not saying that the attempted theft is not going to cause you trouble, but one clearly much more related than the other. So these are the kind of things that your criminal defense lawyer and your administrative lawyer can work out, et cetera. Okay? Let's see. Record keeping. The number one reason why you guys get disciplined. Not just you, dentists, chiropractors, veterinarians. Any professional that is required to maintain records, number one reason they get disciplined is record keeping. But the thing is, and I've been involved in this area of law since way past last century. I have never seen a case where a patient filed a complaint saying, Dr. Jones kept bad records on me. Yet it's the number one reason people get disciplined. You know why? Because it's low-hanging fruit. Because there's a rule that says, record keeping, you have to have A, B, C, D, a history, exam, records of drugs administered, dispensed, and if you're missing one or two of those, guess what? It's a paper case. They don't need an expert to testify. It's a paper case. So I want to sensitize you to the importance of record keeping to you. I know that it's very important for patient care and continuity and treatment and all that good stuff. But it's important to you. Because I gotta tell you that cases are won and lost all the time in record keeping. Okay? I'll even go one step further. Okay? If at some point there's a complaint against you and it goes through the process and it comes before the probable cause panel of the Board of Medicine, and the probable cause panel members are looking at your records to decide what to do. If your records are accurate, complete, top-notch, the normal human inference is going to be that's the level at which you practice. On the other hand, if your records are garbage, chicken scratch, handwritten, all kind of shortcuts, no visible pathology, or all these shortcuts, the normal human inference is going to be that's the level at which you practice. So you may not get that benefit of the doubt. So once again, and if something goes south and you're one of the several physicians that have treated that patient, and everybody gets sued, guess what? At some point, lawyers, juries, judges are going to be looking at records. And if your records are much better than the other guys, that may help you. So again, I don't have enough time to go through all of this, but that's super, super, super important. I cannot stress this, okay? How many of you have licenses in other states? Okay. If your license in Texas, Connecticut, Louisiana, whatever gets dinged, Florida can take disciplinary action, okay? Also, if you apply for licensure somewhere and you get denied, that is a ground for discipline. So if you're applying for licensure, always, always, always make sure that your application is proper in all respects, that all questions are answered correctly, okay? If you, for example, you may have been investigated in another state or in Florida, and nothing came of it, and the case was closed. Okay? If the question is, have you ever been disciplined? The answer is no. If the question is, have you ever been the subject of an investigation? The answer is yes, and it was closed with no probable cause. Okay? And also, if you're in front of a board and it's going south and you know you're about to be denied, if you or your lawyer can ask the board for leave to withdraw your application, and they allow you to withdraw the application, then that might save the day. Okay? Another bunch of grounds for discipline right there. Look at the fourth one, failing to report in writing within 30 days that you entered a plea to a crime. Okay? So that is super, super important. Of course, a wrong side procedure, etc. There's a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that. Okay? You have a pause rule, you have certain protocols, please keep those in mind. It's super. A number of other sections in Chapter 456, address of record. You're supposed to keep a current address of record with the Department of Health. If the reason they cannot get a hold of you is because you moved and not updated your address of record, guess what? They can serve you by publication, okay? They can post a legal notice in a newspaper. Remember those newspapers that used to be around? They can send you an email, whatever. So active and inactive status. Okay? You have a license, 2 years, you have to renew it every 2 years. If you don't renew your license, you go into delinquent status. Okay? Practicing on a delinquent status license is a felony because it's the same as practicing medicine without a license. Now, no prosecutor is ever going to charge a real doctor that has a technical issue that he or she did not renew a license in time as a felony, but it's there. Okay? Use of telehealth. Brave new world, telehealth. Keep in mind, standard of practice is the same, whether you're practicing telehealth or real-time live. Same standard of practice. Okay? Patient self-referral. Okay? This is an ethical issue. Okay? Having tied relationships with, imaging centers, diagnostics, etc. There's specific laws on it. Same with kickbacks, 456 or 54, and there's another 817.505 patient brokering statute. The patient brokering statute says it is as expensive as the language allows it. No remuneration, indirectly, directly, covertly, overtly, in cash or in kind, can exchange for referring patients or patronage to a healthcare provider or a healthcare facility. And I'm sure you heard about Stark and the, those safe harbors under Stark. This is a super technical, complicated area of the law that I stay the heck away from. I don't do any of that. Okay? But things that you need to be aware of. Okay? Ownership of patient records. Okay? If a patient comes in screaming, demanding for their records, the patient has a right to copies of the records. The actual record belongs to you because you're the individual by law required and mandated by law to create and maintain those records. Okay? So don't ever hand the only copy of anything to anybody, even the government. If you're applying, if you're responding to something that the government has sent you, don't ever send them the only copy, please. Okay? Electronic prescribing, again, it's next to impossible for me to be in 1 hour to do all of this. Okay? And I have to do ethics. Okay? I'll leave the ethics to the end and I will share with you my personal definition of ethics. I'll leave that to the end. Okay? 64B8 and 64B15 Florida Administrative Code contains all the rules promulgated by these both boards, okay? Grounds for disciplinary proceeding, disciplinary guidelines, okay, disciplinary guidelines. The courts required all of these different boards to adopt disciplinary guidelines to curtail their discretion because, these boards being composed of humans, they want the ability to punish their enemies and reward their friends. I mean, they're human, right? Everybody wants that. So the board, so the court started saying, no, you need to have disciplinary guidelines. So the first iteration was the board had disciplinary guidelines, and for every violation, the guideline range was from a reprimand to revocation. And the court said no. It has to be a meaningful range, okay? It has to be something that we can look at. So the next step on that, the courts decided if you're trying to discipline somebody and there's no specific disciplinary guideline for that offense, guess what? The guy walks. If there's no specific disciplinary guideline for that violation, the guy gets a pass. Now, in the last 22 years since I left state government, I've used that thing 3 times. I've been able to get cases dismissed 3 times against clients of mine because the agency did not have a specific guideline. Okay. Standard for the use of controlled substance for treatment of pain or weight loss, there's specific rules on that. And the testing and what you need, the protocols and the BMI and all of this stuff. Again, you need to have these handy. You need to be aware of these things, okay? Pain management clinics, same. Okay? Office surgery, there have been some recent amendments to the office surgery rules regarding, up to 1,000 cc's of fat to be removed at any one time, etc. I've got some slides coming up. Excuse me. So, need to keep up with those. Standards for office surgery facilities, your hospital privileges that you need to have, etc., etc. Practicing using telemedicine. There were some rules that the boards had on telemedicine, and the legislature put all of that in the statute. They did it for a couple of reasons. Number one, now it's in the statute, it can be challenged. It's in the statute, not in the rule. And secondly, the rules were repealed because now you look at the statute. The statute gives you all of that, okay? Medical records, I've harped on that a good bit. What can happen to you if you violate one of these, okay? Suspension, revocation, restriction of practice. You can be placed on probation. You can be fined up to $10,000 per count, okay? You can be reprimanded or issued a letter of concern. You can be ordered to take corrective action. Take CEs, take a little residency, do this, that, or the other, okay? I say, and I put costs with exclamation because if you receive an administrative complaint, you have the option to go to trial. If there's a disputed issue of fact, you can go to trial on that, okay? And if you lose at trial, you get tagged with the costs of the trial. And I have seen many cases where fine $5,000 costs $35,000. Fine $10,000 costs $50,000, okay? So, that it can pile up, okay? The disciplinary process, okay? There's investigation, probable cause, litigation, board action, and appeal. Who reports physicians to the Department of Health? Insurance carriers must if they have a claim. HMOs, hospitals, okay? Sometimes colleagues must, plaintiffs must, patients may. and disgruntled competitors or employees often do. Right? Again, these are some of the sources of these complaints, and there are a number of reports that are required to be filed by law. So it can be one of many sources. Okay, so the Department of Health Consumer Services Unit receives the intake and decides where it needs to go, etc. They identify the relative priority of the complaints, and sometimes the less important or the less accurate or less serious complaint, the have a couple of hundred cases apiece. They tend to put the BS stuff to the side, concentrate on the serious stuff, so that happens. The investigation involves interviews, et cetera, okay? Those are some of the most common types of investigations out there. Okay? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay? So, the disciplinary process starts with the filing of a legally sufficient complaint. Legally sufficient means the very low threshold. If it's true, is there a violation? The answer is yes. Then there's a violation. Okay? If it's in writing and legally sufficient, it will be investigated. Okay? You are going to be notified at some point, okay, that you may receive one of these letters, okay, notifying you that you are the subject of an investigation. And you have the right to submit a response to that notice. People ask me, should I get a lawyer to help me write the initial response? And my standard answer is, lawyers gotta eat, right? But it's not as simple as that. You need to understand how it works, okay? Because you get that first letter. Get that first letter. It gives you the right to submit a response within 45 days. Okay. If you are not aware that you also have the right to obtain a complete copy of investigative file when everything is done, and you don't ask for it, then it can run without you knowing. Okay? So you really have two opportunities to respond. You have the first opportunity when you get the letter, and if in that response you use the magic words, I want a copy of the investigative file. If you use the magic words, then you have to get a copy of the investigative file. And that is where all the detail is. That is where their experts will, review and criticize your standard of care, your record keeping, whatever. Okay? And now you can respond to that. But wouldn't you want to have that? Of course. Absolutely, you want that. Okay? So, what to say and when to say are critically important. Okay? If one of you calls me on Monday, you got the first notice, and we discuss, it's some patient gripe about a bill, really no big deal, you did not do anything wrong, my initial response is going to be pretty elaborate. Dr. Jones first met patient Y on such a date. Patient came in complaining of this. Dr. Jones conducted this exam, that exam, did this, follow up, etc., etc., etc. And at the very end, pursuant to 456 or 72 paragraph 10, we request a copy of the investigative file. Thank you. That's called the manager response on your behalf. On the other hand, if you call me on Monday and you are guilty of sin, you're rotten to the core, you're just the worst, my initial response is going to be, I represent Dr. Jones pursuant to 456 or 72, I want a copy of the investigative file, thank you. Okay? Now, please understand, I'm not here telling you to lie, to cheat, to destroy evidence. None of that. I want to sensitize you, to the fact that the government, with all its resources, is trying to screw you. You don't have to help them. Okay? You don't have to help them. Okay? I represented a veterinarian some years back, and every year in Ocala there were yearly sales, so all the vets come in with their mobile trucks, the mobile clinics, because there's a lot of business to be had with pre-purchase exams, etc. So, and of course the department knows that, so they'll send inspectors to go and check on the trucks. And they found 5 expired medications on this vet's truck. Now, the inspector apparently was just graduated from inspector kindergarten or something, because what he did, on a piece of paper, he wrote the names of the 5 drugs. That's all he did. No lot numbers, no expiration dates, no pictures, did not confiscate them, nothing. Now, how in the world is the prosecutor for the Board of Vet Medicine going to prove 6, 8 months down the road that on this day, Dr. Jones actually had 5 expired medications and that they were actually expired? How can the prosecutor prove that? Well, the best evidence was the vet's initial response to the notice saying, I'm sorry I had expired drugs and I promise I won't do it again. Again, what you say is super important, okay? I do a lot of veterinarians. One of my clients, the dog flew off the table. I don't know if they have video, I don't know, so I'm not going to provide any explanation of the events until I have everything they have against my client. Then we'll decide. Okay, so you get the investigation. The probable cause panel has 4 options generally. Okay? They can decide there is no probable cause, close the case. They can decide there is probable cause and file an administrative complaint. Okay? They can send it back for additional investigation. For example, the department's expert felt that you were in violation of standard care. Your expert, having reviewed that investigative file and that opinion, offered a different opinion. So maybe they said, well, we need a tiebreaker, we need somebody else, okay? Or, in lieu of probable cause, close the case with a letter of guidance. A letter of guidance. What is a letter of guidance? Okay? Has anybody ever been pulled for speeding and walked away with a short white warning, not the long letter citation? Anybody? Anybody in the audience? I see a couple. I got like 2 or 3 of those white letter warnings in my glove compartment. I have a gift for getting out of speeding tickets. I think that should be like the subject of a seminar someday. That letter of guidance is like a warning. The matter remains confidential, it's not discipline, okay? Now, you are not at the probable cause panel. Your lawyer is not at the probable cause panel because the probable cause panel is the equivalent of a grand jury on a criminal case. A grand jury does not determine ultimate guilt or innocence. A grand jury decides, is there enough to bring charges to indict or not? And just like in a grand jury, the accused is not there, the accused lawyer is not there. Now, because I was the attorney for a bunch of these boards, I personally sat through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of probable cause panels through the years, hundreds, for medicine, for you name it. And I can tell you that the difference between an administrative complaint, which is horrible, and a letter of guidance, which is wonderful, can be the right response. Say the right things, okay? Let's say you get that investigative file. Let's say you get the department's expert. The department's expert's opinion is standard of care was appropriate, record keeping deficient, there's no thorough history, there's no this, that, or the other. Let's say that's what you get. If in your response to that probable cause, you point out that this case is more than 2 years old, that you have improved your records, and here are samples of your new and improved forms. And by the way, at the FMA, you took that track of record keeping, okay? And here's your CME certificate. And if you do that, the chances of those guys in probable cause saying, there's a problem, but the doctor is taking care of it, we can close with other items, they're astronomically higher than if A, you didn't do anything, you don't respond, you don't care. B, you respond in chip and scratch handwriting, my God, please, try to impress your peers, right? Get a spell check, right? Or even worse, I have seen, I'm taking care of God's creatures, I ain't got no time for this, blah, 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 or you guys know how it works in the real world. Let me tell you how it works in the real world. Yeah. So you don't want to go that route, okay? So in addition to this, an emergency suspension order or emergency restriction order, you can get an ESO. If you get arrested for buying crack cocaine, you get an ESO. Okay? If a patient files a complaint alleging sexual harassment, you don't get an emergency restriction order. You can only see male patients, unless you have a chaperone that's licensed. Okay? Injunctions, licensed activity, compelled mental and physical examinations. You may get them to file an order, okay? And I will take a moment to talk about impairment, substance abuse, a known comorbidity of any profession that has the authority to write prescriptions, buy controlled substances, deal with controlled substances. So this affects you guys, dentists, veterinarians. It's a known comorbidity. Okay, now, there is, Florida has a fairly enlightened approach to impairment issues. There is an entity called the Professionals Resource Network, PRN. And PRN is an agency sanctioned by the state. They do not provide treatment. They approve people that do treatment, okay? And PRN, I will tell you, I've had at least 5 clients that told me PRN saved my life. I've had at least 5 or so that are no longer with us, that could have been with us had they gone to PRN. Okay. Having said that, PRN is a royal pain. It's a 5-year contract. You have to abstain from all mood-altering substances. So if you're into opiates, you can't drink either. Okay? Weekly meetings, random drug screens, and on and on and on and on and on. Okay? So if you need PRN, by all means. I firmly believe in PRN. I work with those guys. I have a very good relationship with those guys. They will send me some pro bono guys. PRN does. Okay? But I have seen also people, just like, people will call the SWAT to your house. I have seen people trying to get others in trouble, claiming, Dr. Smith reeked of alcohol when he showed up to the ER. So you may get that call from PRN. Okay? It is at that moment when you get that call that you kind of have to make up your mind. Do you need it or you don't? If you don't, and they'll tell you, come talk to us. We want to chat with you. If you go down that rabbit hole, because now there is a ground for discipline, which is disobeying PRN. There's a ground for discipline for that. So they don't have to prove that you're impaired. They have to prove that you disobeyed them. So, when you get that call, thank you for the concern, but obviously this is a mistake, and you hang the phone, no problem. If you go and talk and go down that route, okay? And again, please understand, I'm trying to be as objective as I can about PRN. And in my experience, the vast majority of the cases, they are spot on. But sometimes, I represent a vet. I do a lot of veterinarians. I'm general counsel to the FMA. My client is thin. She's thin. And she was having, some rough patch. So she went to an evaluator. The evaluator said that she's suffering from post-traumatic stress and she has an eating disorder. Right? So my response to the prosecutor was, okay, PTSD does not make her unsafe to practice. So let's set that aside. Also, I did some digging in, and I found out that the evaluator worked for an entity that just had opened an eating disorder clinic. Oh, that's special. So again, if you need it, 100%. If you don't, stay away from it. Okay. So your options, usually settlement stipulation is usually a very good option. It's like a plea bargain in a criminal case. Okay. You agree on terms, and then you come before the board. Okay. These are the possible penalties. Okay. This one, 456-0635, is a disqualification. If you convict or enter a plea of nolo to a felony, chapter 409, which deals with Medicaid fraud, 817, which is fraud, 893, drugs, etc., you cannot get renewed, okay? And if you get convicted of one of these, okay, so I have seen some lawyers be able to, for example, it's 21 U.S.C. from 801 to 970. Plead to 790 something or 800 something. Move things around if they can. Okay, so those are the kind of things that you need to, If you've been terminated for cause for Medicaid, that's. If you're in the Office of Inspector General's list of excluded individuals or entities, okay? A bunch of things that you also think of, but probably don't. And again, I'm running through these because I only have an hour, okay? But my thought is, there's a bunch of slides there that you can refer to. Reaches changes, okay? You can go to the board website, okay? You can also look at the statutes. You can do some research, okay? The Interstate Mobility Act makes it easier for folks now to come into Florida from other states, okay? Let's see. This one expands reimbursement system for medical and dental education. Help you pay those student loans. There you go, another one there. The TEACH Act. Legislature always loves to have things with little, pet names. The Mobile Act, the TEACH Act. The office surgeries, there you go. Those of you doing office surgeries, you need to know about this, okay? Medical treatment and workers' comp act, it raises some fees, some reimbursement there. Background screening, they've added these 8 additional things to that background screening. If you have entered a plea or been convicted of any one of those, a whole laundry list. So they added those. So now there are 52 now in that list. Okay? HIV infection, it allows pharmacists to enter into collaborative practice management protocols with a physician to deal with this. They added tinepatine, but I can't, I'm going to take a pass on that one. Let's see, this screening, okay, standard for office surgery, okay, there you go. More definitions, etc. So you guys, and again, I'm clearly constrained by time, and I haven't even started on ethics. Treatment of gender dysphoria in minors, big deal, okay? Telemedicine prescribing, okay? Additional things for the use of smokable marijuana if you are in that field. New penalty guidelines, okay? Office surgery registration, it's a hot topic, okay? Telehealth, again, it's funny because when putting this together, I think I'm trying to do the best that I can for you guys by at least putting it and having you guys be able to access it through this website here, termination of pregnancy, okay? Huge, okay? Written records, okay? There you go. So you need to make sure they have access to those records for at least 5 years, okay? There you go, additional medical marijuana, okay? A whole bunch of additional conditions, etc. Okay. Ethics, okay, great. Okay, so I've got about 10 minutes on ethics, okay? You guys need to understand that you are in a fiduciary relationship. Fiduciary, from the Latin fiducia, meaning trust, okay? A fiduciary relationship is, the hallmarks of a fiduciary relationship are that one party has way more knowledge than the other. Okay? So because one party has way more knowledge than the other, there is additional requirements, additional duties, okay? I go to my dentist. My dentist shows me an x-ray, says, Ed, you see this really nuisance in the distal aspect of the knee, and that's why blah, 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 you need a root canal. What the hell do I know? I don't know. I'm hoping that my dentist is doing the best for me, and that she's not thinking, you have had a lousy week, this root canal in the front is going to tide me over. Okay? I have the same, okay? I have the same. I have had clients call me, Ed, the board is trying to nail me to the cross, those rat finks, let's go to town, let's fight them, money's no object, let's go. And I tell my client, doctor, first of all, let's start with never tell a lawyer money's no object. Okay, let's get that one out of the way. Not a good thing. Let's start with that. But doctor, you know that you pay me by the hour. You know that, right? So going to trial, it's like 60 hours of my time. It's wonderful. But that's not what's best for you. Let me show you. You have a 2-count administrative complaint, standard of care and record keeping. Guess what, doc? On the record keeping, they have you to the rights. You're cooked. On the standard of care, their experts said, we have a good expert that says, no, not so. So let me reach out to the prosecutor to see if they're willing to drop that negligence if we agree to the record keeping. And we'll give you a fine, and you take additional CMEs, and that's it. Now, I can get that disposition, it takes maybe 10 hours of my life. Now, what's best for me is the 60 hours. What's best for you is the 10. And so I have the same ethical obligation, okay? So the trust, okay, the building trust, avoid practices that erode the trust. Dual relationships, okay? Increased familiarity. I mean, be nice to your patients, but, don't start confiding in them about your, relationships and your marriage and all that, okay? There are a number of ethics sources, okay? The Board of Medicine has some declaratory statements that you can look at, okay? Is it legal or is it ethical, okay? There is things that are legal but stink, and vice versa, okay? So ethics are not laws. You cannot be disciplined for being unethical. See, any law that's used to punish you has to be clear, specific, unambiguous. Okay? You cannot have a law that says scandalous parties are illegal. Scandalous to nuns versus bikers, okay? Too much, okay? Now, you can be disciplined for a conflict of interest. You can be disciplined for, breaching confidentiality, a number of things that sound ethical. But you'd be disciplined for specific violation, not because you're ethical or unethical, okay? So what feels ethical may not be, okay? So it's very important to keep these things, okay? Exercising influence on the patient for financial gain, that's huge. Okay? All kind of ethical implications with that, okay? All kind of ethical implications with that, okay? Also, know your limitations, okay? You need to understand that you have a license that legally allows you to do things you may not be competent to do. It's no different than when I finished law school back in the dark ages, 1980, and I had the legal authority to represent a criminal defendant on a murder trial. I had the legal authority to do that. It would have been nuts, but I had the legal authority. Same for you guys. So you need to police yourselves. You need to know what your limits are and be able to step back. Okay? All of these things, okay? All of these things are kind of kickbacks, fee splitting arrangements, okay? When you put your economic interest ahead of, okay? If you look at the definition of sexual misconduct in the 456 is really broad. It talks about engaging the patient or a family member in physical or verbal sexual activity. Us lawyers that do this kind of work often ask, well, if you tell a patient to go F themselves, is that sexual misconduct? Right? So placing your license in jeopardy, it's all of these things, okay? There you go. Immediate member, guardian of the center of the patient includes verbal or physical activity, okay? Patient bill of rights, informed consent, all of these issues, okay? Preparedness, everybody has an opinion on how you prepare for catastrophes so you can make sure that your clients have, your patients have, access, okay? So I am going to give you now my personal definition of ethics. And this happened to me, true story. I had two pharmacists from New Jersey, brothers. They were convicted in New Jersey for diverting drug samples from doctors' offices to the pharmacy. Okay? And they were convicted of that, and they, did the whatever. So I talked to them, and they explained to me, the older one explained to me that he had a daughter that was born so severely disabled, this poor girl never went home. Went immediately from birth to full-time care, and he was eating them up alive. And they were trying just to make money because he was eating them up alive. So I felt sorry for them, and I said, I thought to myself, what do I charge these guys that will be giving me a break? But, so I said, I'm going to charge you guys $5,000 for the both of you. I'll handle the paperwork, we'll make an appearance before the board, etc. So we did. They paid me the $5,000. 3-4 months later, we're at the board meeting here in Orlando. And I'm chatting with them, the two brothers. And the younger brother says, oh, listen, before I forget, he hands me a check for $5,000 payable to me, not to the firm, to me. Because they thought it was $5,000 per. And I remember having a check in my hand for $5,000 with my name on it, and I swear that the first thing that crossed my mind was, if I steal this money from the little girl in the nursing home, I'm going to rot in hell. I'm not the most religious person, but so I immediately gave it back. So no, you got it all wrong. I almost had a heart attack, when I gave it back. So to me, my personal definition of ethics is what you do when nobody's looking and when you know you can get away with it. That's my personal definition. So we've got maybe a couple of minutes. I'm going to run over. Everybody has a top 10. We have a top 10 too. Okay, so top 10. Okay, good doctors get in trouble all the time. I know. I represent a bunch of them. Okay. Verify credentials, verify licensure. That guy that comes in, looks like he's crackerjack, she's great. Make sure that you run their stuff, okay? Timely and accurately apply for a renewal license, okay? Records that may have been expunged, you still have to fess up. Because there's a law that says if you're an applicant for license from the Department of Health, as well as others, I don't care if they were expunged, you need to fess up to them, okay? It's much better to explain than being accused of trying to get a license by, mistake, etc. Okay? Document everything. I know it's a cliche. It is not written down, it didn't happen. If you have an ordinary patient, if you have to call the cops, that should be on the record, Obtain and document informed consent. Yeah, absolutely, okay? Respect and listen to your patients. Listen to what they say. If they tell you, my last doctor is a butcher, if you're the third physician they've seen that year, all right? Look at these things, okay? Absolutely obtain whatever consults, whatever diagnostic, whatever you need, and document it, okay? If you send the patient of sexy MRI and diagnostic imaging or whatever, and your chart, you just get the thing and you stick in the chart, and there's nothing in your chart that shows that you looked at that and you made some decisions based on that. That's a problem, okay? Many limits, I already went through this one, okay? Make timely written reports as required by law, okay? Whatever is required, make sure you do it. Know who's in charge, okay? And I usually leave my best one, stay out of trouble, okay? And talk to you later if you're in doubt. Thank you very much.
Back at 10:15, we've got time for a few questions. Any questions for Ed? Microphone, go, sir.
Thank you for an excellent presentation.
Yes, sir.
Regarding physicians, practitioners, or PAs in your practice or in your group, correctly identifying themselves to patients. Are there penalties if they do not correctly identify themselves as a physician extended versus a physician to patients or families?
Oh, I can tell you that those are things that are the rules dealing with PAs, practitioners, etc., and those protocols, it's all spelled out in the rules. So look at the rules.
Any other questions from the live audience? Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
What is your comment regarding volunteer physicians
Volunteer physicians?
in a free clinic?
Volunteer physicians in a free clinic, you need to check with the clinic. I believe that there's some laws that provide some protection. If you're acting, as a volunteer pro bono, perhaps, if it's something dealing with, if it's state operated, you may even be entitled to some sort of immunity. But that's the kind of thing that, if people want you to use your services, you should have them give you something in writing as to what it is that you're covered, etc. Okay.
All these rule changes all the time. The purpose is what? Patient protection, and just want to make physicians life harder.
Both. A lot of the stuff is geared for patient protection, and a lot of the stuff is also geared to give you notice that these things are changing, that you need to comport your, so that is why, and I've harped on this, get those rules, because they're changing, and you need to keep up, okay? Every few months, every 6 months, you should go to that board website, okay? One of the reasons you belong to associations like the FMA is to avail yourself of stuff like this, but you have to do a lot of your own. And I have to look at the rules of conduct that govern me as an attorney all the time.
Another question, this so many rules and laws for medicine, are the same things tough to lawyers?
Are you trying to say some sort of dig at lawyers?
So much has to do with
rules, laws, and things. And I mean, not lawyers only, but for every board, professional board.
I think that what you need to keep in mind is that you are in a highly regulated profession, okay? You have chosen to practice in a highly regulated profession, and a lot of these things come with the territory.
Sir?
I have a question concerning medical records.
Okay,
How long do they have to be kept before they can be destroyed?
5 years.
5?
5 years, this is by, now, there are other, like with Medicaid, for example, they may have different schedules, etc. I think that it's important for you in your office, in your practice, to have a records retention rule, a policy that says, after 5 years from last contact or whatever, we are going to destroy the records. So you have a policy in place, and somebody comes in and over 8, 10 years down the road, no, we don't have it.
So legally, it's 5 years.
I just had a slide there with 5 years, but that's the Board of Medicine's rule. There might be others for, like, especially if you're into Medicaid and taking those kind of programs. There might be a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay?
Hi. With the advent of EMR, electronic medical records, when you stop paying for them, you don't have access to them anymore. Is there a legal way to still have access to them if you're no longer participating with this particular EMR?
I'm not sure. I said I don't have all the answers.
So I actually have one question for you, Ed. You were mentioning to access the board rules, access that. Do we just go to their website? What's the easiest way to download that information?
Board of Medicine, you go, they have links. You can click on 458, you can click on 456, you can click on 64B, 15, you can just click on them, and you can download them right there.
Excellent. So for FMA members today only, Mr. Baez says all of his consulting is free. Normally he charges $50 per minute. Today you can ask him anything you want throughout the day for free. Compliments of being an FMA member. Let's give a round of applause one more time for Mr. Baez. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that's only if you catch me as I run to my car.
We will start promptly at 10:15. It is currently 10:06, so please take a break. Restrooms are right outside. We'll come back at 10:15. Thank you. We'll get started in about 30 seconds, folks. 30 seconds. Come on back if you can. You're in great conversations. It's wonderful. Have them all throughout the weekend. So, sir, you had 2 hours, so feel free to take all 2. You may not want to use all 2, but that's completely...
Usually it's an hour 45. Hour 45. Okay. And then any questions, and no one ever complains when you finish early.
Because lunch is...
Lunch is...
Yes.
I've done this enough, yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and try to keep this on camera. Make sure that
Serge, how are you? Nice to see
you, buddy.
I'm fine.
Hey, but you're skinny now. What's the matter?
I've been
running a lot.
I've been running a lot, yes, doing half marathons.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the auditorium for the next great speaker.
Having a good time. Good.
This is our last topic before lunch. I know it still feels a little early, but lunch will commence after Dr. Hsu. We are privileged and honored to have Dr. Hsu with us. I'm going to read his quick bio. Again, this is our second session of the day, Prevention of Medical Errors. Dr. Vincent Hsu is a board-certified internal medicine, infectious disease, and preventative medicine physician who sees patients at Advent Health's Medical Group's academic practice for medicine specialists in Orlando. He is currently serving as the corporate healthcare epidemiologist of Advent Health and the assistant dean for the Loma Linda University School of Medicine at Advent Health Orlando Regional Campus. He also is the assistant director of internal medicine residency program at Advent Health and is an assistant professor at the UCF College of Medicine. He's a graduate of Loma Linda University College of Medicine in California and completed his residency training at Legacy Portland Hospital. He undertook advanced fellowship training in infectious diseases at the University of Southern California and holds a Master of Public Health from UCLA. He is an award-winning physician whose excellence has been recognized by the U.S. Public Health Service and other organizations. As you can tell, he is giving us his time today, and we are very appreciative of it. I give you Dr. Hsu.
Good morning. Thank you. You know, I do recognize that I am standing between you and lunch, but we're really going to have, I mean, what I really want to do today is really have you sit back, don't take notes, just sit back and, I mean, have fun. I mean, I know this is a medical errors talk. I don't know how much fun you can have during a medical errors talk, but I can assure you one thing. Number one is that you will get your credits for this course so that you can get your license renewed. But number two, I will be providing presentations and stories as a physician. And you may have heard medical errors from a variety of different sources. You might have heard it from lawyers, malpractice lawyers, or risk managers, but you're going to hear it from me as a practicing physician, and hopefully we'll be able to look at medical errors in a really clinical light, because that's what we want to do, is focus on what we can do as clinicians to improve the care of our patients. Now, I titled this Preventing Medical Errors, Have They Moved the Needle? Because it just seems like, even though we've known about this, and even though the legislature has been aware about, we've had to take this course at least since 2000, it seems like we haven't seemed to always make the progress that we would like to. And I'll give you a story when we move forward. Now, these are my disclosures. They have been mitigated. But I'm going to start with a story about a medical error that occurred. Does anybody know who this young lady is? She's a nurse, or she's a former nurse. I don't expect you to know her name necessarily. Now, if you're a nurse leader, you might know her. Her name is Redonda Vaught. And the reason I can provide this story is because this made the media. This was a high-profile case about Redonda, who was a nurse at Vanderbilt in 2017. She worked in the emergency department and was asked to do something relatively simple, was to sedate an older lady who had a brain hemorrhage and needed to get an MRI, and was asked to give a dose of Versed because, to kind of help with anxiety, right? Typical type of thing. The problem was when she went to the medication cabinet, of course it has passwords and everything, she couldn't find Versed. Didn't use the generic name is VER, and just didn't find it, and so went ahead and overrode the system to look for other names, and came up with this sounds similar, Vecuronium. Well, Vecuronium. So she got out, took a vial of Vecuronium out, administered to the patient, of course, as a paralytic, caused, respiratory paralysis. Patient coded, was anoxic for a while, and, in the ICU. Eventually, it was after a couple of days, the family decided that there was just no hope of neurologic recovery, and the patient died. Now, this type of thing has happened in the past, and it still happens now because there's ways to override the system. But the problem is this, is that she, over time, eventually she was fired by Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt actually did not report this error like they should have initially. It was found out through a whistleblower later on. And then for her, she ended up going through a series of trials and tribulations. She actually went to trial eventually and was convicted of criminally negligent homicide. And this was the reason that things really got the temperature was raised, because the Nurses Association said, look, and she admitted, she reported the error immediately, she recognized she did the wrong thing, and mistakes happen in medicine. But for whatever reason, she was really, she was convicted of manslaughter. And this is something that got the Nurses Association up in arms. It could happen to a physician, and it's like, what happens? How do we feel when we do something that was completely unintentional, but did result in harm to a patient? So these are the types of things that still happen. We'll talk about some of the principles that we can do to mitigate some of these errors as we move forward. So I'm going to talk about just overview of where we are, and we still have a long ways to go. Now, the Board of Medicine does want you to know, they want you to really focus on diagnostic errors. So we're going to focus on that. There's a lot of different types of errors that occur. We'll talk about that. We cannot talk about errors unless we talk about burnout. I'm not even going to take a hand. I'm not even going to ask you to raise your hands if you ever felt burnout, because I'm sure a lot of them would go up. We'll talk about importance of communication, standardization. I think this will be, we'll have plenty of things to discuss. Now, as we talk about just the overall scope of medical errors, just recognize that, again, it's been almost 30 years since the initial IOM report. This was 1998 when on the right-hand side, bottom, to Errors Human, that monograph came out and really was the first systematic publication to demonstrate, wow, your medical errors can kill up to 100,000 people a year in the United States alone. And yet, we are still seeing that even as of 2024, that a significant number of patients experience harm in medical care. And there are lots of reasons why that could be. We know that patients are sicker. They're living longer, they're on biologics, they have cancer therapies, they're more immunocompromised. We're more aware of medical errors that occur because there's a lot of EMRs out there. So probably the big errors might have gone down, but nonetheless, we're still having to we're still recognizing that these still occur. And it's not the fault of the physicians or the healthcare providers necessarily. Some of them are system errors. So we have to do a lot in healthcare system. And I'll be the first to say that medicine is extremely, extremely complex. So I don't know what the true numbers are. We've heard estimates from 50 to 400,000 deaths a year. There's a lot of definitions as to what constitutes errors, but we continually do get publications out there that still states that, this was published in 23, that we still have a long ways to go overall. Specifically, and most of the data are really occurring in inpatient settings, although we have a little bit less information about outpatient settings, but the vast majority of care actually occurs, of course, in the outpatient setting. And this was a study that was published in 2013, and again, you can argue about the actual numbers and the impact, but it said if you talked about medical errors as a single source of death, it would be number 3 behind heart disease and cancer. So, there's a lot of work to do, but and so again, I want to emphasize that healthcare is complex. And this is a chart that illustrates the complexity of the U.S. healthcare system. Now, this was partly politicized. This was a Senate graph that was devised by the Republican senators in their attempt to not pass Obamacare. Of course, Obamacare ended up being passed. But they wanted to illustrate how Obamacare could perhaps make the system even more complex. Okay. And probably what we're doing here is more in this realm, about the complexity. I mean, we have a complex medical care system, no doubt, but we also recognize that our patients are very complex. Our patients have all sorts of comorbidities. They see different doctors. They go from hospitals to clinic. You got a gastrologist that says, yes, you need to be on, you got to stop the Eliquis because you got a little GI bleed, and then you got the cardiologist, no, you got to keep on, keep the platelet on or whatever. I mean, there's just a lot of things that are going on with every patient. And so, just look at this. Some patients are unable to pay. They have insurance issues, whatever. Maybe there's language issues, and there are medical issues as well. So this highlights the complexity of the healthcare system. We are not like McDonald's, and we don't want to be like McDonald's, but I use McDonald's as an illustration. One reason why McDonald's has been so successful worldwide is that no matter which McDonald's you go to, either US, it could be Israel, Russia, China, Japan, or Norway, which are these, if you ask for a Big Mac, you're going to get a Big Mac tasting Big Mac, generally speaking. I mean, they can follow directions. It's very standardized, and that's what consumers expect. They expect standardization. They expect a Big Mac to taste like a Big Mac. That doesn't happen in healthcare, again, partly because of the complexity that goes on out there. Now, can we improve that? I think the answer is yes, and that's what part of this discussion is going to discuss. Also, there's, when we talk about medical errors, there's a lot of different definitions, a lot of different categories. We're going to focus mostly on diagnostic because that's what the board wants us to know, but there are medication errors that occur. Interactions that occur, treatment errors, prevention errors. I mean, a good example of an error of prevention is not giving DVT prophylaxis to a hospitalized patient who then develops a DVT or gets a pulmonary embolism. That's also an error as well. Errors of communication and not communicating the way we should if there's a need to also consist of an error. And not every error hits the patient. I mean, sometimes you'll have a near miss, or an error could occur. Instead of getting Zosyn as an antibiotic, they get Zyvox. It probably won't hurt the patient, but still, those occur. But some of these that do occur, a minority end up becoming a very significant issue, could cause harm, and worse yet, irreversible harm or even death. And again, understanding that every patient is different, and so this is, again, the issue that we're dealing with. Not an easy task. But can we do something about it? The answer is, of course, yes. Now, every year, you may have heard about ECRI. ECRI is a patient safety organization based here in the U.S. every year they put out a list of the top 10 safety issues for every year. Some of them are similar, some of them are different, they vary. They are put in order of what they believe to be perceived importance based on what they see, from the news and based on what what perhaps state health boards are saying. And of course, there's a lot of these. I'm not going to go over them, but I do want to focus on 4 of them that we will talk about here today. Number 1 is the challenges transitioning newly trained clinicians from education to practice. So I'm looking at this audience here today. I see a mixture of those who look like you've been in practice for a long time and maybe ready to retire, or maybe you are retired. I see a few of you that look like you are maybe just finishing medical school or something. I mean, maybe less of you, but we're in all different walks of life. We know there's generational differences that occur. I mean, I do work with medical students now, and their expectations are very different than when I was a medical student as well. So, and yet we expect everyone to kind of go out into the real workforce and just perform like a great physician, and that's very difficult. Plus, you have the pandemic, and some of these medical students or residents spent years not even being on the floor because they were deemed, not necessarily, you're a med student, you don't have to be on the floor, it's COVID, whatever, and so they're adjusting as well. So we'll talk about some of those issues as well. Technology adoption, of course, it is moving very rapidly, and I, as a guy in my mid-50s, don't feel like I can keep up with all the technology advances that are going on, but that's part of life. The emotional health and emotional well-being of healthcare workers, the complexity of preventing diagnostic error, that is probably the holy grail when it comes to medical errors, is the diagnostic. So, and there's all these other things. I mean, even you can see here, there's a lot of issues going on. So we'll just focus on what I think are the most important issues. Since I'm giving the talk, I guess I'm able to highlight what I think is really most important. But we'll start with competency. So competency really referring to the knowledge, the skills that you and I as clinicians, as physicians, I don't know if there's any mid-levels in here, but certainly all of us have have that responsibility, and that's what makes us special, is that we have that ability to make that diagnosis. I mean, that puts us at a level that is, at a higher level of professionalism, is being able to make that diagnosis. But misdiagnosed conditions do occur. Now, the Board of Medicine, of course, every 2 years they will revise these. And if you've taken medical errors for 20 years or so, you know that they kind of some come in, some come out. We'll talk about those specifically. But I do want to let you know that the same organization that published the monograph on medical errors, it was known at that time as the Institute of Medicine. They changed their name, and now they're called the National Academy of Medicine. Also put out in 2015 a monograph on how we can improve diagnosis. Diagnosis is really difficult. I'll just put it that way. And you may have heard the term, or you may have heard the stat that 1 out of 20 U.S. adults will be affected by medical error in their lifetime. The National Academies actually suggest that it's not 1 in 20. It's probably almost all of us. I mean, all of you, if not yourself being personally affected, all of you probably know someone, a friend or a colleague who was either misdiagnosed or had a delay in diagnosis, it's a prevalent issue, and we do know that medical errors as it relates to diagnosis is the #1 cause of liability claims overall. It causes more harm than all the other medical errors combined, significant costs, of course, and affects all specialties, all of us. So I recognize I'm talking to a group of of primary care and surgical and medicine subspecialists as well. And it's been neglected. In other words, when we talk about errors, we try to focus on the easy stuff first. The medication errors is pretty easy because you've got interactive systems that can say, oh yeah, warfarin and Cipro, there's interactions that can occur. But when it comes to diagnostic errors, we really don't have a AI that has been able to do that very well yet. And so this, again, has been neglected because it has been considered very difficult. And the reason that it is difficult is because the failures that can occur are very complex. It is, when it comes to diagnostic, you have to take everything that the patient says, you've got to take the labs, you've got to put everything together, and then come up with a working diagnosis. Well, if your patient can't give a history, that's going to be a problem, and if or you're having a bad day at work and you didn't sleep very well because, you had an issue at home that kept you up, you're not going to be thinking nearly as clearly. So there's a lot of this cognitive issues as well. It's not just the data, getting the data, but it's getting that data and having you synthesize this and coming up about that and then communicating and then making sure you get the treatment plan. So all of these things could go wrong in that area. Another way that we can actually look at this, and I'm not going to read all these specific issues here, you can look at them, is all the, again, this is what we call a fishbone diagram, looking at all the complex root causes of diagnostic errors that occur. You get a person who comes in with a constellation of vague symptoms, and you have them see 10 providers, you may get 10 different diagnoses. And so again, I'm sorry, let me turn this back here. See the pointer? Yeah. So you have issues of the context, clinical reasoning. There's biases that we have. I'll give you an example of if you get referred to a patient, especially and the primary care says, I think it's this, you're more likely to anchor yourself on that diagnosis because it was already given by another provider, and so that is a bias that can occur. There's issues with the patient, of course. We talked a little bit about that, and the case. Some are very common, some are rare. So this just makes it very, very complex. And again, I don't want to leave you stranded with, well, it's just too difficult. Let's talk about what we can do to help mitigate some of these issues. And one of the things that the board wants you to know is the process of doing a root cause analysis. So if an error does occur, and I know that medical errors, all of us have been involved in a medical error at some point. What we want to do is to try to figure out what the underlying issue is. Is it an issue of not adequate education? Is it an issue of just having a very bad day and being burned out? And what you try to do is to identify those causes, list them out, and then try to identify, okay, how can we prevent this from happening again next time? And it's not the superficial, like, you got to really do better next time, and that's sometimes what we do is like, don't forget next time. We have to be a little bit more substantiated than that. But that is what we try to do as we do root causes. If the hospital has an error that occurs on their watch that results in significant harm to a patient, they have to report it to the Joint Commission or to the DNV or to CMS, and they have to provide a very, very detailed report about all the root causes that occurs. This is how that Board of Medicine gets information as well, is they get information about these very, very complex root cause issues that result in harm to the patient. But the vast majority of errors that occur, of course, are not reported. Many of them occur outpatient, but it is in your best interest to think about this in a very standardized approach and say, how can I look at the causes and prevent it from happening next time? So the traditional way of doing root causes can take weeks to months to do. Normally if you get a risk manager, they'll do all the stuff, get all the data, categorize everything, and develop outcomes measurement. And there is a physician named Mark Graber who you may have heard about. He's an internist, and all he does right now is work on what we can do to prevent medical errors and how do we do a root cause analysis from a diagnostic standpoint. So you have a traditional things for RCA, but Dr. Graber suggests that when something happens on your watch, if you're involved in a medical error of some sort, that you start thinking immediately, what can you do about that? That you get the people involved as soon as possible and look at all the different factors that could occur, do a root cause analysis. You may need to involve the patient or family, do a literature search perhaps, but consider all the system issues plus cognitive and human factor issues as well. I won't have time to go over how these are done in detail, but the most important thing is that if something does happen, if you are involved in an error of some sort, as soon as possible, try to identify the factors that might have caused it. It could be in your head alone, or it could be with a small group but think about that, and then think about what we could do to prevent that from happening again. That is what a root cause analysis is aimed to do. That's what the board wants you to know. It doesn't have to be involved and super complex, or doesn't need to take a long time. All right, so let's talk about what are the 5 most misdiagnosed conditions. And you may be aware, for those of you who are allopathic MDs, that the Board of Medicine has a list of 5. If you're osteopathic, there's another set of 5 as well. So we're going to, because I want to make sure that all of you get credit for all this, we're going to talk about them. We're going to talk about, well, there won't be 10 because some of them overlap with each other. There's one thing that's on the top of the list. It's cancer. Cancer never goes away. I mean, literally, it never goes away. We always have cancer, but the list of cancer being on this is always, it's never dropped off the list. Others kind of come and they kind of go. The one that's new for 2024 and 2025 is infectious disease. But we've had that before, so we just kind of comes and goes, and we'll talk about these issues moving forward here. So let's talk first about cancer. The good news about cancer is that cancer is being diagnosed at a quicker pace. We are seeing overall reductions. That is the blue bar there that moves to your left. The red refers to increases in cancer, but mostly we are getting better at reducing cancer. That's because there's better therapies, better ways to diagnose things earlier, better screening, and so forth. But still, the most common causes of cancer in descending order remain pretty much the same, and that it's breast, lung, prostate, colon, melanoma, in that order. And so breast cancer is still the most common cause of cancer deaths. 1 in 8 women will experience that, and we use that as the prototype for how do we deal with issues, how do we approach cancer prevention and medical errors. We kind of use that as the prototype for illustration, but it applies to all. It can apply to all cancer, of course. So you may or may not know who this person on the left hand is as well. You probably don't know. Her name is Nancy Capello. Nancy Capello lived in Connecticut. And to make a long story short, was diagnosed with breast cancer. But the problem was this: when she didn't know she had breast cancer because she had mammograms that were done that consistently showed dense breasts. And with dense breasts, there are the radiology reading is that these are it's really hard to really identify perhaps that there is a lesion there. At the time she was diagnosed, her provider who saw her saw this, and she didn't know what that meant, but nothing was really done further at that time. So she went for a few years without having that followed up, and eventually did have additional concerns and was eventually found to have breast cancer that could have been and should have been identified at an earlier stage, either through ultrasound or other imaging issues. Now, she was an advocate because of what happened and actually worked with the Connecticut State Legislature to mandate that if you have a equivocal or you're not sure what the mammogram looks like, that there needs to be a way to make sure that there is some sort of confirmed imaging test or something to further do it. And I think all of us recognize that now, is that if you get an equivocal or you're not sure what the initial screening test it shows, that you really should continue on and do additional diagnostic or a workup of what's going on there. And so she eventually died of her breast cancer because of this, but did a lot to help with making sure that people are being screened and followed up appropriately. But breast cancer is still misdiagnosed. It causes the largest indemnity and payment of any single medical condition. What are the types of diagnostic errors? You didn't do a mammogram, you didn't test the mass, you misread, and radiologists, and I'm sure maybe we have some few radiology colleagues in here, are the most likely to be litigated in terms of claims, but OB-GYN, internal medicine, general surgery as well. And these are not the easy ones, these are the hard ones. I mean, meaning that these are the ones that, weren't very clear. Maybe the patient comes in for diabetes management, and by the way, you have 20 patients to see. By the way, I got something here in my breast, and you say, well, we'll deal with it later, and you forget to follow up. I mean, these are the difficult ones. Or maybe it's someone who's really young, a 25-year-old. It's unlikely to be breast cancer, and so those are the ones that end up, presenting and have issues, and claims are filed. If there's one piece of advice that I could certainly, or one strategy, I should say it's not my advice. I mean, if there's one strategy that we really should do, especially if you're primary care, is that we need to follow guidelines for breast cancer screening. I can't emphasize that enough. There's guidelines protect. When you follow the guidelines, you're much more protected than if you didn't follow guidelines. And I do recognize there is a variety of different approaches. Things change. So, for example, just going back, the U.S. Preventive Task Force Service earlier had said, you can do shared decision making from 40 to 50, and biennial. Now they say we recommend biennial screening, at the age of 40. I recognize that there's going to be some differences in these guidelines, but nonetheless, stick to one or follow one, and again, that will at least help you overall for a person at average age, for average risk of breast cancer. So follow the guidelines. Follow the best practices for screening. Recognize that don't a person just on the basis of age alone. Any woman of any age can have breast cancer, and as we talked about earlier, if you are not sure about the results, if it's equivocal, if there's dense breasts and you can't see lesion, then you may need to provide and move to a different modality that can help identify those issues. Always address the concerns brought up by the patient. If the patient, doesn't have a concern, that's one thing. But if a patient has a concern, it is something that behooves us to make sure that we listen to the patient and address their concerns. It may not be anything, but the last thing the patient wants to do is to feel like they're being dismissed overall. All right, let's move to number 2. This is gastroenterology-related conditions. Now, what's interesting is this. Since 2005, I've been teaching courses on medical errors, and one day I got bold, and I wrote to the Board of Medicine. Maybe some of you have been are on the Board of Medicine. I tried to ask, you're so general. I didn't put it that way, but I just basically said, can you be a little bit more specific? What do you mean by gastroenterology-related conditions? When you say infectious disease, what do you mean? I didn't get a response back. So I guess that just means that I get to kind of choose what I think the issues are. For years I talked about looking at abdominal pain, and abdominal pain is still a very important thing. The differential of acute abdominal pain is significant, and there are ways to do it. But I'm going to talk about a couple of things, LFTs and C. diff. We talked about cancer screening earlier. So this is a case study, a case report of a 55-year-old male being seen for abnormal hepatic enzymes, detected on routine testing. He's type 2 diabetic, obese, and you can see his AST, ALT are elevated, but not extraordinarily elevated, 1.5 times normal. He gets an ultrasound liver, which shows fatty liver, and the patient is reassured that this is fatty liver and come back in 6 months. Is this good enough? And I think, some could make an argument that it is probably, yes, it is probably the most common cause of elevated LFTs is fatty liver, but in general, it is, in many cases, diagnosis of exclusion. I mean, that's the type of thing that you would want to make sure, however, have you rule out other things. And so the point of this case is to illustrate that there are some conditions in which you would want to maybe look for other causes of this, not necessarily just go ahead directly to the most common cause. So what are the other causes of elevated LFTs? Hepatic steatosis. I mean, other than hepatic steatosis, it could be hepatitis, it could be iron overload, autoimmune diseases, and we know that ultrasound isn't completely sensitive at diagnosing cirrhosis. There may need to be additional tests that need to be done. And make sure that the patient doesn't have any stigmata of cirrhosis. We don't, I should say, I'm not a gastroenterologist, but we don't do as many liver biopsies as we used to do because we've got better non-invasive methods to assess for cirrhosis as well. So the point of this illustration is to say, look, there are common things being common, but in some cases, if things are abnormal, you may want to consider looking at other causes of this. And I have been burned in the past. I don't want to share all my dirty laundry with you, but we have all thought, if I had only thought about ruling something out, we could have identified this a little bit earlier. C. diff. I mean, I'm an infectious disease doc. We're all familiar with C. diff. It is the leading cause of gastrointestinal infectious disease deaths in the United States. It's a huge public health issue per the CDC. The good news about C. diff is that we're seeing the number of cases. If you remember 2000 or so, it's like all these C. diff, it's like, when is this ever going to end? C. diff is just continuing to plague us, and more people are getting infected. Luckily, over the last few years, the number of C. diff cases has stabilized, but there's still significant morbidity and mortality that occurs, especially if you are elderly. People who are 70, 75 years or older, much more likely to die of C. diff than someone that's younger. And so one of the things that we have to do is to recognize that sometimes the guidelines for C. diff are continually changing. In the old days, I mean, remember we had two choices. We had metronidazole, we had vancomycin. And then it was, we always chose metronidazole because metronidazole was always cheaper. And then there was some data suggesting, well, vancomycin can do better than metronidazole, especially if they had severe cases. And then there's a new drug called fidaxomicin, which is really not that new now. It was approved in 2015, really expensive. But the recent guidelines now are that the guidelines state that fidaxomicin is now recommended first line. And I'm not at all suggesting that you go out and just prescribe this really expensive antibiotic, but why do they recommend that as first line? The reason is because fidaxomicin has a lower risk of recurrence. If you give it to a patient, it is something that can reduce their risk of recurrence more than vancomycin, more than metronidazole. And so the point is this. be sure that you're up to date with the guidelines. It doesn't mean that you have to use everything. Fidaxomicin could be used, again, for your patients that have second or third recurrences. And you may be aware about fecal microbiota transplants or fecal transplant. It sounds really revolting to give someone else healthy stool from a patient to you, but it could be the particular issue that saves a patient's life. I would much rather, I mean, it sounds revolting, but I'd much rather drink a stool shake of someone else's feces than to lose my colon, in surgery. Now, we don't do that anymore. We give it through colonoscopy and other ways. But there's actually now a newer medication. This one here, it's a white pill. It's called Voust. We call it the Crapsule because it does contain live fecal material that you swallow the capsules, you're treated for C. diff, and it actually does reduce the risk of recurrences. So the main issue here is to reduce recurrences of C. diff. If you've ever had a patient who had recurrent C. diff, many of them, like they would just rather die sometimes. I mean, it's pretty bad. And I recognize that maybe none of you or few of you treat C. diff, for example, but the point of this is that, in areas in which there's more guidelines out there, where there's a lot of new, new medical advances, make sure that you keep up with that. And of course, in your specialty, whatever that is, I hope that you keep up with that because things change rapidly. I'm not going to talk about the over-reporting, over-treatment, but so we'll just skip that for now. All right. Let's move to number 3, cardiology and chest pain. Now, chest pain is always also one of those medical errors that the board has always kind of kept up there for us. And the reason is pretty simple. Even now, we still have patients who are diagnosed who end up having significant MIs, cardiac events in which these were either not diagnosed or they were not diagnosed early enough. And here's an example. This did not happen to me, but this was a case study that I found. A 47-year-old female who presented to her PCP. Now, she had a burning sensation. She described it as burning after eating. She had a lot of risk factors for coronary artery disease, elevated blood pressure, high cholesterol. She was a tobacco user. By the time she went to her primary care physician, however, she was feeling pretty good. But she did describe this as a burning sensation. She had an elevated blood pressure, and actually an EKG was done, and it showed left bundle branch block. Well, that is a red flag already, unless you know that has been evaluated in the past. So maybe the provider said, well, this is what she's had before, I don't know. But because of this burning sensation, it occurred after eating, the diagnosis was hinged and said, this is probably related to reflux. And so the physician diagnosed reflux, gave antacids, and said, go home. If you're getting worse, of course, call us, And 2 days later, she did call a PCP. She didn't talk to the PCP, talked to the nurse, and the nurse says, oh, you're going to be fine, don't worry, if it's getting, it'll get better. Go to the ED if it's worse. And indeed, that same day, 2 days later, after she went to the physicians initially, and after she called the nurse, that evening, she developed significant chest pain, did go to the ED, but, by that time, she was found, went into cardiac arrest and expired. And this was a cardiac event. Just like abdominal pain, there's a lot of things that can occur in the chest in which we have to think about. And you can see here, there's a physician, Insurance Associates of America did an acute MI study showing what physicians thought initially. These were patients that had true coronary artery disease and MI and the etiologies that were thought about that. You can see musculoskeletal, gastrointestinal, respiratory as well, and these are the ones that were brought to litigation. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death in the U.S., and it still is still a big cause of claims. and very prevalent. Now, the most common cause, root cause of chest pain, of ischemic heart disease, is diagnostic error, especially not being able to interpret the ECG correctly. And that is something that we really don't have anything to fall back on. I mean, the bottom line is this: if you suspect coronary artery disease, that you're going to get an ECG, but you don't feel comfortable interpreting it, you better find someone that can interpret that, because that's, that is not going to be defensible, in a court of law. I got the ECG, it didn't say anything, but there were clearly peak T waves or ST elevations, So the bottom line is we got to feel comfortable. If we're going to do diagnostic exams, we got to make sure that we feel comfortable, and if not, find someone, call someone who can help you with that. I mean, that's why ED docs are always continually being trained. We always have refresher courses for them, with respect to ECG interpretation. And we recognize, I mean, we're not trying to rush out and, admit every patient that comes in with chest pain. But we do have to recognize that this is a continuum where, people who have chest pain could have very, very mild blockage. And it may not be a transmural infarction, for example, and that's what that is, of course, ischemia that doesn't involve elevated enzymes. But and also to recognize that there are red flags that we want to look at as well. But eventually, as we know that also many cases, cardiac disease can become, significant. There can be significant complete blockage and transmural infarction. And so, again, there are strategies for us to really recognize that. I would say we always need to consider acute coronary syndrome as a differential. We need to gain proficiency in ECG reading, or at least referring if we think there's something going on. And the bottom line is, if you don't feel comfortable, call for consultative help to help you with that. That's all I'm going to say about cardiac. Now let's move on to infectious disease, which is a new one for 24. It just happens to be my area, my specialty, and I want to provide you another story of a young guy, of a boy actually. His name is Rory Staunton. Now there's a website that's available. If you Google Rory Staunton, the Rory Staunton Foundation will come up, and so the story's out there for everyone to read about. He was a budding pilot. He lived. He was born in 1999, and he had seen the Miracle on the Hudson with Captain Sully Sullenberger, was just completely impressed and said, I want to be a pilot, just like Captain Sully. So that was his dream. Unfortunately, he was unable to see those dreams come true because at school one day, he scraped his arm. And scraping his arm, no big deal, scraped his arm. But 3 days after he did that, he started feeling a little bit, not too great. He had fever, he started having some chills and vomiting. And so he kind of waited. His mom said, let's see what happens. The next day was found to have fever and was tachycardic. So by the next day, he had progressed significantly, where the mother actually called the pediatrician. Actually, it just so happened that the pediatrician was available that evening, so I actually had an evening appointment with the pediatrician. And the pediatrician looked at the patient and said, what were your main symptoms? There was some fever, but a lot of it was GI symptoms, nausea and vomiting. And so with this, the diagnosis was thought, this is probably more GI. Fever occurs in lots of kids. Sepsis was not entertained in the differential. I mean, how often do you see sepsis in a 10-year-old kid? The patient was seen in the evening, maybe it was late afternoon. The skin was mottled, and so the pediatrician said, I'm not really sure. Maybe this is, probably gastroenteritis. So said, you probably should go to the ED. So later that evening, like around 9 o'clock, They went to the ED. The notes from the physician were there. Still tachycardic. Blood pressure under 100, and was given more definitive treatments for what they thought was severe gastroenteritis. The ED doc really said, this is probably what's going on. The pediatrician diagnosed it with that. Got blood, and you can see the white count was elevated with bands, but unfortunately that lab was not checked until well afterwards. And so the patient went home, was treated, and then by day 3 really got worse, worsening red, blue spots. Wasn't able to see the pediatrician, but clearly not better. And then the next day after that, returned to the ED, was admitted to ICU, had to be intubated immediately, was found to have blood cultures positive for streptococcal sepsis, and expired the next day. Obviously a very unfortunate event, and obviously sepsis is not something that you consider in an everyday diagnosis for my pediatric colleagues, at least especially in this case. And so when we do an RCA, I hope an RCA was done, there's a lot of issues that were going on. And you could see that there were system errors, the lab results were not reviewed in a timely manner, there was not an adequate plan for follow-up, there was cognitive deficits. Perhaps, how often do patients with gastroenteritis develop significant fever? How many of them develop bandemia? Usually that's not the case. And so, again, we don't think of perhaps the less common but significant differential, premature closing and anchoring as well. And we do know, let's move away from the pediatric standpoint, but if any of you are have continued to see inpatients, you know that sepsis remains the leading cause of inpatient deaths in the United States. It is, and so this is something that is still difficult to diagnose, even in your 70-year-olds or 80-year-olds. Part of the reason is because there's not a sepsis marker. We do have lactate, we have other aspects, there are some ways to do that, but sometimes your older patients also don't necessarily mount a fever because they're either immunocompromised or they're older, they may have some mental status changes, and that might be your only recognition. So you don't manifest yourself typically. It really does require a thorough physical examination. We're trying to work with our EMRs, and we're trying to continue to focus on aspects, especially in the inpatient setting, to recognize sepsis as much as possible so that we can, again, reduce the morbidity and mortality. So sepsis is probably one of the biggest areas. It's still under-recognized, but that is an area that within infectious disease we're trying to focus on. Okay, now my next story is something that happened to me. It's a little bit embarrassing, but I'll be happy to share that with you because it happened a few years ago. This is more for my outpatient colleagues. Now, as an ID doc, I love what I do, but the one thing that I really feel like I know a lot about are antibiotics. Now, all of us can prescribe antibiotics, of course, and so this is an issue about antibiotic prescribing I want to share with you. This was a 45-year-old male who came into our clinic. He came in to see his primary care doctor, who's one of my faculty colleagues. He wasn't available though, so he went and saw a resident. And so the resident saw him. She was a very good resident. She was in her 3rd year, and came and said, Dr. Hsu, I'd like you to see this guy. I said, he's for URI. I go, you want me to see a URI? You can manage these URIs. She goes, well, he's not the most friendly guy. Now, I wish, the picture that you see up there is not him. I kind of wish it was, because I wanted to shame him, but it is. I just pulled it out from somewhere. But he was angry. He looked kind of like that. And I said, well, tell me more. He goes, well, he comes in and he says, I see Dr. So-and-so, and I come in every year because usually around this time, and I think it was October, he goes, I have the sinus symptoms, and I always get a Z-Pak. And I want my Z-Pak. And okay, I said, fine, I'll go talk to him. And she said, I saw him and he really wasn't, he didn't didn't look bad at all. He had a little bit of congestion, a little bit of maxillary tenderness, but not febrile, just really mild. He doesn't read it. It's probably viral or it's allergic. Fine, I'll go talk to him. So I walked in to the room, and the first thing he said was, he goes, oops, sorry, I get too caught up on this. He goes, I'm going to get my Z-Pak. He goes, if I don't get my Z-Pak, I'm going to leave clinic. I'm going to go to the local, CentraCare, right? I mean, if you're here in Orlando, Advent Health has the CentraCare, it's urgent care. I'm going to urgent care, and I'm going to get my Z-Pak in the urgent care. I kind of sheepishly acknowledge that's probably what's going to happen. He goes, I'm going to terminate my relationship with you. I'm going to write a letter to your CEO telling you what kind of, badass doctor you are, and you're not paying attention to patients, and we're in the world of patient satisfaction scores, right? Unhappy patients, and he says, I want my Z-Pak. Okay, so what do I do? I mean, if this was a textbook question that you got on board, the answer should be, of course, you treat symptomatically, you don't give a Z-Pak. A Z-Pak's not even your first line drug. It's not even recommended for sinusitis. He just wanted that. So I have to admit, I just gave him what he wanted. So that's why I'm embarrassed. I kind of wrote, and this was before the EMR. This was over 10 years ago. I kind of just wrote a script, and I handed it in. I kind of muttered under my breath, I hope you get C. diff. No, I didn't do that, but I felt like that. So really, it was just one of these things where, I'm sure you never ever have a patient like that at all. So, never. So we deal with this day in and day out. And so what I want to say, from a medical error standpoint is, are we doing our patients the best favor by giving them antibiotics when it's not indicated? And guess what? There are guidelines for sinusitis. So this was published in Clinical Infectious Disease in 2012. And really the bottom line is there are three conditions in which it may be reasonable to give antibiotics at the get-go. If they have persistent and not improving in 10 days, that's a long time, I will say. But if they're having persistent symptoms going on for 10 days or more, it may be reasonable to say this may be a bacterial issue, because it should get better before then. If it's severe for 3 days or more, so severity, of course, refers to patients who have significant, they may have fever, they may have purulence, they're not looking good, and you'll know those patients when you see that because it's severe, or they may have a worsening or double sickening, and that refers to patients who initially, said, I had a little bit of sinus, it kind of got better, and all of a sudden, boom, I just felt a lot worse. I had some chills or something. That suggests some sort of bacterial superinfection. It's all in the guidelines. And so the other thing is this: if you suspect bacterial sinusitis, then of course you want to treat, but you don't treat with a Z-Pak. You treat with amoxiclavulanate, so Augmentin, because the most common organisms that the most common organisms that cause sinusitis are able to be treated with amoxiclavulanate. It's usually a combination of gram positives, gram negatives, anaerobes as well, and that's considered first line. I won't go over all of this stuff in detail, but the most important thing is that we need to follow guidelines, and giving antibiotics to patients who don't need antibiotics increases the risk of unintended consequences such as C. diff. It contributes to antimicrobial resistance, and we could talk for hours about how do we prescribe to patients, but for now we'll just leave it there as it is. One thing, though, that I do want to say is that that some of the strategies also may. Well, I'll just tell you one strategy at the very bottom there is that delaying or deferring or reassessing can be very helpful. You may say, I'm going to give a patient a script, and I'm going to say, don't fill this unless you are feeling worse, or don't fill this unless you are, XYZ, or if you're getting worse, call me and I'll give you another prescription. You may think, the patient all they want is an antibiotic, but actually, any type of delaying tactic that you can provide actually does work to some extent. And so it can reduce antimicrobial prescription. So you know, I would ask us to, you know, to consider, you know, and actually patients trust you. If you give a patient a script, or you send it to their Publix or whatever, CVS, and you say, please don't fill this unless you are seeing worsening symptoms after several days, you know, they may actually take your advice and not fill that. So just something for you to think about. There's data that supports that. Okay, and then lastly, neurologic conditions. So, you know, and when we talk about neurologic conditions, of course, you want to think of the big things. This was a case, this was quite a few years ago. This was also in the media. A 50-year-old Filipino male presented to ED with nausea, headache, dizziness, and double vision, was sent home with painkillers. But basically the bottom line was this. He was diagnosed with sinusitis by a physician assistant who was not licensed, and there was no documented history of physical. I mean, you can see there's a lot of red flags there. Okay, a lot of red flags there. So, I mean, it's one thing to not be diagnosed perhaps correctly, but it's another thing with all these other factors. He returned to the ED next day, and by this time, much worse. He ended up having a hemorrhagic stroke, had surgery to relieve cerebral edema, in a coma for 3 months and permanently disabled. And so case went to trial, you know, huge jury award. This was before the legislature, before they had any type of caps on malpractice suits. Many of you are probably more familiar with that than I am. But the bottom line is this. And again, this is very similar to what we see with ischemic heart disease. Stroke is something that we do have to consider in differential. It can occur in patients that are young. The risk factors are similar, but it's important to at least consider that in the differential, especially if there are signs and symptoms that suggest that. Because obviously in this case, you know, the timeliness is going to be a big factor. Knowing exactly what time symptoms occurred could be, if done within 3 to 4.5 hours, you could give you know, TPA, you know, and in some cases, you know, I mean, this is the type of thing you want, and you can do something about this. You know, getting a CT scan, of course, is something that's part of what we do as well. And so misdiagnosis is not just not recognizing it, but delaying can also be an issue as well as it relates to stroke. Again, recognize I'm not suggesting that every patient who comes in with a headache needs to go straight to the CT scanner or you know, but this is something where we do want to consider this. This is, again, the Board of Medicine apparently has gotten enough reports about this, they kept this on. And so there's a differential there on the left, and recognize that even though, of course, the incidence of stroke increases with age, stroke still occurs in younger individuals as well. And sometimes it could be after an inflammatory event. Getting influenza, COVID, some other infectious disease that's inflammatory could also be a catalyst for developing ischemic symptoms as well. So we do know that heart attacks, strokes are increased in the setting of inflammatory viral diseases such as COVID or influenza. All right, we're going to not take as much time. I mean, I love my osteopathic colleagues, but we're going to move quicker on because I have other. We're going to move on, and there's also some repetition as well with you know, with the cancer, for example. But I just want to talk about the issue of opiate prescribing. Now, all of you are well aware that, you know, for purposes of licensure, you at least have to take a course in appropriate opiate prescribing. Florida historically had been known as a pill mill. The legislature has done a lot to mitigate that, and it's a lot better now. But there are cases that still occur. This is a little bit more remote now, but there were a couple of physicians that basically were convicted of the lady on the right, Dr. Lisa Zen from California, was actually convicted of murder by inappropriately prescribing opioids that contributed to the deaths of 3 individuals, and it was just quite egregious, the things that were identified in that practice. Another doctor wasn't quite as large of a charge, but still was convicted and sent to prison. Both of them are still serving time, as far as I know, in California. The issue is that chronic opioid therapy for many people is really life-saving. I mean, there's no doubt. I have anesthesiology colleagues who, and others who treat chronic pain, and sometimes they feel like they're being victimized because of all the abuses that occur with inappropriate opioid prescribing. But it is important that for all of us who do prescribing of chronic opioid therapy, those that are, that are not terminal, that we assess their risk, evaluate the harms and benefits, do a physical examination, make sure that we have informed consent, reassess periodically. I mean, I won't read all of this here, but there are definitely things that we can do to protect not just the patient, but protect yourselves in your practice. And again, I'm sure that's why this is on the list. The board wants us to make sure that we document everything we're doing, assess the risk and benefits for that. Surgical site errors still occur sometimes. Marking the site, we've talked about this for years past, very important to do. The bottom line is this: if you're a surgeon and you do not mark, and you don't do an appropriate way of marking the surgical site and a wrong site surgery occurs, you're not going to win. You're not going to be able to, it's just not defensible. So make sure that you follow the processes. And also, for my surgical colleagues, if you rely a lot on mid-levels, which of course they're great, they help us provide, mid-levels are great because they help save time. Make sure if there's any concerns about issues though, that you review that with the mid-levels and make sure that those patients are being addressed, because sometimes things can be missed. Complications can occur. They don't have nearly the experience that you do. Pregnancy, always assess pregnancy, at least by asking a simple question, your last menstrual period, or if you're in the ED setting, you may have to just go ahead and get that beta HCG. But the last thing you want to do is to write a prescription for a patient who might be pregnant, and then you give them a category D or X medication. You can see ACE inhibitors, warfarin, oral contraceptives, or you send them into scanner, iodizing radiation. So again, don't forget that as well. And then the last case, it has to do with more of a spinal issue, because that was what the board wanted the osteopathic group to know. This is a case study of a gentleman who used injection drugs, had lower back pain, numbness radiating down, and eventually couldn't walk at all. Well, that's a red flag. He had a murmur, he didn't have a fever, but couldn't move at all. So no neurologic strength in extremities and no sensation in both legs. So he gets an MRI done, and L1, L2 discitis was identified, and blood cultures are drawn, and you give them antibiotics. So you see that this patient has an epidural fluid collection, discitis. And so the question is to you, what do you do for that? Do you just focus on antibiotic management, or do you do something else? And the answer is, you've got to call your neurosurgical colleagues. This epidural abscesses that cause spinal cord compression requires antibiotics, but it also requires immediate neurologic evacuation. Your neurosurgeon will never say, they will not complain that this was inappropriate at all. They're going to, it doesn't matter if it's 2 in the morning, they're going to go in there immediately and evacuate that lesion. So the answer is C. So just recognize that if you see a patient with severe back pain and those red flags, they're a drug user, they can't walk, they have no sensation, rule out a spinal epidural abscess immediately. And so that's really what this slide aims to do. And we're going to just keep moving on because we've got other things to talk about. Now, again, recognizing people who have back pain is a very, very common cause. I mean, people come in for back pain all the time. Of course, the very, very small minority is going to have significant emergencies, but as it behooves you as clinicians to make sure that we do that history and physical, to identify it, to look for red flags, to look at the risk factors, history of cancer, for example, history of disc disease, and of course, if you have those red flags, imaging is going to be your best friend for that. All right. Now, we've talked a lot about all these different cases. I mean, there were 9 scenarios or more that we talked about. So I just want to summarize some of the things. This is, again, from Dr. Graber, who I really think is really just a great resource when it comes to diagnostic errors. I'm not going to read all of these to you. I hope you have, you can have copies of this if you'd like. But really, I think, we do need to step back. I would say number 2 is extremely important. Listen to your patients. We'll talk a little bit about under the communication. Follow the diagnostic tests and the results. Communicate with your patients. I mean, ask for a second opinion. These are all things that we can do as clinicians. That if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel like you might be stumbling, these are steps that can help you reduce the risk of diagnostic errors. And so again, I know it's a lot of information here to provide you, but we'll move on. But diagnostic errors, again, the holy grail of all medical errors, and we are, as clinicians, the ones that are tasked with making sure that we do our best in appropriately diagnosing our patients. Now, if you talk to a risk manager, or you talk to a malpractice lawyer, they're going to spend lots and lots of time talking about documentation. And I understand the importance of documentation. Documentation remains important. But I'm only going to I only have 2 slides on documentation here. But the bottom line is this, documentation is a way to let the outside processes know, whether it be people to chart review, legal, it basically provides protection about your thought processes. Now, we don't have to worry about legibility or altering a chart because, in this day and age of EMRs, that's not an issue. But just basically, especially if you've got something that you think is a little difficult, documentation will be your friend about what your thoughts are about that. And the last part is avoid editorial comments about a patient. Just state the facts. You don't have to call a patient a jerk, even though the patient really is a jerk. Just say the patient was upset or belligerent. Just stick to the facts, because the last thing you want to do is if you get sued by that jerk and that nose blown up in front of a jury, it's not going to help you at all. Okay, so just stick to the facts. You can reserve your editorial comments for later. Now, the other thing that I do want, this is more of an issue about. That we've seen more recently is the issue of copy and pasting. And I don't know how many of you, all of us probably use EMRs in some ways. And we do know that copying and pasting does save a lot of time. I'll admit, in my practice, I use that function. But we have to be aware of the ramifications of copy and paste, especially if it's you're copy and pasting if you're copy and pasting that's not your own note. We have seen so many issues, not just with note bloat, but issues of inaccurate information. Patient was hospitalized and on a ventilator, and you'll see the copy note. The patient's been extubated out of there, and then it'll still stay in the note. Oh, patient intubated. Huh? That doesn't make sense, obviously. And then the issues of the history, I just want to say the bottom line is that all of us are responsible for the notes that we have. And while copy and pasting can save time in certain things, it is our responsibility to make sure that we know the provenance of what was written, that we write, and maybe the best thing is to write your own note, because of the issues. There may be rules or laws about this later on, but right now it's really largely up to you or the healthcare institution. We are responsible for our notes, and so we're accountable for that. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I have my 2 slides on documentation, and we'll move on. So let's move on to a different issue. That's related to medical errors. Now, at the very beginning of this presentation, I said, I'm not going to ask you to raise hands if you ever felt burnout. But I can tell you that, I mean, I've been doing this for quite some time, teaching this, and we have an epidemic of burnout in our profession. That's the bottom line, and COVID did not make that any better. Did not. And while I understand that there are some factors that are out of our control, there's some things that we just have no control over. I mean, we are in an era, and I don't know how many of you are self-employed versus part of a large, part of, or hired, or, employees. But we are seeing nowadays, I mean, kids, I'll call them kids, but med students, residents these days, they don't want to go on their own practice. They want to be hired. I mean, they want to, and so there's a lot of responsibility that healthcare institutions have to deal with, and we're seeing more of that. We're seeing wellness officers. We're seeing some of these, some things being made, but it's very slow. So a lot of what we can do really is ourselves, and I'm not at all trying to make excuses for the system, but there are some things that are out of our control. We can't do anything about that, but there are some things within our control. I'm going to just focus on those issues. So we are dealing, so number one is this. One reason why there's a lot of burnout is because we don't have enough doctors, right? I mean, we don't have enough nurses. We've got a shortage of healthcare professionals. I mean, it's just amazing. I managed to go on vacation a few weeks ago to Hawaii, and they're dealing with a physician shortage there. I go, why? I mean, it's such a great place to live, but people are leaving the island for a lot of different reasons. I mean, everywhere has a shortage of healthcare professionals. We're dealing with an aging population, and the issue is it's also very uneven. I mean, the people that we really need are geriatricians. We need people who can do mental health, and that's even worse. And so you can see the stats here. We're going to have 139,000 shortages, shortage physicians by 2033. Primary care physicians, of course, sorely needed. Teachers, GME. I mean, you've got good job security. We've got great job security. COVID did not help this at all. Obviously, people left the workforce, decided to do something else, and we still have a lot. We haven't really caught up to that. Lots of stress, anxiety, burnout. I mean, I know this was maybe done a couple of years ago, but still, we're not caught up, and we've got a lot of work to do. So part of the issue is just a shortage of healthcare professionals. If any of you ever look at Medscape, they have an annual survey about physician happiness. And you can measure happiness many different ways, but I mean, they just basically ask the word, are you happy? And before the pandemic, 84% said, yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm somewhat happy. That's not bad, 84%. Today, and this was last year's survey, you can see that the number of very happy, somewhat happy patients, physicians dropped down to 58%. I mean, is something going on in our society? Is this something that needs to be addressed? The answer is absolutely it needs to be addressed. 100% needs to be addressed. Now, I spoke to a group of family physicians not too long ago, so I did outline the family physician, but you can look at your specialty, obviously. I mean, you can see where you are, in terms of things, and you can see the range for happiness in specialties range from 76% to 89%. Not too bad. This was before the pandemic. Let's see where we are after the pandemic. Oh, wow, really dropped. I mean, ID, I don't know, went all the way down to 47%. I'm still here, but, but you can see here that, it's a uniform drop in physician happiness overall. And again, partly because of the big issues that we've had, with COVID-19, among other things as well. So this is an issue overall. And part of the issue is not just shortages, but it's just burnout. in general, I think you can think of burnout as, burnout is a state of mind where I can't see anything positive about what I do. I just nothing that I do. I mean, there's just nothing positive about my work. I mean, it's a very broad definition, but that's really, one way to look at that. And you can see that, depression also, is prevalent. There are differences by generation as well. If you're Gen X, you're more likely to be burned out than if you're a boomer or millennial. Women have higher burnout rates, and maybe it's because they have several jobs, within the home as well as outside the home as well. So this is a big issue, and we do know this, that if you are burned out, the data are clear. There's lower patient satisfaction, there's infections, there's more medication errors, there's higher standardized mortality ratio, and malpractice claims. Have you ever Googled burnout, physician burnout, or look up a search engine? What I wish you would find is a list of things that we can help us to, help us deal with that. When you deal with, what I do, if you ever Google burnout, is that you'll get a bunch of attorney pages about, and the attorneys know this. The malpractice attorneys are well aware of burnout. And they'll say, could your medical error have been caused by a physician who was burned out, or something like that. I mean, they know the literature very well. And obviously I wish they wouldn't be showing that as a first hit on Google, but that's the way it is. What I want to focus on is how can we address that as a profession? How can we address that? Because obviously this is not good. We don't want to be dealing with this. Happy doctors make happy patients. I mean, I know it's very simplistic, but that is really, there's a big truth to that. And there's a lot of reasons why that is. You can read the reasons here. I mean, yes, do I like the paperwork? No. Sometimes I feel like I'm not being respected. And again, I know many of you probably are saying, yeah, medicine isn't like what it was, 20 or 30 years ago or 50 years ago. I get it. I get it. Hours, compensation, a lot of issues that contribute to that. And again, many of these issues are out of our control. And if you go to this, I encourage you to look at this. You can read. It's really interesting to hear what people say in the comments. I love you can read this. I like number 4. Only a sociopath could practice as an employee of a large healthcare system and not be burned out. Anyone who cares about patients is doomed to burn out. Boy, that's an ominous. That's not a very pleasant thing to say. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm employed by a large system. But still, everyone's entitled to their opinions, and there's a lot of information that's, a lot of things that are going on right there. How has burnout affected your relationships? Just look at this, even the dog avoids me. Wow. My son hates me for not being around. My husband drinks too much out of loneliness. So, this is an issue. And again, I'm not, you may or may not be nodding your heads, or maybe you're rolling your eyes. I don't know, how you feel about this, but this is the honest truth for many of my colleagues. So, how do we cope? Well, there's a variety of ways to do that. Some of them are healthy, perhaps. Getting enough sleep, exercising. Some of them perhaps not so helpful. You can see some of them use alcohol or junk food or binging to help them through that. There's a variety of ways that physicians cope with burnout. I'm going to offer Dr. Shu's, my suggestions. Again, literature, I would like to, there's evidence based on that, but I do want to address it. But again, this is, hey, guess what? The National Academy of Medicine wrote a monograph on clinician burnout and professional well-being. There's a lot of information in this, in that book. Again, really going to focus for us on what we can provide for ourselves. Positive peer social support, addressing work-home conflict. Really, if your home life and if your life at home is tough, it's just not going to help you in the office, obviously. It's the stressors that happen outside of work will affect what happens at work? And are there coping self-strategies that we can do? The answer is yes. But there's a lot of information about other things that need to be done. Again, I'm just going to focus on what we can do. And I'm going to just offer some suggestions. So number one is, I know it may sound touchy-feely, but there is really something to be said for just taking a step back, unwind, and decompress. Now, I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist in that sense, but, there is something to be said. If you're upset, if you're in a heated argument, what do we do in that case? We step back and we just take a break. That is something that has been shown to be effective. And if you're dealing with significant burnout over a long period of time, taking that step back to unwind is important. Sorry, I skipped the slide here. So there's mindfulness. And I know, there's some, I've talked about this, and I've had some doctors say, don't talk to me about mindfulness. There is a role for mindfulness. There is a role for exercise and for stepping back. Again, I'm not the expert on this, but I can say that our experience indicates, and the literature suggests that there is something to be said for that. Friendship and social support. We are social beings, and so this is an important thing. Is the last thing you want to do is isolate yourself. Talk to people. Hey, maybe we need a burnout support group, perhaps. That would be help. You can see some peer advice. Don't watch the news. Don't bring work home. Count your blessings. And then I also want to focus on one thing, and that is giving thanks. I think many of us, all of us are physicians. We're professionals. We earn. We're not going to be starving. We should have a roof over our heads, and I think we need to. Count our blessings. We've got good job security. Yes, there's a lot of things going on that keeps us busy and perhaps causes burnout, but we need to give thanks. And I just want to share some data about deliberately writing down, or deliberately at the end of every day just going through the day and saying, what am I thankful for? Again, some of you may say, well, whatever. But, I think, we are very fortunate to be where we are. You're here at a conference at a nice hotel. Hopefully you'll be able to get some great information from all the lecturers here. But there have been some data that just keeping a log of what went well increases happiness scores, decreases burnout scores, and depression symptoms, and doing it for just a couple of weeks or 3 weeks actually has effects that last well beyond that. There's there's a website for you to start, and there's a researcher from initially from Hopkins. He's now at Duke. His name is Brian Sexton. He initially focused a lot on medical errors, and then from that said, I'm just going to focus on burnout, because I think burnout is such a critical issue. All he does is burnout research. Can you imagine that? He just does burnout. But he helps provide some of the data. Again, the importance of giving thanks. Another study showing happiness scores increase, burnout scores, depression scores decrease. If you deliberately just say, what am I thankful for? What's going good in my life? There's all sorts of, there've been a number of healthcare systems that have employed this. This was on a nurse's station about 3 good things. Just say 3 things that are good. That could be all that's necessary to help you move forward. All right, we're getting there. I just want to move on, and I intend to be done by 12. That way, there's any time for questions and answers. You can certainly ask that. Communication has always been something that we have continued to work on. You cannot over-communicate. And even the best medical record you have is not going to be a good substitution for communication. There's just nothing that substitutes for picking up the phone and talking to your colleague and letting them know, here's what's going on with patient X, what do you think? Or calling up that patient, here's what your lab results show. It takes time to communicate, but really a lot of errors can be avoided if we communicate well. And, and this slide just really this was a COVID slide that I had written. that talked about how communication might have changed over the pandemic. We've got virtual waiting rooms. We've got a lot more telehealth now. We're going to have to learn to be effective using those protocols. So that's important. Also, when there's patient-physician interactions, I remember obviously during the pandemic, in the very initial part, we didn't know a lot about the disease. And there were patients saying, tell me about this, what's going on, what do I do? I didn't know a lot of the answers, you didn't know a lot of the answers, but there are some strategies about just provide what you know, and it's okay to tell your patients, I don't really know what's going on. We're going to have to continue to keep up. I will let you know about what happens, but be honest about that, and just let them know that all of us are in the same boat. There are some uncertainties going on. If there's one thing that I feel is really important, and again, we have literature, is that listening to your patients and just really listening to them carefully is probably the biggest thing that you can do to avoid a lawsuit and to avoid a medical error. Patients, the number one thing that they'll tell you is, my doctor didn't really listen to what I was saying. And and it could be all sorts of different things. I mean, I know you've got patients that you need to see, but it's perceived as you ignore their knowledge, you disrespect, and sometimes even engaging manipulation or deceit. There was one in this particular article. There was a story of a patient who said, my doctor, complete loser, because I came in with some sort of cardiopulmonary symptom, and the doctor said, whatever, and he dismissed me. And I said, well, don't you want to listen to my heart and lungs? He goes, okay, I listen to heart and lungs. He goes, breathe in, breathe out. But his stethoscope, the ear pads were not in his ear. They were still there, And, he felt really disrespected, from that standpoint. So just listen to your patients and don't be disrespectful. The other thing that I would say is that it is important to follow up with your patient's results. So this was a case that happened it wasn't my service, but it was my colleague's service, in which a 24-year-old male came in with a fever, headache, eye pain, photophobia. Headache and fever, significant, concern for meningitis. You can see he was febrile. And the other thing was, this patient was a gay male, and so the resident physician said, this could be meningitis from bacterial, but it could also be HIV meningitis. I need to order an HIV PCR quantitative test, not an antibody test, because it will not be positive, it's acute HIV, but you get a PCR, right? And so, a bunch of tests were ordered. They ruled out bacterial meningitis. Actually, he didn't have meningitis at all. And the next day, the patient felt better, and is hot, and he was admitted on a Friday and was discharged on a Sunday. Okay, sounds good. So the patient's better, he's discharged. The problem was that HIV result was not being followed up on, and I'll show you. So he follows up with a PCP, eventually follows up 8 months after discharge. But even at that discharge, even at that visit, the PCP didn't look at the hospitalization records from 8 months ago. He has additional visits in the PCP office for a variety of different things. And then 2 years after his discharge, he goes in and gets screened for HIV and says, I should be negative, and it's positive. Oh boy, what happened? He goes back to the PCP. The PCP looks at the medical records and says, oh my God, 2 years ago you were hospitalized for your headache. And this HIV PCR came back at 10 million, over 10 million, just full of that. And so this was brought to my attention by our risk manager, and I'm asked to review the chart. Is this defensible? The patient was discharged, but the labs were not checked they were not checked at all after discharge. And it really wasn't defensible. We had to settle with this patient. And and we were trying to figure out all sorts of things. How does a hospitalist continue to follow up labs after a patient's discharged? Looking at all these type of things. But the bottom line is that we are responsive. If we ordered it, we owned it. And so,
you know, I mean, this is a thing that I would just continue to emphasize, not just in the inpatient setting, of course, outpatient setting. I have been burned. I've had lab results that a patient came to me and said, Dr. Hsu, why didn't you tell me about this 8 months ago? It was elevated LFTs, you know, and in a hepatitis C patient. And, you know, I just said I just didn't do it. So, so automated systems help, but again, it's not going to be fail-safe. We still have to do that. We still have to follow up. Okay. So, all right, so that's really what this slide is. We're going to move on. Thanks for being patient with me. Okay. You know, one of the things that we think, I mean, and you know, I don't know what your, you know, what, I mean, how many of you have ever seen a Dan Newland commercial? You know, I was involved in a serious accident and I got $500,000, you know, or John Morgan, you know, medical, you know, you hear all these ads and you may be jaded and think, you know, all the patient wants is money. And even after medical error, you know, now I will say that compensation is probably part of the equation, but when you talk with patients and a medical error occurs, I mean, many of them are not focused on what can I get from you. It's what are you going to do so that this will not happen again. And really what patients want up front is just a brief explanation what happened, why it happened, and some empathy. That's really all. It doesn't put you in a sitting target for John Morgan necessarily. I mean, we do know that in the old days, your risk manager would say, do not talk about this with the patient. I mean, I remember those days, you know, anything that happened that, you know, make sure that everything, you know, I mean, it was trying to hide things that happened. And I think we recognize now, in this day and age, if something happened that clearly was the responsibility of a physician or a healthcare system, we need to own it, and we should probably speak up proactively to the patient before they find out through some other ways. There are plenty of studies that disclosing fully you know, does not increase claims. In fact, you can see claims actually going down because patients recognize that they're not trying to hide them. They're upfront about it. We want to make it right. And letting them know early as possible is reasonable. Now, of course, you know, make sure that you review the facts. Don't, you know, make sure you review the facts, and especially if it's in a healthcare system, review it and make sure that everyone agrees on what needs to be done. But I would suggest that we need to inform about a patient about an error in full, provide the apology. You know, it does not increase exposure to claims. So as much as we, as much as I have met one of John Morgan's associates in, you know, in the setting that I didn't want to be in, you know, and it's just no fun. But you know, doing so, you know, but I would argue that if we are upfront about a claim, about something, that could actually reduce claims overall. Okay, almost done. Standardization. So what do we mean by standardization? We talked about McDonald's. And again, medicine is nowhere close to making a Big Mac. But there are some things that we can try to do to standardize our practices, to standardize how we approach patients. It is very difficult. It's the Wild West still. But the greatest threat to healthcare, the reason why healthcare cost remains high, is that we are not able to standardize as a group. And believe me, there's lots of efforts trying to help standardize. It's just really difficult and complex. There's a great article by the Harvard Business Review about process. And this is one reason why errors occur. Again, technology is not going to solve your problems. The hard part is how to get the doctors, the nurses, and the administrators to agree on how best to deliver the care. And I'm not talking about standardizing your waiting room so it looks like this, and making sure that the intake process is all standard. I'm just talking about from a clinical standpoint, how do we approach a given issue? How do we approach sinusitis, for example? I'm going to give you an example for that, in a little bit. Standardization does improve safety and quality. And all we've been talking about right now is just the safety part. We're just talking right now about medical errors. But there's a whole other aspect of quality, effectiveness, efficiency, equity, timeliness, getting the patient, all of those, if we standardize, has the impact, has the ability to improve quality of care. And that will save costs, that will improve outcomes. And I know I'm speaking in very general terms, but let me give you some examples of what we can do. So this is one of my last stories here. Another thing that was brought up by my risk manager. So when it comes to infectious disease, they talked to me and said, well, this patient came to me. So my risk manager said, this patient came to me and was very upset. He wrote a letter stating, I was misdiagnosed. Well, let's see if he was misdiagnosed. He came into the ED, and this is another sinus issue. He came into the ED with 3 days of sinus symptoms. He had a deviated septum. Really on physical examination didn't look too bad. Maybe it's low-grade temperature, but he had severe symptoms. He had nasal congestion. He had purulence. He was the type of person that if you had to give antibiotics, we would give him antibiotics. He ended up having a CT scan. You don't need to get a CT scan to diagnose sinusitis. It's not necessary. But the ED doc ordered it, and I love my ED colleagues. So, but I just I'm not trying to rag on any one of you here. But the CT was done, and so extensive sinus mucosal changes consistent with pansinusitis. So the ED doctor said, well, you have bacterial sinusitis. I need to give you therapy. And indeed, he gave trimethoprim sulfa for 7 days and prednisone. Now, the problem was not the misdiagnosis. The problem was the antibiotics that was given was not concordant with guidelines. Why? Well, this particular slide, you've seen this already. Why is it that we don't give, and I didn't talk about this in the last time, but why is it that we don't give macrolides, we don't give Z-Paks, trimethoprim sulfa? The reason is very simple. There's a high rate of resistance to these organisms. If it's strep pneumo, if it's H flu, if it's whatever, we don't give trimethoprim sulfa because it's not effective. And so what happened was he got the trimethoprim sulfa, he got the prednisone, and then he comes back. Not better. In fact, he's worse. He has increasing sputum cough. He now has, a white count of 16. He now has a left lower infiltrate that wasn't seen previously, and he was admitted for pneumonia. His sputum culture goes at H flu, the beta-lactamase positive. It was resistant to trimethoprim sulfa. And so the risk manager kept hammering and said, well, Dr. Shu, how do you know that if they gave him amoxiclavulanate that he wouldn't have been admitted anyway? And I said, well, it's possible. It's possible that the patient might not have gotten better, but he could have gotten better. But the other thing is that you can defend him, you can defend the ED doctor because he did what was appropriate at the time by giving antibiotics that were concordant with the guidelines. That's only going to protect you. I can't defend him if you're giving something that that doesn't work and not showing the guidelines. So, hard to say, but following guidelines protects you and the patient. So that is probably one of the most important things about standardization that I can provide my colleagues this morning. And I know that a lot of my colleagues are going to say, well, if you just tell us what to do, we're just going to be scribes, and we don't, my patient is also very different, and I understand. Every patient is different, but are we concerned about de-skilling us? You follow a checklist. Let's look at this. Let's look at the airline industry. So this is Captain Sully Sullenberger. All of you are familiar with the Miracle on the Hudson, where he took a very difficult situation and he saved every life by gliding the aircraft that struck geese and both engines were knocked out to land on the Hudson, and everyone lived. Amazing. I'll tell you what, they didn't teach that in pilot school how to do that. But as captain of the ship or captain of the airplane, he knew what to do in an emergency. And I would argue that we as clinicians, these pilots follow a very extensive checklist before takeoff, at landing. They have to follow everything by the book. we are also very much similar to that, in which there are checklists, at least for conditions in which we know how to take care of the patient. Acute MI, you got to do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Pneumonia care, diagnosing and managing sinusitis. But we also have to know when to deviate when we need to. When do we deviate? And be able to guide that. If the patient has allergy to amoxicillin, what do you do? If the patient, there are a myriad of things that could go wrong, and you as a clinician are trained to be able to handle those issues. Tammy Jo Schultz on the right-hand side, Southwest Airlines, the only fatality Southwest Airlines ever had when a piece of shrapnel from the engine that blew out, caused a breach in the window, and there was a woman who did die because she was partially sucked out of that aircraft, but everyone else survived. She guided the aircraft to a safe landing, and everyone else survived. So there are some lessons. Okay, and then I'm going to just end by just talking about what does the future hold. About adapting and innovating quickly. One thing that we are going to need to do, and I think many of you are familiar with this, is the need to address disparities in healthcare. We recognize that it's not a matter of just treating everybody the same, because we recognize that different people have different needs depending upon their ethnicity, depending on their language, depending on socioeconomic status. We're scratching the surface when it relates to that, but trying to make sure that when we treat our patients, that we understand what barriers they have, and recognize that there are some people that need extra care. So it's not just about giving everyone a level pedestal. It's actually about providing those that are less able a little bit more help. And there are ways to do that. And again, I don't have time to talk about it, but I think that's going to be a big focus that we're going to be talking about in the years to come. Let's just talk about racial and ethnic disparities. I'm sure many of you have patients who English is not their first language. How do we make sure that we communicate with them and that we understand their cultural differences as well? They may or may not have the same financial issues that your other patients have. So some of and again, this is another IOM or NAM monograph, but to help, but the most important thing is to recognize that there may be financial barriers. We may need to hire staff that can help translate or make sure that we understand the differences that occur because of disparities in ethnicity, and to measure these quality metrics. Again, we're scratching the surface, but it's something we're going to have to do. And then last thing I want to talk about is AI. I don't know how you feel about AI. It can be amazing, it can be intimidating, but there is no doubt that AI is going to be embedded in medicine. How it's going to be embedded, I'm not too certain. There's a lot of people who are working on those issues. But if any of you have any access to ChatGPT, you can get a paid version with GPT 4.0, or I have a free version, GPT 3.5. I decided to put it out to a test, and I just kind of asked it a question. I'm an ID physician. I saw a hospitalized 76-year-old patient who comes in with shortness of breath, non-productive cough, fever. Started 2 days ago, but now is admitted, requires 15 liters of non-breather. Hey, the respiratory PCR panel was positive for COVID-19. All other targets were negative. White count is 9.5. Procalcitonin is low, 0.05. Hemoglobin and platelets. I just put in all the stuff for ChatGPT. I want to see what it was going to say. And one of the reasons I put this in was because we were giving a lot of antibiotics to everyone that had COVID. And I understand the rationale. I mean, I don't know if it's really COVID or they could have a bacterial infection, but I was trying to focus on reducing antibiotic use, okay? So GPT comes back with this answer. And I'm not going to read it all, but they said, the main part was listed here in the right-hand side. Given the clinical presentation and laboratory findings, it's reasonable to withhold antibacterial therapy in this case unless there's clear clinical deterioration or other compelling evidence of bacterial co-infection. The patient's low procalcitonin is a reassuring sign, and initiating antibiotics without clear indications can contribute to antibiotic resistance and should be avoided. Wow! I mean, this is coming from a computer. Now, I recognize, that it's not going to be perfect by any means. In fact, what it said here at the bottom was consultation with an ID specialist can help. I told ChatGPT I'm an ID specialist. So what is it saying there? So the bottom line. Oh, and I said thank you, because you never know if ChatGPT is going to become sentient at some point. So. But the bottom line is this. AI is going to be, AI is really starting to take, and so we're going to have to deal with our fears. It's already focused on note streaming, on maximizing payment, coding. If you're a pathologist or a radiologist, you have job security for a number of years, but they're looking and pattern recognition landscape is pretty amazing. And yet we know that AI is very dependent upon what we put in. Garbage in, garbage out. So AI is fed human data. If the human data are imperfect, AI is going to spit out some bad data as well. We've seen evidence of that as well. So, I don't know what's going to be held. There's going to be some people who are much smarter than I am who are going to be looking at this, but I think we're going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to embrace it. It's going to be part of our lives at some point. Okay, and I'm 5 minutes over, sorry. But I just wanted to go over the key practice points. So medical errors in healthcare remains a leading cause of harm. Listen to our patients, do a thorough H&P. Following guidelines are important factors to reduce risk of misdiagnosis. We talked about burnout and how we can be thankful. That's within our control. Good communication, doing root cause analysis, standardizing processes, and anticipating the tools of the future. You guys have been great. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Hsu. I want everyone to not think about the crapsule and the stool shake that he talked about. Have a wonderful lunch. We do have time for questions. He'll stick around for questions. There is a Legally Mine lunch right around the corner if you have a ticket for that. If you've not registered for that, there are still tickets available out front. Talk with the staff out there. Any questions for Dr. Hsu? Yes, ma'am.
Do I think that antibiotic stewardship program that the decrease in C. diff? Well, so my comment about procalcitonin is that procalcitonin is a useful adjunct to help with certain disease, with identification of certain processes. I would, of course, not look at procalcitonin alone. You have to take into account the other factors as well. And I've seen some of my colleagues who say, well, the procalcitonin is low, that must not be a bacterial infection, and that's not always the case. So some infections, such as atypical chlamydia, chlamydia and mycoplasma, for example, can have a low procalcitonin. So what I would say is that yes, it is a tool that can be used. It can be helpful in helping to make decisions about antibiotic usage, but make sure that you look at the procalcitonin in its entirety along with everything else, and that's what I would suggest. But I think, yeah, we are making inroads, and antibiotic stewardship is going to be something that you're going to be familiar with a lot, in the years to come, because it is now being required to report antibiotic stewardship activities to the government, for better or for worse. That's what's going on. Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Hsu? He'll be around if anyone has any other questions.
Yes,
We will start promptly at 1:15 for controlled substances. 1:15. Thank you, folks.
Go get lunch.
Let's see, 1, 2. Let's try that. Let's see if you're getting it now. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. You got it now? Okay. Let's see. I'll bring these down. And yeah, let me kind of normalize everything here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be back now. So let's see. Let me go. A weird little mixer. Oh, I see. Why is that? I don't get that. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so main mix. I bet that's why, because he's got them muted there. That's why. Okay. I see. So aux 6 and your aux 5. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why it's yellow. I get it. So once you unmute, then it turns yellow. Okay. Yep. So aux 5. Let me make sure everything there. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You should be getting something there. I'm done playing with my levels. And I think I have. All right, so that was a simple one for the delays. It was muted. Should be working now. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This side's good. This one seems a little weak. Let's check volume. We'll find out. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a little weak. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. But now, if it's delayed, check 1, 2. Do we have a delay time? I don't know. I would think. Where would that be? Menu, scenes, ZCA, RTA, user, mixer setup, maybe. No. Nope. Back to menu, DCA groups, RTA. Out in the world, you're supposed to do a delay. If you could do a delay, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. Effects overview. Nope, that ain't it. Effects masters. Nope, that ain't it. What's up, Ralph? All right, so we got the delay working. We got his feed cleaned up. Yeah, anytime you feed his gear, you got to use a direct box. Yeah. Check. Okay, so let me hear this one. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah. I think that side's probably a little too loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seems okay. Hey. Yep. Okay. Why am I hearing music? Yep. Oh, no wonder.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I like you thinking ahead.
Well, you know what, that way I can just go have lunch and crash.
Perfect.
And this is it's not called exactly the same thing that you called it.
Right,
This is
there
the
should
one
be
that you
RHT at
sent.
the, oh, right.
Yeah, and so, this is the second one that you
Okay,
guys.
go ahead and keep going, and let me just make sure.
All right.
I got this one slide.
Okay. Check, check. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It sounds like it's delayed already.
Other than the live stream, which Tom is in charge of.
Right.
So we're in, as you can tell, we're in good hands.
And we've got the clicker up there and all that.
And the clicker, and they'll put lapel mics
Yeah.
on you guys.
All right.
And that's,
I think we're good to go.
yeah, so.
Do you need any background music? Are you singing?
That would be awesome.
I don't know, you know, it's not really what I signed up for, and I'm sure it's not what they signed up for.
Gotta love it.
So
That would be awesome, though. Thanks, Ralph.
Yep, we'll see you then.
So I assume there's no delay on this. Arc 6. Back home. Check. 1, 2. All right, well, that's that. Cool. Check. 1, 2. Start at 1. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Oh yeah. 1, 2. Totally aligned.
about another 4 to 5 minutes, that'd be great. So, thank you. What's that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had an excellent lunch. Hopefully you were well caffeinated, but you won't need it for this next speaker because he will keep you awake like he always does. I'm going to quickly read his bio out of fairness to him, but to most of us in the room, he doesn't need an introduction. He's just awesome. He's been super, super, super involved, and we're blessed to have him here. But I'll read his bio just for the sake of reading it. Dr. Lynch's holds a pharmacy degree from the University of Florida and graduated from Nova Southeastern University College of Osteopathic Medicine. He completed his internal medicine residency at Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami. He is a notable expert in several medical fields. He routinely presents on opioids and controlled substances locally, regionally, and nationally. Outside of his clinical practice, Dr. Lynch is incredibly involved, serving as a leader in organized medicine at multiple levels, including as past regent and current fellow of the American College of Physicians and senior fellow of the Society of Hospital Medicine. He is a past president of Florida Osteopathic Medical Association and is the first osteopathic physician in Florida's history to serve as president of the Florida Medical Association. Since January 2024, he has served as the medical director for Aetna. If we read his entire bio, we would probably be here for another 20 minutes. We will not do that. We have the privilege of hearing controlled substance prescribing by my friend, Dr. Lynches. Thank you, sir. Take it away.
Well, thank you guys very much for coming back after lunch. I have the distinct pleasure of trying to keep you awake for the next 2 hours. So, without further ado, as Dr. Wilson mentioned, my job is to try to keep a topic that is somnolence-inducing, somewhat interesting. So, I fully realize that. Raise your hand if you've heard this me give this talk before. Okay, so a couple people have done that. Great. All right, so I've tried to spice up some of the data. I try to keep this as current as possible. So without further ado, I have no financial or other material interests to disclose. I mean, the FMA has provided me a small stipend to provide you with this talk today, but nothing that I'm going to say this afternoon is representative of any organization or employer with which I'm affiliated. This is part of the outline that we're going to go over this afternoon. This is the rest of the outline. The law that requires us to be here today requires us to be here for 2 hours. It covers some of the topics that we have to cover, but since we have to be here for 2 hours, I have to fill the time. We can either do off-color jokes, or I can provide you with some material that's a lot more relevant, so I've opted for the latter. Let's begin with the pharmacology of opiates. And when we talk about this field, there's really 4 phrases that we need to be familiar with. One is opiate. And the opiate is the natural substance derived from the opium poppy. This would be things clinically like morphine or codeine. We talk about opioids, while they bind to the same receptor subtypes, they do not occur naturally, and they're divided into synthetics and semi-synthetics. Synthetics would be things like fentanyl or methadone, and semi-synthetics would be things like hydrocodone or oxycodone. I mentioned this difference really more out of academics than anything else. Whether we use the phrase opioid or opiate, it doesn't matter. I know what we're talking about, but you as esteemed clinician colleagues should obviously know that there's a slight difference. Now, narcotic. For those of you who have not heard the talk before, does anybody know the derivation of the word narcotic? So generally I get sleep. So back in the day, I guess we learned Latin in medical school, but the people that came up with these words were big into Greek mythology. So sleep was actually Hypnos, god of sleep, and he had a son named Morpheus, god of dreams. Now you know where we get the phrase or the terms hypnotic and morphine, but narcotic comes from the Greek word for stupor, narche. So technically, anything that can induce a stuporous state is a narcotic. So if you feel stuporous after your protein lunch today, then you had a narcotic. That's obviously not how we use the phrase in medicine. And in fact, we've bastardized it and sort of morphed it into just using it as for C2 opioids, but that's not really its derivation. So the vast majority of us in medicine have relegated that to not being of great use today, although the legal profession has taken it up. And then controlled substance. I'm only going to introduce this to you because I have a slide here, and a couple of slides where we're going to talk about what controlled substance means and where that came from. But suffice it to say that controlled substances, which is the nature of this talk, encompasses all of the classes that we're going to talk about, and I'll elaborate in a moment. If you remember back to even if you don't remember back to your pharmacology class, opioids bind to these 3 receptor subtypes, the mu, kappa, and delta receptors. And most of us are familiar with, when we look down the column of mu receptor activity, most of us are familiar with what they do there, but they do have action on the kappa and delta receptors, and they're further subdivided into what they do at those receptors, whether they're an agonist, an antagonist, or some combination thereof. Now you should know that a full-blown antagonist, like naloxone, which we'll talk about later on in the talk, it is a pharmacologic impossibility to become addicted to an antagonist. So no one is addicted to naloxone. Frankly, if you think that you need naloxone that many times, you got other problems. It's not the naloxone that's causing the problem. But it's the same concept as like non-alcoholic beer, right? You're not going to get drunk. I hope that's not novel to you. You don't get drunk on non-alcoholic beer. So this is the same thing. I will mention, though, the partial agonist, because I think this is important. We're going to talk about buprenorphine here later on in the talk. But the partial agonist, what that does is it actually has a ceiling effect. So above that ceiling, they're not going to have any additional benefit to increasing the dose past that ceiling. And that's the partial agonist activity that we have there. The next slide that I want to talk about is an opioid comparison chart. And the opioid comparison chart is something that I've included in a talk since I started giving this 6 years ago. And that's because we are very comfortable with giving opioids. However, when it comes to switching opioids, that's a different story. This is a chart that goes over the textbook numbers from the opioids. And I say textbook numbers because we're not going to use these numbers. Now, certainly the onset and duration of action of the different agents that we have listed on the slide vary. So if you're looking for an analgesic that has a quick onset of action, giving the patient a fentanyl patch would not be your go-to. On the other hand, if you're looking for an agent that lasts a long time, that has a long duration of action, meperidine would not be the agent that you would go to. So it provides you that aspect of it. But on the final column, it gives you the equianalgesic dose. And I put that there because when we switch patients from one medication to the other, this is the equianalgesic dosing between medications. Later in the talk, we talk about morphine milligram equivalents. So when you look at the slide, you can compare one agent to the other and look to see what is the morphine milligram equivalent. As an example, 30 milligrams of oral morphine is equivalent to 300 milligrams of oral meperidine. So meperidine is 1/10 as potent, if you will, as morphine. But more importantly, when we switch patients from one agent to the other, you don't go milligram per milligram. Start off lower than that. And when we switch agents, you should calculate their total daily dose, kind of like switching people from a cardizem drip, if you're a cardiologist, to what dose you're going to give them orally. Calculate how many milligrams they're getting in a 24-hour period. That's what you're going to start off by giving them orally. Same concept here. You calculate how many milligrams they're getting within the day, scheduled and PRN, and then you can switch to the other, but begin at a lower dose than what the equianalgesic dose is, recognizing that the patient is likely naive in the medication you're switching to. You can always escalate. In pharmacy, they used to teach us start low and go slow. You can always give more, but it's very difficult to take it away. So I made this comparison chart. This is in the PDF handout that is provided for you. You can make your own chart if you want, or you can steal mine. Next, I want to talk about allergies. There's no single pharmacologically structural class that overrides opioids. In fact, there's 4 different pharmacological classes, but that, again, is very academic. When we look at these, what you should notice on the screen is 2 things. 1, that some agents are highlighted in yellow, and number 2, that there's an asterisk next to some. The asterisk, let's talk about that first. If we ask patients, do you have any allergies? And the patient says, yes, I'm allergic to morphine. And you ask, what happens when you take morphine? Well, I get this redness, this rash, this flushing. Well, I hate to break the news to you, but you're not allergic. That's a known histamine-mediated release from the mast cell induced by morphine. It's a known side effect, so it's not an allergy. An allergy would be if I pull down my shirt collar and I show you my surgical airway scar, that would be an allergy, right? We're not going to re-challenge the patient. However, if this histamine release is bothersome to patients, which it generally is, and you still feel that it is clinically relevant to provide them with an opioid, you can choose one of the opioids listed on the screen with an asterisk, because those opioids have a lower predilection of inducing that histamine release. If they still have that side effect and it's still bothersome, then you move on. We're done. On the other hand, though, if you found something that provides them with something a little bit more tolerable, then you struck gold. The other thing that I'm going to make mention to you on this slide is the two agents that I highlighted. One, propoxyphene. Propoxyphene was FDA approved as an analgesic in the 1950s. Propoxyphene was the active ingredient in medications with brand names like Darvon 65 and Darvocet N100. Anybody that practiced before 2010 has heard of these drugs. Unfortunately, they fell into two buckets. Greatest thing since sliced bread, no better than extra strength Tylenol. You fell into one of those two. But it was withdrawn from the US market in 2010 because it caused fatal dysrhythmias. So that's why it's not on the market anymore. The other one is on the lower left of the screen, which is oxymorphone. The immediate release oxymorphone is still available, but the brand name in the extended release was called Opana ER, and that was released in 2006. It was on the market about 10 years, and then in 2017, the FDA issued what was called a voluntary notice of withdrawal. Here's a little tidbit for you. If the federal government contacts you and asks you to voluntarily withdraw something, probably a good idea for you to do that, because the next step is not so voluntarily. So the company appropriately said, hey, okay, we get it. And the reason why they did this, frankly, was because in the 10 years that this drug was on the market, it was looked at and the risks did not outweigh the benefits, and that's why they asked them to withdraw it. The immediate release, still on the market, but brand name Opana ER, extended release, is now no longer on the market. This is a slide that I point to. This is not a comprehensive slide. Okay, if you look in the law at the classification or schedules of controlled substances, it's like 80 pages long, because as every salt known to man, I did not reproduce 80 pages of information. I tried to highlight for you the agents that I thought were some of the more common. We're going to talk about the 4 agents that I have highlighted, and we'll start from right to left. CBD oil. Now, CBD oil, this is FDA grade, FDA approved CBD oil, came in a brand name Epidiolex. Epidiolex was approved in June 2018 for the treatment of 2 rare childhood seizures. Unless you're a pediatric neurologist, you're not using this. This is not the CBD oil that you get on Amazon, or the one next to the last hot dog roller in 7-Eleven, or the one from GNC. I don't know what that is. I think that's affectionately called snake oil. People selling it to you don't know what it is. I could take a bottle of water and slap the letter CBD on it. There's no regulation for that, whatever you're buying. And I don't mean to offend anybody. I'm sure somebody's going to come up to me after and say, you know, that was very insulting. I take CBD and it has cured all my ills. Did you know that in the medical literature, there's a 30% placebo effect? I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If it cures you, wonderful. I have no idea what you're taking, and nor do you. This is FDA approved CBD oil, okay? This was scheduled at the time as a C5, but was descheduled 2 years later in 2020. It's still a prescription item, but it's not a controlled substance anymore. If we move over to the left, we see tramadol. So tramadol is a class 4, Schedule 4 agents. Most of the Schedule 4 agents, if you want an overt generalization, most of your benzodiazepines fall into class 4 category. Tramadol was introduced in 95. It is a C4. It was relegated as a C4 in 2014 because tramadol, like all other benzos, has an abuse potential, and its abuse potential was thought to be similar to propoxyphene because of its weak mu agonist activity. So it does have some agonist activity at those mu receptors, and that's why the DEA sought fit to reclassify it as a Schedule 4. Still working over to the left, I have a low-dose hydrocodone on there, which is scratched out in red because prior to 2014, hydrocodone-containing compounds were divided into C2 or C3 based on their dose. After 2014, because of the rapid abuse potential of hydrocodone, now all of these are C2. And it's going to make a difference between, as you know, the prescribing laws of a C2 are very different than 3, 4, or even 5. And then finally, because of what's going on in the federal government just over the last couple of months, I put cannabis with question marks under the C3 category because that's what the DEA is talking about. And just to provide you with some context here, cannabis has been a Schedule I drug since 1970. Schedule I drugs, other Schedule I drugs that you may have heard of are things like heroin, cocaine, quaaludes, LSD. These are not agents. I'm not talking about the cocaine that we use. By the way, cocaine there is a C2 formulation of cocaine. It's a topical anesthetic used for nasal surgery. Go figure. So people who were snorting it weren't that far off, I guess. But I'm talking about street cocaine, right? These things are C1 agents. Federal law prohibits the prescribing of Schedule I agents, period, without exception. You cannot prescribe a Schedule I agent. So whenever I give this talk, people always come up to me and they talk about cannabis. Cannabis is a Schedule I agent. It is illegal to prescribe cannabis. We passed an amendment to the Florida State Constitution that provides the use of cannabis for some medical conditions. If you go back and look at that amendment, nowhere in the language of that amendment is the word prescribe. Because unless you want shiny bracelets and get a free orange jumpsuit, you are not prescribing cannabis because it is federally illegal. So prescribe is not the correct operative verb. You could recommend, suggest, advocate, use, whatever, but you're not prescribing it. So the big thing now is the DEA has been petitioned in the last 50 years, almost 55 years, the DEA has been petitioned 3 times to reschedule cannabis, and all 3 times they've shot that down. Except now they're actually looking at moving it from C1 to C3. If it does go to a C3, that's probably a whole other weekend talk about what's going to happen to dispensaries and all the medical marijuana cards that are out there, and all that stuff would go bye-bye because now it's a C3 agent, and that means now it's under the jurisdiction of the DEA guys that are out there with a booth, conveniently next to the medical marijuana guys out there, by the way. But, so a whole other world's going to open up, but this will undoubtedly, if it goes to C3, will be relegated under the same federal laws that govern our prescribing of other C3s like testosterone. All right, let's talk about a little bit about why we're here this morning or this afternoon. I did not write the law, but I had many conversations with legislators in the run-up to this law in 2018. And one of the big things was, why are we picking on doctors? Well, first of all, not a lot of people could get their prescription medication without seeing a doctor. I mean, we are the prescriber. So we do bear some blame in the whole opioid crisis. But there's a lot of other players that also bear some blame, and I'm going to walk through that for you. Now, for those of you that have heard this talk before, I changed these slides to provide you with a different historical context. And for those of you that have never heard this talk, either one of those talks is superb. So you're not missing out on anything. All right, let's set some history here, because I think that that's very important in terms of context. By the late 1800s, several novel creations came to market. Dr. John Pemberton, a pharmacist, developed the formulation for cola syrup, combined a little cocaine with it, sold it at Jacob's Pharmacy in Atlanta under the brand name Coca-Cola. Now, that is not why this hotel is only Pepsi, by the way. There's no cocaine in Coca-Cola, so don't worry about that. But that happened in 1886. Now, 10 years later, there was a development of diacetylmorphine. Diacetylmorphine is the chemical name for heroin. Heroin was developed by the same company that a year later filed for and obtained a patent for aspirin, a company called Bayer. Bayer aspirin, Bayer, the company Bayer, Roundup, whatever, you know that company? The same company, they marketed and sold heroin. Now, I find interesting is that heroin was sold a year before aspirin. So I don't know if, I've never used heroin, so I don't know if you get a headache from heroin and you need an aspirin. I don't know how that happened, but they sold heroin before they sold aspirin, which I thought was very interesting. All right, let's go a little bit further now. Now we get into the 20th century. Now there's a whole host of laws that are being imposed in order to regulate this. And I've listed them for you, and I'm not going to go through each of those, but I will go through a couple of points here. In 1914, around the same time that we're getting into World War I, the Harrison Narcotics Tax Act was passed, and this is really the first effort to control narcotics trafficking. What this act did, very interestingly, is it imposed reporting and tax payments to the IRS for anyone who transported, sold, or possessed narcotics. That was in 1914. The reason why I think that that's fascinating is because when you listen to talks about the illicit use of drugs, there's a contingent of the population that says, make them legal and tax them. We tried that 100 years ago. So that's not a novel thing. In fact, it limited opium, at the time opium was allowed, opium availability to small prescribed amounts by physicians who were required to register and pay taxes on the amounts prescribed. So that was 1914. This was how they did it. When World War I veterans were coming home in 1918, some of those were addicted to heroin, and initially they were able to find help in drug treatment clinics, but then assistance evaporated when the federal government shut them down in the 20s, around the same time prohibition starts to take hold, because opioid addiction transitioned from a public health issue to a crime rather than a medical condition. And for the next 50 years, from 1920 to 1970, doctors were really discouraged from treating addiction during that half century. Then we get to what I mentioned before, the Controlled Substance Act of 1970. So this is an act that was enacted to facilitate the availability of controlled substances now for authorized purposes, while also preventing it from being diverted out of legitimate channels for illegal use. And the objective of the Controlled Substance Act was to protect the public health and safety while ensuring legitimate access. So they tried to navigate those two divides. Some of the things in the Controlled Substance Act was that this became the law in the United States governing the manufacture, distribution, and use of prescription and illicit opioids. And this is a statute that gave credence to the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, in administering and enforcing it. The DEA guys out there, I didn't ask to see their badge and their gun, but DEA agents are law enforcement under the Department of Justice. So that's why they can carry those things, because they're law enforcement. It also provided the DEA with the authority to schedule any agent into one of 5 categories, classes, or schedules, as I mentioned before, and Schedule 1 is federally illegal. Then in 1974, the Narcotic Addict Treatment Act came along to amend this, where it allowed the introduction of methadone. In the 80s and 90s, the media picked up minimal prescribing still of analgesics after decades of regulations, and now the pendulum starts to swing back to more liberal prescribing. And then in 1996, what I affectionately refer to as the greatest hoax in medical history occurs. 1996, a seminal year. In 1996, the American Pain Society trademarks the slogan, "Pain, the fifth vital sign." Raise your hand if you've never heard that. Pain, the fifth vital sign. We've all heard that. Let me tell you how ridiculous that statement is. The fifth vital sign means that we have 4 others, right? Respiratory rate, heart rate, temperature, and blood pressure. I can find a frozen corpse on Everest who speaks Swahili as their native tongue, and I can assess all 4 of those vital signs? Can I assess pain? No. In fact, there's no blood test, there's no X-ray, ultrasound, CAT scan, MRI, PET, SPECT, nuclear scan. There's no measuring substance P. You can't take tissue samples out of my dead body. You can't do thermal imaging. We have zero objective tests to measure pain. But we have objective tests to measure the other vital signs. So how can pain be a vital sign? It can't. That's the hoax. It can't. You can't measure something that's completely independent and subjective for each of us with an objective test that doesn't exist. Is it vital to determine patients' pain? 100%. But is it a vital sign? Absolutely not. So their play on semantics begins the process of the opioid epidemic. Now, I don't want to just pick on the American Pain Society. I mean, they bear the blame of initiating this, but 1996 also happens to be the year that Purdue Pharma releases a drug called oxycodone. I'm sure that that's totally coincidental. 5 years after 1996, the Joint Commission now weighs in and says, hey, you know what? We have this drug out. Doctors are really not attuned to looking at people's pain and prescribing drugs for it. So the Joint Commission, which accredits thousands of institutions around the nation, the Joint Commission produces and promulgates a guide and sends it out telling us as prescribers that we have inaccurate and exaggerated concerns about abuse, the likelihood of dependence and death, and that we should regularly be prescribing opioids. That 2001 is not ancient history. 2001, that guide was funded by Purdue Pharma. Joint Commission. Missed that one, I guess, huh? No such thing as conflict of interest, I suppose. Gets even worse, because 5 years after that, now we're in 2006, now the federal government weighs in, and they create HCAP scores. HCAP scores in a hospital. Anybody that has hospital privileges knows what an HCAP score is, right? Like you go to the restaurant here, and they're going to want you to give the guy a 10, otherwise he loses his job because you didn't fill up your glass of water, right? Now they do that for doctors. And the question for pain is, did your doctor adequately treat your pain? Did your doctor adequately treat your pain? Raise your hand if you have enough money. What a surprise. Do you have enough money? Oh, I got plenty. It's ridiculous. Did your doctor adequately treat your pain? Might the question be phrased in a way that it is impossible to win that argument? That is the most absurd question ever, and the federal government missed the boat on that, and they allow this for a decade. Did your doctor, might it be possible that somebody who may be less well-intentioned says, you know, my doctor only gave me 100 Percocet for my toothache, and I wanted 300. No, he did not adequately treat my pain. It's absurd. Then you get called into the principal's office. Why are your patient satisfaction scores in the toilet? Because I'm not a drug dealer. That's why they're in the toilet. Federal government, 2006, this is what happens. It took them 10 years to figure out, hey, maybe that's not the right way to phrase a question. For those of you that are in academics, there's a whole section in academics about how to create a survey question in order to not bias the person from answering. So here we are in 2016, where the federal government now backtracks. But okay, that's a great trip down memory lane about how the wool got pulled over all of our eyes. But you ask yourself, but how did we start? Who went to like Iowa and decided that I'm going to go prescribe 10 million oxy and I'm going to get the whole nation started on this crisis. How did that begin? When we look at medical literature in the medications that we prescribe, what do? We look in reputable journals, we look for peer-reviewed, maybe double-blind, placebo-controlled, randomized trials, and we say, hey, is this better than the standard of care, or is this better than nothing, right? That's what we do. That was not done for opioids. In fact, in 1980, this single paragraph, letter to the editor, was published in the January 10th, 1980 issue of the New England Journal of Medicine. Now, the New England Journal of Medicine, by all accounts, is a rather reputable medical journal. Single paragraph that basically says, hey, give people opioids and there's no harm. For anybody that has ever read or published anything in the medical literature, would you cite a letter to the editor? Of course not. I mean, I could write a letter to the editor, hey, all guys with a red tie are brilliant. My mom would be very proud, but otherwise, it wouldn't mean anything, right? It's a letter to the editor. It doesn't mean anything. This blue striped tie, blue striped tie, yeah. This letter to the editor has been cited over 1,000 times. 1,000 times by the industry and by speakers pushing opioids. So you say, wait a minute, Josh, it can't just be a letter to the editor that started us on this path, right? No, we got something else, right? 1986, 2 doctors in New York published this 38-patient case series, and they talk about what if we would call today chronic non-malignant pain, and the use of opioids for these people and how it was okay. They didn't suffer harm. 38 people. We had a letter to the editor and a case cohort of 38 people. Stitch those 2 pieces of paper together, you could not replace the toilet paper in the bathroom. That's what we have. That's the genesis of the epidemic. That and the push to use opioids by the federal government, by the Joint Commission, by the American Pain Society, causing us to have over 200 deaths every day from overdose in the United States. Now, we're going to talk about a lot of numbers and federal government, whatever your political sway is, the federal government talks about trillions of dollars like it's a nickel. So I understand that numbers don't mean anything. So let me try to put this in context. 200 patients every day is like crashing a jumbo jet into the ground every day, killing everyone on board. Every day. When September 11th hit, 4 planes crashed that day. And we grounded all air transport in the country for 4 days. Here, we're killing people every single day. More than 200 people are dying every day. Now, at least we're clued into the fact, and it's making an impact, but why did it take so long to get here, and what are we doing about it? This is a slide that I've had in my talks for a while, but I like this slide because it talks about where people get their medication from who are not the intended recipients of the medication. And where it shows you is it shows you that most of them get them free from a friend or relative, right? It's a well-meaning individual who tries to give the person something that will help them. Okay, no problem. The other third of the patients you can see here in light blue and black make up about 15%, which rounds out the top 67, and that's getting it from a friend or relative, either stealing it or buying it from them. So the vast majority of people that are getting medications are not getting them from the street, they're getting them from friends or relatives. You're trying to help your friend, but you don't know that they may potentially get hooked on this. This is the first of a series of slides that go over prescribing rates in the country and how that's changed over time. And this is 2012. And the darkest, for those of you in the back that can't see, the darkest colors here, these 8 states, their prescribing rates are greater than 107 to 1. That means for every person in that state, there's more than 1 opioid prescription. For every person in those states. Okay, every man, woman, child, everything. This is 2012. Here's 2016, so we're getting better. Here's 2020, significantly better. Now, arguably, these 6 states that are still the worst were 6 of the 8 states that were worst to start with. In 2020, they changed the reporting. These are CDC data. They changed the reporting. Now they lowered the top rate to 53, effectively. This is 2020, 22. You could see we're already making it. Every year we're making an impact, which is positive, but let's not forget there's 2 sides to the coin. I'm sure everybody in this room has an anecdote about I prescribed a controlled substance for somebody legitimately. Please don't come up and tell me that you did so illegitimately. I prescribed a controlled substance for a patient. They went to the pharmacy and the pharmacy didn't fill it. So the flip side of diminishing the controlled substance prescribing is that inadvertently there are people caught in a crossfire who legitimately need these medications and who cannot get it. So is it good that we're reducing the number of opioid prescriptions in the country? Yes, with a footnote. It would be good in total if you're saying that we were prescribing opioids willy-nilly to people that didn't need them. That's a different story. And we were, I'm sure, to some. But I don't know. This trend is a little bit concerning as it continues to burn down. Every year, the CDC releases data about number of overdose deaths. And what I have on this slide, this is a 23-year slide from the CDC. And what you can see is, or maybe what you could see, from 2000 to 2010, there were a total of about 325,000 overdose deaths. From 2011 to 21, so in the next decade, almost 700,000. So it's a doubling by decade. Now, the other thing that I'm going to point out to you here is that we were relatively plateau-ish around the 2019 at 70,000, which made national news because that was around the highest that we had ever been in terms of overdose deaths. And then look at the significant jump up in 2020, 21, and 22. What is the reason for that? What happened in 2020? COVID. So without making a political or public health statement, if you remember, 4 years ago, in the beginning of COVID, if you were over the age of 65 in April of 2020 and you walked outside, you might as well be putting a gun to your head. You were going to get COVID and die. That's what we said, right? You're over the age of 65, stay in the house, stay away from people, do not get COVID, because that mortality rate is significant, right? It's the early days, there's no vaccine, we have no idea what we're doing with meds, doing all kinds of crazy things that now history will tell us we're probably not the best. Not yelling at us, I mean, it is what it is. We had no idea what we were doing. But we told people socially isolate. I got phone calls at the time, can I call my grandmother? Why can't you call your grandmother? Because you said socially isolate. Social. No, I mean, you could, of course you could call your grandmother. We meant physically distance, although now Fauci says he made that up too, but hey, whatever. You're supposed to not be around other people, right? So what did we do though? At the end of 2020, we saw epidemiologists that study this, and they said, hey, you know what? This may not be a great idea to isolate people. Forget the public health impact. This may not be a great idea because you're taking a patient population that's at the highest risk of loneliness, despair, hopelessness, depression. You're isolating them physically, as isolating them in their home where they don't have any interaction. What happens? They're going to go grab their pill bottles and they're going to overdose. And that's not hypothesis. This is the CDC data. From 70,000 to 91,000 is a 30% increase in overdose deaths in 1 year. 30. Now, thankfully, from 20 to 21, it's 16%, 21 to 22 is only 1%. I think now we've hit that plateau. We got a lot of ground to make up to drop that number significantly to where we were before. That's all overdoses. You look at opioids specifically, same thing. Same slide. You look at prescription opioids, now you start to see a little bit of a difference because this does not take into account the fentanyl. Fentanyl is wreaking havoc on this country still, and I show that in this 23-year slide from the CDC also. Guess which line fentanyl overdoses are? It is the line that stands out among all others. And what you see is the inflection point around 2014 over the last 10 years. This is almost linear. It's an exponential increase in terms of what's going on. And the people who are pumping fentanyl into the country, they don't particularly care about their customer base. So now it wasn't bad enough that they flood the streets and get adults using fentanyl. Now fentanyl is coming in and being manufactured to look like Jolly Ranchers, Sweet Tarts, Skittles, gummy bears, sidewalk chalk. Your kid doesn't, my friend gave me this in school. This 8-year-old in school is not trying to get somebody hooked, obviously. They found it somewhere or they got it from somebody. When I was a kid, it was don't take stuff from your friends because it was laced with LSD. I don't know how true that is, and now I go back to my parents and I ask them where the hell they raised me, that I would be concerned about getting stuff for LSD. But now we're talking about kids that are dying from fentanyl. So it's a significant issue. The DEA, everybody has latched onto it. And just to show you how geopolitically diverse this is, as much as we talk all this blustery between the U.S. and China, China and the U.S. actually have an agreement to limit or ratchet down fentanyl coming into the States from China. So it's a big deal. Fentanyl, 50 times more potent than heroin, 100 times more potent than morphine. So that's why people are dying. When we drill down closer to home, I went to the University of Florida, so that, like Dr. Wilson mentioned, so that's why you have orange and blue here. I apologize for those of you that went to a different state school. But I will tell you that what you see on this slide at the height of the pill mill era in 2010 in Florida, you see that the orange, which is Florida, we eclipse the national rate of opioid prescribing. Almost 9 out of 10 citizens in the state of Florida have enough prescriptions to supply almost 9 out of 10. Now we fast forward in 2022, which is off the slide. Now we're down to 40 in the U.S. and in Florida. So we've cut that number in half since 2010. You also see the diminishment, as I showed you earlier, about just in Florida within the last 5 years, you see that diminishment. You also see a slight diminishment in emergency room visits, and total hospitalizations is relatively flat because we bring these guys in and we monitor them anyway. But in terms of overdose fatalities in general, Florida has ranked second only to California for the last 6 years. California has there's over almost 11,000 deaths in California from overdoses. We're made slight improvement in 2022, but we're still up there. So let's pivot a little bit and talk a little about the law. As I mentioned earlier, C1s you cannot prescribe. C2s can be prescribed, but as you know, there's no refills on a C2. That's federal law. And a C2 expires 6 months. A C2 has no expiration actually on it. I'm going to tell you why a pharmacist will not fill a C2 that was written, say, in October of last year. Federal law has no expiration on prescriptions at all. State law has an expiration of 1 year. Then the DEA said, hey, maybe we should put an expiration on controlled substances prescriptions. So 3, 4, and 5 expire 6 months after the date that they're written. When we talk about prescriptions, the analogy should be like a bank check. For those of you that know what a check still is, Yeah. The check, you cannot post-date a check. You cannot post-date a prescription. If you give a prescription to a patient, you want that patient to fill it on September 1st, you could give them the prescription today, but the date on the prescription must be today's date, and you could write on the prescription, do not fill before September 1st. You could do that, but you write a prescription that says September 1st on it, and that's presented at the pharmacy, it's fraudulent. Because a meteor might hit Earth and decimate everybody, and there is no September 1st. So you can't fill it. 6 months after the date that it's written, and C3, 4, 5, up to 5 refills. The idea was that you would supply them a month and then give 5 refills, and that would take them out 6 months. As a practicing pharmacist, I could tell you that it was not infrequent that somebody would come to me on day 179 and say, hey, do I have any refills left on my Ativan? I'd look in a computer, yeah, you have 3 refills. Okay, I'll take those. It's not Vegas. You can't cash out, you know. You get 1 refill and that's it. The rest of them expire. You want more, you go back to your doctor. So C2s, however, were missed. So C2s, by law, C2s have a 1-year expiration, no different than amoxil. But I'll tell you in a moment why the pharmacist is not going to fill that prescription, even though it's entirely legal to do so. We're here today because Florida Statute 456.44 governs what is determined as or defined as chronic non-malignant pain. Now on the screen is the legal definition of chronic non-malignant pain. This may or may not be what we think is the definition as a physician, but this is the legal definition. And this is important because there's 3 carve-outs here. Nothing that we're going to talk about today has to do with cancer, so non-malignant, right? Not related to cancer. But the chronicity part needs defining. What is chronic? What is the definition of chronic? Chronic is beyond the usual course of the disease or illness, or more than 90 days post-op. Now, if you think about surgeries, I'm sure there's surgeons in the audience, absent take-back, redo, post-op complication, you'd be hard-pressed to find a surgery. I could think of like maybe instrumentation in a spine surgery where you would potentially expect to have pain after 90 days post-op. It'd be kind of a tough informed consent conversation, wouldn't it? Mr. Jones, I'm going to do your surgery. After surgery, you're expected to have pain for the rest of your natural life. Sign here. That's not going to go over well, right? So beyond 90 days, that's easy. But some people come to me and they say, hey, you know, the pharmacist calls me and they ask me for the ICD-10 code. Or what's the diagnosis? Do I have to give the pharmacist the nerve of that guy to ask me the diagnostic code? Well, the question is, the pharmacist is likely trying to ascertain what is the usual course of the disease or illness. So the days of us just writing PRN pain, those days are gone. You should insert something between PRN and pain, because PRN neoplastic pain is very different than PRN acute post-op dental pain. Neoplastic pain, you know, if the guy doesn't come back month after month, I know probably what happened there. Acute post-op dental pain, I don't expect the patient to come back after a month, because if he does, you should go back and see the dentist and ask her what's going on, because something is not right. So it gives a qualifier in terms of what the pharmacist is trying to do. Some people ask me, is that a violation of HIPAA? Absolutely not. Any involvement of a pharmacist is governed by HIPAA, just like it would be if I called you up on the phone and said, hey, listen, I'm thinking about sending you a patient. You have no patient-physician relationship with that person. And if at the end of that conversation you say, no, that's not for me, you can't go take a billboard out, hey, Lenchis just called me and told me all about this patient's rheumatoid arthritis. You can't do that. That's a violation of HIPAA. You're engaged under that just as much as the pharmacist is who has presented that prescription to be dispensed. Now, in 2018, then Governor Scott signed House Bill 21 into law. This 205-page bill or law governs 4 different areas that I will go through rather quickly because at this stage in the game, you guys should all be familiar with it. And by the way, I'm from New York originally, so when I say guys, there's no gender associated with guys. It means guys, girls, y'all, whatever you want to. Somebody once came up to me, they said, "You did a great talk. When are you going to speak to the women?" We're not going to do this for another 2 hours. So, all right, so it covers 4 things. E-Force is the electronic Florida online reporting of controlled substances evaluation program. The PDMP guys have a booth out there that I encourage you to visit. But let me try to explain the difference here. PDMP is a prescription drug monitoring program. Every state in the nation now has a PDMP. For trivial pursuit, the state of Missouri was the last state that instituted a PDMP, and it just went operational in December of last year, just FYI. So every state in the nation has a PDMP. Our PDMP is called E-Force. I don't know what Georgia's is or New York or whatever, but ours is E-Force. So that's the important distinction. When you're talking about it, though, if you're talking to me, you could tell me whatever it is. I understand what you're talking about. But some people ask me, what's the difference between PDMP and E-Force? That's what it is. E-Force was created through an act of the legislature in 2009, became operational in 11, and then when the law passed in 18, required us to access and query it. But it's an incredible information repository. In the run-up to this, people asked, why do I have to access this and get information? Well, first of all, what's in it? It's dispensing history. Dispensing history. So there's many medications that are dispensed. If you've ever paid for medicine at the pharmacy with cash, that's not going to hit your insurance. So querying the insurance claims for pharmacy is not going to work if something's paid in cash. So this is why we look at this PDMP, because it has all of the dispensing records, and by law, the pharmacist must upload the dispensing within 24 hours or by the end of the next business day. And you could see there's hundreds of millions of records that have been uploaded. One of the initial criticisms of our PDMP, especially in border towns like in the Panhandle, Jacksonville, was, hey, listen, I see the patient over here. They drive 15 minutes, they're over the border. They get it filled in Alabama, or what is it, lower Alabama. It's LA over there, LA. They get it filled in LA, which is lower Alabama, or they get it filled in Georgia, and then I have no record. So now, I'm sure the PDMP guys are going to yell at me about this, but as of last year, they now have reciprocation, if you will, with almost 2/3 of the states. So you're able to access the PDMP in a number of other states. And for those of you that haven't paid too much attention, there is a menu section. I'll point to the last column on the right-hand side. There's a training guide. It's about 110 pages. It's a great manual to look at in terms of what else the PDMP, what other information the PDMP can offer you. As of 6 months ago, the people that would be affected by the PDMP are these 8 different licensees. And going down on the left-hand side, you could see it's nurse practitioner, dentist, MD, optometrist, DO, PA, podiatrist, and pharmacist. There's about 230,000 licensees in the state of Florida. Just because you're licensed here doesn't mean you practice here, doesn't mean you see patients here, but about 2/3 of them are already registered. And I went back to look at when I first gave this talk, and we were pushing 40%. So we've made significant strides at getting folks to register. I will head off one question that I get frequently. Somebody comes up to me, invariably somebody comes up to me and they ask, I have a DEA certificate. I have not prescribed controlled substances in 10 years. Do I need to register for this website for this PDMP? To which I would answer, for 10 years, you have paid $888 every 3 years to renew a certificate that you are not using, but you're asking me if you should register for a free website. Most of the people turn around and walk away at that point, but I will tell you that there is no, and let me try, I'm going to be very clear here. There's no legal requirement for us to have a DEA certificate to practice medicine. If you remember, when you first got your license to practice medicine, the state issued you a license, then you applied for your DEA, your federal DEA certificate. They didn't come together, you applied for that. If you're not writing controlled substances, you do not need a DEA certificate. There may be other reasons to have it. Maybe you're on medical staff and the hospital requires you to have it, or you work for somebody that requires you to have it. There may be other reasons to have it. But if you're not writing a controlled substance, you don't need a DEA certificate. The DEA guys out there will be just fine without getting your $900. It's okay. However, the stipulation is you had better not write a controlled substance if you give up your DEA certificate. Some people ask, is there a downside? What if I gave it up and then I decide years later that, no, I want to write controlled substances now. Can I get it back? Yeah, I'm sure you can apply for it just the same way that you applied for it before. The DEA certificate is tied to a state license. Some people ask, I practice half the year I'm in New York, half the year I'm in Florida. You have two options. You could apply for another DEA certificate and attach one to each state license, or you could fill out the change of address on the DEA website, and when you come down here, you have 10 days to change your address, you change it to Florida, you go back to New York, take the DEA certificate with you back to New York. But the DEA certificate is attached to a state license. Okay? We'll talk more about the DEA stuff. I'm sure that you guys have questions about what happened last year with all the education requirement and whatnot. We'll talk about that momentarily. The other aspect that the law talked about was in terms of acute pain. Acute pain. Now, we have to consult and query the PDMP every time a controlled substance is written for all patients 16 and older except for C5 non-opioids. C5 non-opioids. So there's only 3. 2 of the C5 non-opioids are anti-epileptics. So if you're not a neurologist, you're not prescribing brivaracetam or Briviact, and you're not prescribing lacosamide or Vimpat. However, the other C5 non-opioid is called pregabalin or Lyrica. Many people prescribe that. That's a C5 non-opioid. You do not have to check the PDMP before prescribing that. Some people ask me about gabapentin. Gabapentin and pregabalin have a very similar mechanism of action. The federal government has not scheduled gabapentin. Some states have opted to schedule gabapentin. Florida is not one of them. Even if it were, though, it would likely fall into the C5 non-opioid bucket and would therefore be exempt from you having to check on the PDMP. All other controlled substances, 16 and older, for the patients who are age 16 and older, you have to check the PDMP. With the one caveat, or two caveats, one is obviously except hospice. We're not talking about end-of-life care, but the other is prescribed or dispensed. Prescribed or dispensed. This is very important because every word in the law means something. In an inpatient world, we order medications that are administered. In an outpatient world, we prescribe medications that are dispensed. Semantics means everything, because without carving out the inpatient world, you could see the anesthesiologist would have to check the PDMP before administering fentanyl, what would be the point? The patient has no access to what they have at home. So what we do in the hospital is completely irrelevant. On the other hand, if the patient underwent a procedure and then you're going to prescribe some post-op controlled substances, at that point now you check the PDMP, and then you may want to say, hey, you know what, you have a closet full of stuff at home. I'm not adding to your supply. Take whatever you got at home. Or this is what you have at home, this is what I suggest you take, but you do not need any prescription for that. So it's at the point of discharge that we're now prescribing where medications are being dispensed. The other thing I want to make a point of in the law, and I've beat this to death for the last 6 years, but the other point that I want to make in the law is the law requires us to check and consult the PDMP. Query and consult the PDMP. Access and query the PDMP. It does not require us to document that. And sometimes I'll get questions, should I document it? Should I print this report out and give it to the patient? Should I print it out and put it in my medical record? And like I have on the bottom of the screen, not a good idea to do that for a number of reasons. First, this law says nothing in the PDMP compels you to do anything or prohibits you from doing anything based on the information contained in that report. Kudos to the legislature for actually letting us practice medicine. We use our medical decision making in terms of what we're going to do with the information provided to us, like anything else. Now, if you look at the PDMP, the patient has 9 prescriptions for Percocet, your lucky number's 10, roll the dice and give them another prescription. You have to defend why you gave him another prescription. If number 10 is not your lucky number, or if you think, hey, perhaps 9 prescriptions for Percocet written by 9 different people might be some red flag that I should be attuned to, and I'm not going to write another prescription, again, you defend your own medical decision making. So the law says the information contained in the PDMP is for informational purposes only. That's very good. Now, about the printing. The PDMP is run through the Department of Health. The Department of Health owns that information. We do not own that information. If you print that document out and embed it in your medical records, and you are subpoenaed by a lawyer for the production of your records, and you produce your records in compliance with that subpoena, and the PDMP report is part of that record, you have violated the law. If the patient asks you for their own PDMP, and you print it out and give it to them, you violated the law. If the DEA walks into your office and they want the record, and you give it to them, you have violated the law. God himself cannot get the PDMP from you. I don't know how to be more specific than that. The PDMP is run by the Department of Health. There is a method to get the report, but not from you. It's applying for that report from the Department of Health. For whoever you are, you want the report, you get it from the department, not from me. So there's a violation of the law if you produce it. The Department of Health itself does not advocate, I think their words are strongly discourage the printing and incorporation of this into the medical record. Because this is like double secret probation, I guess. I don't know, it's like extra HIPAA protected. So they don't want this out there willy-nilly. In fact, it's so severe that let's say in your office, at Dr. Zimmer's office in St. Pete, if it's embedded in a medical record, the medical record's being brought to the room, it falls on the floor, and someone picks it up and looks at it, you violated the law. So just not a good idea. But let's go one step further, right? Let's put a little thought into this. Why would you do that in the first place? Why are you printing it out? We print stuff out and put it in a record or we copy and paste stuff, which is horrible, by the way. We put stuff in a medical record to do what? To justify our decision making. That's why we do it. There is no justification here because the law sides with us. It is information only. Use it or don't use it, who cares? It's your decision. So it's all up to you. So we do not need to print it out. The law does define acute pain, but it has several carve-outs. And the carve-outs, like I mentioned before, cancer, terminal condition, palliative care, or a traumatic injury with an ISS of 9 or greater. This is how you determine the injury severity score, or ISS. You look at these 6 body organ systems. You assign a point score based on the severity of injury within that organ system. If they rack up 9 points or more, it does not count as a legal definition of acute pain, which is important because if the patient has acute pain, we are relegated to supplying them, if you want, to supplying them with no more than a 3-day supply of a C2 opioid. C2 opioid for the treatment of acute pain. I don't know what else you use a C2 opioid for, but if you're using a C2 opioid not for the treatment of acute pain, it doesn't qualify for this restriction. So if you're not using a C2 opioid and you are treating acute pain, you're not limited to this restriction. So let's take tramadol as an example. Tramadol, if you remember from the earlier slide this afternoon, is a C4. C4 for the treatment of acute pain is not limited to a 3-day supply. It's C2 opioid for the treatment of acute pain, 3 days, 1, 2, or 3. Some people say, no, that's not going to work. Listen, I know my patients, I know what I do. My patients need 5 days. Okay, if you want to prescribe a C2 opioid for 4, 5, 6, or 7 days, you need to satisfy the 3 bullets on the screen. You need to document what the condition is that you're treating, that there's no alternatives to you writing for this C2 opioid, and that there's a lack of alternatives and that it's medically necessary for you to do that. And somewhere on that prescription, you must write the phrase acute pain exception. It is an exception to the 3-day limit. Some people say to me, what about if I want to write for 10 days? You can't. Can't write more than 7. Now, I'm not telling you how to practice medicine, but I have offered to some proceduralists and surgeons, listen, if the patient is having pain still, maybe it would be a good idea to do a post-op wound check and check on them, make sure everything is kosher, and then if you want to write another prescription, then you can write another prescription. But you can never write more than 7 at one time. So that's the law. Some people say, where did that come from? This was published in the CDC publishes this report, the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. This graph was published in March of 2017, 1 year before our law went into effect. And what it looked at was the use of controlled substances, specifically C2 opioids, and it looked at the 1 year and 3 year probability of people using that at that 1 and 3 year mark, people who have never used it before. And what it showed is that the ideal duration was no more than 3 days, but it should be limited to 7 days, which sounds strikingly familiar to what our law is in the state of Florida. Pain management clinic, I won't talk about that too much. If you have questions about that, feel free to come up and see me after. And the law also required us to have this CME every licensure cycle. Some people ask me, hey, is this going to go away? I mean, you're a great speaker and all, but it's okay if I don't hear you next year, you know. So, no offense, it's okay. I don't know that it's going to go away in short order. Might it go the way of HIV and domestic violence? Maybe. But I should caution you in pinning your hopes on that because this law was passed effectively, unanimously by the Florida legislature, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans. So in order to change our requirement, it would require an act of the legislature. So you might be stuck with me every 2 years. Sorry. The Department of Health does have a website. This is a free website that you could click on. You could gain more information about anything that we've spoken about this afternoon. I want to pivot a little bit and talk about the proper prescribing, and I'm just going to mention briefly, I mentioned earlier why the pharmacist would not fill that legal prescription for a C2 written from, say, last October or December of last year. It is an entirely legitimate prescription. However, there is a federal duty that governs pharmacists called a corresponding responsibility, or what I like to affectionately refer to as your cellmate statute. If you mess up as a doctor and you're prescribed something illegitimately, no one in this room would, or watching this online would ever do that. But if you're thinking about doing that, you will be sharing your 10 by 10 cell with the pharmacist that filled it because of this federal law called corresponding responsibility. Every prescription that is presented to a pharmacist has to be assessed for these 3 questions, like a litmus test. Was it written by a duly practiced or authorized prescriber in the usual course of their practice for a legitimate medical purpose? Treating hair pain is not a legitimate medical purpose. A podiatrist can write for a controlled substance, but a podiatrist cannot write for an ACE inhibitor for your blood pressure. That's outside of their scope. And if you gave up your DEA certificate, like I told you that you could, and you wrote for a controlled substance, you would not be a duly authorized prescriber, and therefore the prescription would be rendered inactive, or fraudulent for that matter, and it would be confiscated. So that's why the pharmacist does a lot more than lick, stick, count, and pour. The pharmacist also has a federal duty to do more than just that. Now, I've listed these slides for you. I'm not going to go over it, but sometimes I get a question about faxing. People born after the year 2000 don't even know what a fax machine is. So for those of you that do still have a fax machine, you should probably put that next to your telephone with the wire. Maybe has a rotary on it. That would be worth something. My dad found one of those. My youngest are 11 years old, and I handed it to them. I guess this was kind of torturous, but I handed it to them and I said, hey, this is a phone. Can you guys dial a phone number on this? And I got this. They couldn't figure out that you actually turn it was hysterical. Then my mom came in and she said, stop picking on the kids. And so, telehealth extension. This is kind of important because this is in effect right now, and it will be in effect through December of 2024. So this is important. In 2008, there's a Ryan Haught Online Pharmacy Consumer Protection Act that passed in 2008. And what it effectively did in that year is it set up restrictions on what we could do as prescribing physicians. Patients could only be prescribed a controlled substance after conducting an in-person evaluation of that patient. Since 2008. Okay, before 2008, there was no telehealth. People would call you on the phone, but there's no video stuff before 2008. In fact, the iPhone was released in the United States in 2006, just to show you. There's no iPhone before 2006. So here in 2008, now the federal government says, hey, you want to prescribe a controlled substance, you have to conduct an in-person interview in order to do that. Now, fast forward, 2020, COVID hits. No one's going anywhere. No one's going to see patients. How do we prescribe our patients with controlled substances who need them? The federal government declares a public health emergency in January of 2020. As a component of that declaration of a public health emergency, it does many more things than just say, like, hey, we got a problem here. It allows a lot of red tape to be cut through and resources to be mobilized without the usual red tape that the government imposes on itself, which is a little circular, right? If you think about it, the government has all the red tape, but then they declare a public health emergency so they can cut through the red tape that they put in the first place. Welcome to the federal government, you know. So in 2020, with the declaration of that public health emergency for COVID, it afforded the Secretary of Health and Human Services to order the DEA, or to authorize the DEA to a telehealth exception, effectively, for the Ryan Haught Act, which allowed us to be able to prescribe controlled substances through that audiovisual format. As we moved past the COVID pandemic into more epidemic, if you remember last year, in the spring of last year, President Biden said, hey, it's over. We're going to stop the public health emergency. That's going to end. All right, so whatever political side of the spectrum you're on, whatever you think about it, put that aside for a second. In this realm, people said, hey, wait a second. Now, the only reason why I'm allowed to prescribe controlled substances through this audio-visual means is because of that public health emergency that you just said was going to end in May of 2023. So what happens to my telehealth prescribing? So the DEA said, well, that's going to end. I mean, that's part of that exception is part of the public health emergency. That goes bye-bye, just like the emergency does. They sent out a request for public comment, which is required by federal law in any change in any regulation. They got to put it out for public comment. The DEA received almost 40,000 comments and said, effectively, we hear you, we're going to give an extension. And they extended that to November of 2023. In the run-up to that, a lot of discussion. They held hearings in September of last year, and still same feedback was being provided to the DEA. Listen, buddy, horses out of the barn here. We changed the way that we prescribe medicine in this day and age. You got to extend telehealth more, and effectively, that's what they did. So they've extended that now till December of 2024. In the fall, well, we're in August already, so in the next couple of months, I'm sure they're not looking forward to this, but they're going to have to try to promulgate a rule or solicit additional feedback in an effort to try to figure out how to reconcile the federal law from 2008 with our ability to continue to prescribe things through telehealth. We got about a half hour left or so we'll wrap up here shortly. But I provided these in the slides for you for those of you that want to actually look at the language of the law. Florida has a law on the books as well. Those of you that are still using pieces of paper to write prescriptions on, they must be counterfeit-proof prescription pads. And this slide has two sites that you can access. One's from the DEA and one's from the Department of Health in order to obtain a proper vendor to supply you with those prescription pads. This is an example of a prescription. What I'm going to highlight on a prescription is really only three things. I'm going to highlight the date. The date should be written in textual format rather than a number. I could tell you firsthand when I practiced pharmacy for a retail that will go, I won't mention which place I worked for. It starts with a W, but I won't mention which place I worked for. When I worked there, people had shown up and they can change the number 1 into damn near anything. You can make a 1 a 7, you can make it a 9, you can make it a 10. What they're doing is they're extending out. Remember, the prescription expires 6 months after the date it's written. They're extending that time frame out. So you want to write out the month in textual format. Similarly, you want to write out the amount. This is the same reason why, by the way, you write out the amount on a check. You write it numerically and textually. The bank, if there's ever a discrepancy between the two, the bank is supposed to go by what is written in words, not by what's written in the number, precisely because the number can be altered and words a little more difficultly. Now, I've seen my share of prescriptions, and one time I told the guy that this prescription was a fraud and I'm not going to fill it, and he asked me what, he came in, I don't know what these guys are thinking, and he asked me, how did I know? Well, first of all, if you're asking me how do I know, you're already implicating yourself. Just FYI, never ask that question. How do you know? You're obviously hiding something if you're asking me that question. So he came in and I held up the prescription and I said, you know, the prescription is clearly a fraud here. And he said, why? And I said, because the doctor wrote the number out here. And he said, yes, it's 100. And the prescription looked much like the prescription that you see on the screen, except there was a red 0 following the 10. And I said, you know, there used to be a show on Sesame Street when I was a little kid. Which one of these does not look like the other? And then my favorite part of practicing as a pharmacist. This is my favorite part. You're not going to believe this, but this is like a start of a joke. Because you're right, whatever is coming out of your mouth right now, I'm absolutely not going to believe. But please continue. The doctor wrote the prescription, but his pen ran out of ink. I loaned him my red pen. Oh, is that what you did, huh? Yeah, you didn't stand outside and write the number 0 on there. No, of course not. And then the patient would invariably say, all right, listen, if you're not going to fill it, then at least give it back to me. After you leave here and you present your counterfeit bill at the bank, ask for it back because they're not going to give it to you. What are you thinking, man? No, you're not getting it back. Get out of here. You know, it's not going to happen. So you want to write numerically and textually, you want to write that out. And then finally, I got to pick on the DEA number a little bit. I don't know if the DEA guys are sitting in the back, so I'm not picking on you in particular, but the DEA issues you this number. This number is for prescribing controlled substances. Some people come up to me and they say, you know, the pharmacist at XYZ pharmacy asked me for my DEA number for the prescription of penicillin. Do I have to give them that? The answer is a categorical no. You do not have to give them your DEA number. Absolutely not. In fact, the DEA who issue you that number, if you go on a DEA website, it says that you should not give the number for anything except a controlled substance prescription. So the question then is, why are they asking me for this number? They want your NPI, which is a national provider. By the way, I hate that word. We're not providers. We're physicians. We're doctors. We're not providers. A provider is like a plumber. He provides me a service. I don't provide anybody anything. I care for patients. I could be a caregiver. That would be better than provider. National Provider Identification Number. So when a pharmacist calls you on a phone and they ask for your DEA, you have to, like the old Star Wars movie, right? You don't want my DEA number. You want my NPI number. And here's my NPI. You could go on the website, you could find my NPI number after the talk is over. You can't find my DEA number. So this should be controlled. You don't put it on prescriptions that are not for controlled substances. Now, I may have been born in Brooklyn, but I'm not trying to sell you a bridge here. The fact is that if you put your prescription, your DEA certificate, or your DEA number on a prescription, could somebody lift that number off the prescription? Of course. It doesn't mean that you need to have it tattooed on your forehead. Somebody asked me one time, they said, I have my prescriptions and I have my DEA numbers printed on all my prescriptions. And I said, do you pre-sign all of your checks? I mean, you gotta think about it. Only provide the number where it's needed. So you don't use the number. When I was in pharmacy school, we were taught a mathematical formula to determine whether that number was sound or not. Like a magician, I can't give away trade secrets, so I'm not going to tell you what that math formula is, but there is one to determine whether, in fact, that's a legit number or not. The DEA, in an effort to steer prescriptions out of the public domain and allow them to be just prescribed and transmitted electronically, the DEA in 2010 promulgated rules that allow us to electronically do that. And this is what now is be called dual factor or multi-factor authentication, where you have to have a password, a token, your thumbprint, facial recognition, retina scan, whatever, that is required in order to be able to electronically prescribe and transmit prescriptions, both by you and by the receiving pharmacy. One person came up to me one time and he said to me, I don't understand why my prescriptions keep getting turned away. You know, I'm electronically prescribing like you said. And I said, well, walk me through. What are you doing? And he said, I sit down at the computer, I type in the prescription, then I hit print, and then I said, whoa, you what? Then I hit print. I said, well, that's not the print button is electronic, but the piece of paper that you're giving is not electronically transmitting. So now I steer away from electronic prescribing, and even though that's what everybody uses, it's really about electronic transmittal. The problem becomes, however, that it works well because people aren't going to lose it, it's not going to fly out of their car, and they're not going to spill coffee on it, whatever. But the problem ensues when, let's say you're not going directly to the pharmacy or you're going somewhere else, you want to transmit it elsewhere. Now we may have an issue. And pharmacies can transmit a prescription from one pharmacy to the other. Support Act was passed in 2018, likely the last bipartisan thing that the federal Congress will ever do. Both Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate actually were under the influence of something that allowed them to work together. They presented this bill to Trump and he signed it into law. It is a magnificent bill. Honestly, it covers like probably 80 different aspects of the opioid crisis. Like the one thing that these guys have done right in my entire lifetime, here it is. This is amazing. However, there is a section in the bill that does require us to use the electronic prescribing and transmitting of controlled substances for Medicare Part D beneficiaries. It was supposed to go into effect January 1st of 21, but because of COVID, they kicked that down the line. This year, what they're doing is, or I should say last year, in 23, they were looking at compliance for this. There are statutory exceptions to having to electronically do this, which mirror, ironically, the state of Florida's. But this year, people who did not do that are going to get a letter saying, hey, you pay attention, you got to be electronically transmitting controlled substance prescriptions for Medicare Part D beneficiaries. So if you don't have that, hopefully you fall into one of there's a lot of references listed on the bottom of the slides that you guys can pull down and you guys can check it out. There are exceptions. Or you could do an internet search and just put in Section 2003 Support Act of 2018, and it's very easy to see those exceptions. To much fanfare, the CDC released guidelines in 2016. They've come under about using opioids and controlled substances and prescribing for pain. They came under a lot of criticism. And then in November of 21, or I should say November of 22, they passed these updated guidelines, which are much more palatable. The 2016 CDC guidelines were kind of a one-size-fits-all. This went to a more personalized aspect of it. There are 12 recommendations focused on 4 key service areas, and really it's a much more personalized and individualized approach. When we use opioids, what we're looking for the end result that we're looking for is called clinically meaningful improvement. And clinically meaningful improvement means a 30% reduction in pain, but also an improvement in the patient's functionality. So if you're just going to give patients analgesics and they're going to be snowed on the couch, that is not an improvement in their functionality. I would argue, from a pharmacologic perspective, I would argue that I don't even know whether they're pain-free. Remember, this is one of the urban myths that we'll dispel. Sedation is not equal to analgesia. If you take Tylenol and you feel your headache go away, you are not knocked out. Just like you could take Ambien and go to sleep, but that won't do anything if you have pain. So if somebody is sleeping, they're sleeping. Doesn't mean it. Are they in pain? I don't know. They're sleeping. Doesn't mean anything. If somebody walks across the street, gets hit by a bus, and passes out from trauma, I guarantee when they get up, they're still in pain. So just because somebody is sedated does not mean that they are under the effects of an analgesia. Analgesia and sedation have two different pharmacologic thresholds physiologically. And what I mentioned before, since we're moving into the consequences here of the use, which span opioid use disorder all the way to overdose, what I'll mention to you before, like I mentioned before, about not getting people addicted, the fact is that we all, as physiologic beings, have an addiction potential. I could give this gentleman one Percocet and he could get addicted. And yet I could give this lady 30 Percocet and she could eat them like gummy bears. Now there's pharmacogenomics. Pharmacogenetics is a burgeoning field where hopefully one day we'll be able to have predictive AI that will say, your name is John Smith and you were born in Topeka, Kansas, you're an addict. You know, I don't know. But right now we're not there. So one pill is enough to have someone addicted. That slide that I showed you from that morbidity and mortality weekly report with the 1 year and 3 year predilections, a 30-day supply given to an opioid naive patient, 30% of those people were still taking opioids a year later. 30% from a 30-day supply. 1 day supply, 6%. So if there's 100 people in this room, all opioid naive, I give everybody 1 day supply, and the DEA would quickly like to have a conversation with me after I did that with you guys, but if I gave you guys all 1 day supply, 6 people would walk out of this room addicted. There's no such thing as a rainy day fund anymore. So we've given all kinds of stuff over the years, but now we have the consequences that follow. This is not making a judgment statement about anybody. This is simply saying, this slide simply says, hey, the more opioids you use, the more morphine equivalent dosing you use in a given day, the greater your risk of being diagnosed with opioid use disorder, which is actually a DSM-5 diagnosis. Whether you use the PDMP or not, there are overdose risk tools that are out in the public domain. On the PDMP, we now have this 3-digit number exists. And what I want to point out here is on the lower left-hand side of the screen, that 3-digit number is a compilation between, you get a 3-digit number based on narcotics, sedatives, and stimulants. The last number in that 3-digit number, so on the middle of the screen, at the top, you see it says 740. Each of the numbers underneath on the lower left, the last digit indicates the number of active prescriptions within that class. So this person has 2 active prescriptions for narcotics, 1 active prescription for sedatives, and 0 active prescriptions for stimulants. So some people ask, at what point am I concerned? Like 740, it only goes to 999. Is 740, is that a big deal? And I would say that's less concerning to me than 249. Because that means at 9, that patient has 9 active prescriptions of something. So this is here for your perusal. This is the exploded view of what the numbers mean. We know that there's a difference between dependence and addiction. Addiction is usually defined in these 7 criteria, but I want to talk for a moment about what we do for addiction. And we'll talk about medication-assisted treatment. And for that, we'll go back in time slightly. In the year 2000, the Drug Addiction Treatment Act was passed. It was introduced by a guy named Senator Joe Biden, Orrin Hatch from Utah, and Carl Levin from Michigan. 2 Democrats and a Republican introduced the Drug Addiction Treatment Act, and it was obviously passed in law. As the number of those who were addicted rose, this law sought to amend the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 again to address the addiction part. And what it effectively did is it waived that registration. Remember, in our Narcotics Addiction Treatment Act had us register. It waived the registration imposed on us, but also said, listen, you can treat patients with a controlled substance for opioid use disorder. You're limited to only 30 patients, but it's got to be within a context of a drug addiction treatment facility. In October of 2002, buprenorphine was FDA approved. It's a C3 drug. So now you have a controlled substance, FDA approved, for the treatment of opioid use disorder. It was initially within drug treatment centers, but quickly became noticed that, hey, this thing is working. I'm not practicing in a drug treatment center. How come I can't use it? And the DEA created a path to get the X waiver. An X waiver is effectively you are filing a notice of intent with the DEA to say, hey, I want a waiver for this Data 2000, this law, because I want to be able to prescribe buprenorphine outside of a drug treatment facility. And people who applied for that were issued a DEA certificate that started with the letter X. And for 20 years, that's where we were. In 2023, or I should say in 2022, the federal government passed the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023. In that act were two things that were relevant to us. First of all, it was like $2 trillion. So there's a lot of things. Anything that's called a consolidated appropriations, in English that means it's a train where everybody gets their pet project loaded onto that and they get funding. That aside, two things. Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment Act, the MAT Act. This was introduced in 2021. And what the MAT Act effectively did is it said, hey, we want to remove that X waiver. That requirement that we have to apply for this extra certificate in order to prescribe buprenorphine, we want that removed. That act was introduced in 2021 but wasn't passed. It was resurrected, embedded, and passed in this. And that's why since January of 2023, we no longer have the process of applying for the X waiver. Anyone who can prescribe a C3 medication can prescribe buprenorphine. The restrictions are gone. The education is gone. The patient limits are gone. You can prescribe the C3 buprenorphine like you could testosterone. No restrictions. The other component of this consolidated or omnibus bill was the Medication Access and Training Expansion Act, or MATE Act of 2021, which required an educational component. The DEA was foisted this educational component last year. And for those of you that were paying attention, in the summer or summer of 2023, this is a requirement. If you're going to renew your DEA certificate after June of 2023, you have to attest on that electronic application. You have to click the checkbox that says that you have undergone the requisite education. It's 8 hours of education on substance use disorder. It can be done at any point in time. It can be stitched together. It doesn't all have to be one thing, one course. It could be reading a paper. It could be coming to a lecture. It could be doing simulation. It could be anything. As long as you get at least 8 hours of substance use disorder treatment. There's some exceptions to the law. And it's one time only. One time only. It's a self-attestation. You don't need to submit anything. There's a question on the DEA application, and you click the box if you did it, and you can proceed. If you didn't do it, you can't proceed. The DEA has been queried about this for a long time, for a year. Does this count? Does that count? Does this count? Here's the thing. The DEA is not an educational branch of the government. They are not going to approve or disapprove any of the courses that you think may or may not count. If you don't do it, you won't be able to renew your certificate. Here's probably the most important thing. People ask, what about your course, sitting here for 2 hours? Does that count? So I would say yes, 2 of 8. I mean, I didn't give you, we could spend all day here, but I got other things to do. So 2 of 8 hours will count. The other 6 hours you stitch together. But look at the flip side though. The flip side is I've had people come to me and say, hey, listen, I've taken an 8-hour course to do all my DEA stuff, so I don't need to sit here and listen to you for the 4th time. That's not true. Not just because I want an audience, but that's not true because to renew your state of Florida medical license, you're sitting here. Not to renew your federal DEA certificate. Now, there may be things that in that 8-hour course that you took for the DEA, to satisfy the DEA thing, there may be things that we're also talking about here. But in order for this to count, this has to be approved by the Board of Osteopathic Medicine, the Board of Medicine, the Board of Dentistry, Podiatry. That's a state board. The DEA course that you took, I bet was not approved by the board. And furthermore, the board requires us to go over, like I said at the very beginning, the board requires us to include certain things that we're covering. So while this course would count as 2 hours toward your DEA satisfying your 8-hour federal requirement, the opposite is not likely to be true. I'm preaching to the choir because you guys are all sitting here. In 15 minutes, you guys are solid. But the people that are not sitting in this room who thought, hey, I don't need to listen to Lentjes again. You know, I took this DEA thing. No, that you might want to educate them. It's not entirely true, because what's going to happen is in January when they go to renew their license and they go to the CE broker guys that are outside and they say, hey, how come this is not on my list of things that I already did? Well, you can come find me in January, I guess. I'll sit with you for 2 hours. Let's round this off. There are some things about withdrawal. Obviously, these are generic symptoms that occur when the patient has withdrawal. There's, of course, opiate-induced constipation. I mentioned to people, you should probably say this up front. We're going to give you an opioid, and you may get constipated. Like it's a known side effect. It shouldn't be like, oh, you're taking an opioid and suddenly you're constipated. Where did that come from? Like, we know that that's going to happen. But I want to end here on two, three things here. One is overdose treatment. So obviously we're going to assess risks proactively, and God forbid somebody overdoses, we're going to employ BLS and call 911. Now we have naloxone. It comes in a variety of formulations, but the most important thing to remember about naloxone is its half-life. The half-life of naloxone is about 60 to 90 minutes. There's many of the vast majority of opioids do not have such a short half-life, which means naloxone will wear off and the opioid will still be in their system. So the naloxone, patients that receive naloxone must be monitored. Some people ask me, who should get naloxone? You could read this slide. This slide's from the federal government, from the CDC. I'll make it a lot easier. Anybody. Everybody should get naloxone. You should have it. In fact, I bought mine. Here's my naloxone. I'm not taking opioids. This is my naloxone. Has 2 doses of intranasal naloxone. I bought this last year, and I have not used it. The pharmacist in me always turns the box over, and I got to look at the expiration. This expires in April of 2026. This cost me $45 at the pharmacy, and I did not go to the pharmacy. I bought this at the cash register in the front where you buy candy and batteries. So at $45, this is less than $1 a month for me to have this. So there it is. Everybody should have naloxone. In fact, it's going to be in short order. Outside we'll have the AED and the tourniquet and naloxone. If we gave naloxone to everybody in this room, well, we would quickly find out who's on opioids, but if we gave naloxone to everyone in this room, there's no downside. This is much different than an EpiPen. I give EpiPen to everybody, somebody's going to have a stroke, somebody have a heart attack. Naloxone, very different. There's no adverse effects of giving naloxone. If they're on an opioid, it reverses it. So I think everybody should have naloxone. Certainly the people that you're prescribing opioids to, you should encourage them to pick up the over-the-counter naloxone at their local drugstore. Okay, let's end two points here. One is we beat up opioids a fair amount. The first thing we need to do is when we talk about pain is assess pain, right? And there's a number of risk scores that we use. For the pediatricians in the room, the FLAX score is from 2 months to 7 years old. Everybody else knows this thing. The FACES score, everybody uses it erroneously, by the way. We use this wrong. This is built for people under the age of 18. People that can't otherwise communicate to you what their pain scale is. Now, I have no idea about the validation between the poor guy that's crying without a tear at number 8 and the guy with 1 tear at number 10. I have no idea about that. Remember what I told you. It's individualized, subjective. I could stand up here and tell you that I'm in excruciating pain. There's nothing that you can say that can prove me right or wrong, right? And I don't know what happens if you have more than one. Where's the 2 tiers or 3 tiers? I don't know. So there are different pain characteristics, obviously, that we look at, of course. But the first thing that we should think about is non-pharmacologic approach. Every single item on this slide has literature to support it. Everything on this slide has literature to support it. Non-pharmacologic therapy can be used instead of or in conjunction with pharmacologic approaches. And all of these, no one that I know of is addicted to yoga. I mean, they may say they are, but not like in a pharmacologic or physiologic perspective. So all of these can be used. When we think about pharmacology, we want to take a phased or stepwise approach to pharmacologic interventions, and that starts with over-the-counter stuff, maybe prescription non-opioid things, thinking about what kind of pain the patient has, trying to scale it down to what treats that pain. Opioids are very potent analgesics. But here's another urban myth. I feel like I should have the Mythbusters thing, you know. Here's another urban myth. Opioids do not treat all kinds of pain. They are not effective. Opioids are not effective at treating bone pain. Opioids will sedate you, but they're not effective at treating bone pain. You know what's better for bone pain? NSAIDs. You mean not like Oxy? Holy cow, what are you talking about? An Advil is better than not? Yes, I am. Yeah. Neuropathic pain, opioids, great for sedation. So is Benadryl. So is chamomile tea. Not for neuropathic pain. Neuropathic pain, anticonvulsants, tricyclic, antidepressants, better for that. So we have to think about what kind of pain we're treating. Now, there's a whole developing market, if you will, of science that looks at other things coming down a pipeline. Some of these things are already out, some are coming, about what to do beside opioids. There are ways to appropriately use opioids. I'm not saying that they're not necessary for anyone. I'm just saying that they're not necessary for everyone. So when you go through the slides, you'll see I've listed here for you 14 different items about what you should think about when you're thinking about prescribing opioids to patients. And if you get to that point, the market has come around to produce now opioid or abuse-deterrent opioids. Some of these resist crushing or breaking. Some of these form a viscous gel if dissolved or adulterated. Some are combined, as you can see, with an antagonist. I've also listed in the slide deck for your perusal. Some people have asked me in the past about how do I start and monitor the withdrawal of opioids. I know that my patients are on too many opioids. How do I reduce that? And I've listed on the slides here for you some ideas to do that. In the last couple of minutes, and then the bottom line, of course, but in the last 2 minutes, Tom's giving me the hook over there. In the last 2 minutes, I'll just mention in terms of disposal. Remember I showed you earlier that pie chart about how we give these things to our friends and family, unbeknownst to us, that may have we don't have malicious intent, but it may have adverse consequences in doing that. There are some areas, I have on here CVS on the top, Walgreens on the bottom, Publix is on the right-hand side, the green bucket. These all look like the old library chutes that you pull down and you put your book in. You could put controlled substances in there to dispose of them. But ultimately, the way that we can do it is there's several other ways that we could do it. One, in every April and October of every year, the DEA conducts a National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. It's on usually the last Saturday of the April and October from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. Places all over the country. Last year there were more than 5,000 places around the country that you could go and just drop off your controlled substances. If you don't want to wait till October or April, there are DEA authorized collection locations, which I've listed here under the third bullet. And that third bullet, you can put in your zip code, and that will identify for you all DEA authorized collection locations within that zip code. Finally, if nothing else works, then you can flush them down the toilet. Now, I'm not talking about some tongue-in-cheek flush down the toilet. I mean, this is legit. The FDA has what's called a flush list. The DEA, FDA, and EPA got together and have recognized that if we take oxycodone and throw them down a toilet and flush the toilet, that it's not going to be an environmental hazard. Seafood is still okay to eat. Fish don't bounce into each other all doped up. Not going to induce zombie land. That's not going to happen. But it's way better to do that and get it out of the environment than it is to put it in the garbage where animals can eat it. Other people will rifle through the trash and wind up showing up at the end of your driveway, and you got a dead dog because they rifled through the trash and ate that fentanyl patch that you threw away. So the only thing that I would advocate to you is when you mention that to patients that they can flush it down the toilet, remind them, don't drink the toilet water. With that, I thank you for your attention this afternoon and your participation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Question, yes?
Thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you.
I'm a neonatologist, and so I was very intrigued by the information that I received regarding propensity to get addicted with even a minimal dose. And I'm wondering whether I deal with neonatal abstinence syndrome, babies withdrawing. So when a baby withdraws, I'm wondering why one baby withdraws with only one substance use, and the many that don't withdraw at all, even with polysubstance use. So I was wondering if that's genetically determined as well.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I think that, unfortunately, I think that the research into neonatal abstinence syndrome, I think, is an incredibly burgeoning field because we have more babies now, because of the rampant abuse, misuse, overuse of opioids. We have more babies that are being born with that, providing us with a larger cohort to study in an effort to try to identify exactly what you're talking about. Is it something that the mother ingested? Are there some opioids that cross the placental barrier to a greater degree than others? To what degree is the volume of distribution within the neonate affected by those? So I think more and more research is coming out about that because, as you can attest to, that is probably one of the most horrible sights to see a baby withdraw, a fetus, withdraw from, or an infant withdraw from opioid overdose. Yeah. It is incredibly heartbreaking. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Kalawali. I'm a family medicine physician, and I really want to know your honest opinion on the abuse potential of gabapentin, whether you think it would be low or high, why or why not.
So gabapentin, much like pregabalin, much like Lyrica, the mechanism of action is very similar, and it does cross the blood-brain barrier, which does pose the potential for addiction, not just in its pharmacologic mechanism of action, but because it can affect receptors in the brain. However, that said, so it has abuse potential. That said, its addictive potential is not nearly as high as other medications that are on the market. So when it is, and I believe it will be classified as a C5, I think that is the appropriate classification, because on the spectrum of abuse potential, it's in fact lower than something like tramadol or even a benzodiazepines. So I think that there are efforts underway for both of those because of the ubiquitous nature that people have begun to use, or not begun, but over the years have used GABA and Lyrica, that there are efforts in research in tweaking those agents slightly to make them perhaps less abuse potential. But like I said, even in the event that, like, worst case scenario, they get classified as a C5, it will hamper our ability to prescribe them for long periods of time, but we'll still be able to do up to 6 months. It's a great question, because I know there's a lot of research that's going on into GABA, and that's why some states have opted to move it. They've had more adverse effects, untoward effects in their population, so some states have taken that proactive move and relegated it to a C5 in a controlled substance.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Doctor, thank you. I'm Dr. Conforti, Family Practice Emergency Medicine. On the PDMP issue, can it be printed and placed in a patient's chart in like an office setting? And the second question is, when you do a PDMP check and you find something that might not be right, like they're going to, say, 2 places and getting Schedule 2s from 2 pain clinics, are you obligated to call them to let them know this, the practitioner, to tell them, hey, this is what your patient is doing, and they're here trying to see us also? Where does that fall? I just don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, so printing it and putting it in a patient's chart, I and the Department of Health agree that would be strongly discouraged for you to do that. Is it illegal to do it? No. Are you breaking the law in doing it? No. Are you putting yourself at an incredible risk for no good use? Absolutely. So I would advocate that not be done. If for whatever reason a patient wants a copy of the record, they can fill out, in the law is embedded, they can simply fill out an application that gets sent to the Department of Health, and the PDMP will send them their own report. So you can even, you want to turn the screen around and show them what you're looking at, okay. When they go reach for their camera in their pocket, no. You want the report, you get it from somebody else.
Okay.
So I would advocate not to do that.
Okay.
In terms of your second question, which was notifying other physicians or other prescribers that the patient already is seeing a number of people, they should be privy to that information, because when they're prescribing, they're bound by the same law that you are. What this is supposed to do is potentially, proactively affect your prescribing. So if you look at the PDMP and you see that there's 2 other people that are prescribing controlled substances, and you are going to prescribe one, you may say to yourself, hey, you know what, I'm not doing it. And you could say to the patient, look, I looked at the PDMP, you're already getting medicine from other people. If you want more of that, go to them. I'm not, too many cooks in the kitchen. I'm not interested. So you can absolutely do it. Are you mandated to do that? To communicate with the other physicians? No. Are you prohibited from doing that? No. So if you want to give them a call and say, hey, look, I looked at your patient, I just want to let you know, the patient came to me, I'm guy number 3 now. And they're already, you're number 1, I'm number 3, they're already seeing you and someone else. I didn't want to enter the fray. You're absolutely entitled to do that. There is a physician-patient relationship already there.
Okay.
So good questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great lecture.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Carolyn Drzenik, psychiatrist. Nice to see you. Fabulous lecture. Thank you so much. My question is about telemedicine as it's being used to prescribe controlled substances, the various classes.
Sure.
What is the minimum amount of time that somebody should see someone face-to-face, or the patient should be seen in a clinic when we have so many prescribers now that are 100% remote for the different classes? Or is it just a clinical decision on the prescriber's part? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you, Carolyn. That's a great question. Presently, with the telehealth exception, you do not have to see the patient face-to-face, live in person, before prescribing a controlled substance. What I understand, and this is me, Josh Lentjes, looking in a crystal ball, what I understand, based on what the DEA tried to do last year in its promulgation, is if they continue down that path, if that were enacted, any patient-physician relationship that was established prior to, say, December 31st of this year, any physician-patient relationship, they would have that telehealth extension extended past that point in time, but in a sort of weaning method. So let's say they give you a 6, 12, 18-month off-ramp. At some point during that time, you're going to have to see the patient, physically see the patient. Anyone after that timeline, that December 31st timeline, remember, this is just me, I don't work for the DEA. Anyone after that timeline, if that rule goes away, now the Ryan-Hott Act would be reenacted, and now you would have to see the patient in person, before prescribing a controlled substance. So the question is then going to beg, let's assume that happens. Then the question is going to be on the physician to go back in the record, when did I first start seeing you? That's easy in January, right? You saw everybody before the deadline. But as we bleed into 2025, now you're going to have to, like the summer and the fall of you're not going to remember who you saw when. Now you're going to have to go back and say, wait, did we have an established relationship before this line? Because then I'm on the off-ramp. If it's after this line, I got to see you. So more to come on that. I don't think the rules are not yet written yet.
And is it a minimum of once a year?
Well, generally there's a face-to-face depending on the class, depending on the schedule, right? So there are people that, let's say, are doing C2s, but they see people for college kids for like ADHD. So they're supposed to see them, generally they're supposed to see them about every 90 days before they re-prescribe. Although people have used the telehealth, which has been a boon to that service, obviously. But the kids that are like, in Gainesville and their parents live in Fort Lauderdale where their doctor is, they don't have to see a doctor in Gainesville. They can just get that prescription redone. Right now, they can get that prescription redone through telehealth. But I envision that there's going to be some change to it. I don't think the DEA is going to be able to claw back the whole. Too many people are doing telehealth.
Thank you so much.
My
Great
pleasure.
presentation.
Keep the questions coming. We can hold him hostage for 4 more minutes, and then after that, questions need to be out in the hallway. In 4 minutes, we will start our last presentation, but we got him for 4 more minutes. Go.
Great.
Thank you.
No pressure. So, Dr. Simone Hammerquist. So, I understand that Fioricet is a controlled substance in the state of Florida only. Do we need to address E-Force when we are prescribing it here? Because I've never seen anything on it. It's not a DEA controlled substance, but for the state of Florida it is. So
it's actually Fiorinol and Fioricet. So Fioricet is not because that's the one with the acetaminophen. Furanyl with the aspirin is
Right.
a controlled substance. It's a federally controlled substance because of the combination between aspirin and butalbital.
Right.
It's supposed to have some synergistic effect that makes the abuse potential more likely in that agent as opposed to the triple ingredient agent of Fioricet, which has the only thing that's different is this one has acetaminophen,
The other
this
one
one
has
has
codeine.
aspirin. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, because even the Fioricet, which is butalbital with a 35-hour half-life, caffeine and Tylenol is controlled in the state of Florida, but I haven't seen anything stating whether or not we need to check E-Force for that, because it's not.
If it's a controlled substance in the state of Florida.
Yes,
in the state
only
of Florida.
in the state of
If-
Florida.
Yeah, if it's a controlled substance, you have to check E-Force unless it's outside the neurology ones, unless it's Lyrica.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hello, I'm Dr. Lubukola. Great presentation.
Thank you.
I want to ask about education. What are we doing in terms of education, educating the current medical students about opioid abuse and how we how we cramming down on the hospitals who hand out this opioid to every patient that walks in, even with a headache.
Yeah, listen, we can't educate people enough about this except to say, if there was one thing, if there was one line, in 2 hours, if there's one line to take away from this talk, it is opioids are not pain relievers for everyone, for everything. That's the summary of the whole talk, right? Opioids are good for certain things, but not for everything. And you're absolutely right. People have in their head that opioids are super powerful, so that must mean that we could use it for everything. That doesn't work in any other line in medicine. We don't have one antibiotic for all infection. We don't have one chemo drug for all cancer. Why would you think that one class of drugs is good for all pain? There's no science behind that. In fact, the science is actually the opposite. Like the points that I made earlier. Look up the science on metastatic bone pain and see what the guidelines say and where opioids rank compared to non-steroidals, right? So it's a matter of educating people with just that. Opioids have a place, but it's not every place. That's the bottom line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give one more round of applause for the great Dr. Lynch's. Give us about 1 minute, folks, and we will start our final presentation of the afternoon. We'll get started in about 1 minute, folks. 1 minute. Before we get started, I'll take a moment to make a plug for the poster symposium tomorrow. We are still in need of judges for the poster symposium. So please enjoy the posters tomorrow. If anyone has any availability tomorrow to judge, we have 2 different poster sessions. We would love to talk with you. You can talk with Melissa right there. She and her staff have done an amazing job today to put this on, so we appreciate her, the IT folks, the online folks, everybody that's made this happen today. We appreciate everybody. If anybody can judge tomorrow, please come see us, because we would greatly appreciate it. If anyone has any questions about claiming CME, come talk with us. It should all be in your email. It should be pretty self-explanatory. If you just click on the link, it'll take you to your FMA profile, and you can kind of click through it. The videos will be online for at least 2 weeks. If you have any questions, just see us, and we're happy to help you with that as much as we can. Without further ado, we are on to our last lecture of the day. We are excited to have Dr. Harrison and Ms. Robin Thompson here with us. I'm going to read their bios quickly, and then the floor is yours, ladies. Dr. Harrison is Professor Emeritus at Florida State University College of Medicine. Prior to her retirement in 2022, she served as Professor of Family Medicine and Rural Health and Director of Clinical Programs. She has been a frequent lecturer for the Florida Medical Association, Advocacy and Research Interest Center on Violence and Abuse, Women's Health, Women in Medicine and Medical Education. Dr. Harrison has published manuscripts on intimate partner violence, human trafficking, and child abuse. Ms. Thompson is the Executive Director of the Survive and Thrive Advocacy Center, nonprofit agency she co-founded in 2015 to assist survivors of human trafficking. Also a consultant, she works with a wide range of clients, including healthcare entities, public policy, and human rights advocacy groups, and other non-governmental organizations. Her work focuses on how survivors of sexual assault, stalking, intimate partner violence, and human trafficking can more effectively achieve support and justice in their lives. Her work includes policy development and analysis, meeting planning and organization, training and education, public speaking, strategic planning, and program evaluation. She led Florida's first task force on domestic and sexual violence from 93 to 98, and it is executive director. At the request of the U.S. Department of Justice, she served on the National Advisory Council on Violence Against Women. She holds both a Juris Doctorate and a master's degree from Florida State University and a BA from American University in D.C. You can guess by that bio that these ladies know what they're talking about. So please give them your undivided attention for our last lecture of the day. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Well, good afternoon, and thank you for staying. I see that the room is kind of filtering down, but that's okay because people watch it online. So as most of you know, you might have heard us before, Robin and I have done this talk together on many occasions in the past. And what I want for this to be today is a way for you to really take the information and find it accessible to use in your practices or in the teaching of medical students and residents if you have the opportunity to do that. This is really important information for how we navigate these really complex problems. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. We don't have any financial relationships with anyone, so there you go. These are our objectives, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to leave those up there for a minute and not read them to you. I know that you can all see them and read them, and they're in your syllabi. But really, we're just going to try to focus in a very systematic manner on prevalence issues. We're going to look at how you approach patients. We'll look at the laws that pertain to this, and then really how you approach that patient, how you document, how you respond to their needs, and garner the resources that they need. So that's really a sum up of what we're going to be doing today. So why is this topic so important? I really believe that this is a significant public health issue, and that we as physicians and healthcare providers have a unique opportunity to identify these patients, these individuals who are either experiencing violence or abuse in their relationships or are perpetrating it. I have at times identified perpetration amongst my patient population. And that takes a special skill set to know how to deal with it, but I think that we need to be alert to these problems so that we can identify them. We are in a situation where our patients trust us, and so because of that authority and expertise that all of you have, your patients are more likely to hint at problems that they might be having, or to respond in an affirmative manner if they're experiencing these problems, because they trust you to be able to garner the resources that they might need to address some of the issues that they're dealing with. And so because of that, we are in this unique situation. And if we can identify these problems, we can improve their healthcare outcomes. We can improve their adherence to treatment plans that we develop in concert with them. And so that's the reason that it's so important for us as a profession of medicine to really be on top of this.
Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. And she's right. We've done this talk a few times, so don't be surprised if we start finishing each other's sentences, if we start to have a conversation about something, because we've had the opportunity to do this with you all too over time and have learned every single time we've done that from your questions, from your comments, and from what input we've received from the FMA. So thank you, Melissa and Tom and everybody who's helping today. Thank you for inviting us back. We're really, really grateful. And we hope this will be, as Suzanne said, something that you will apply. And I would say too, that applying this in your practice, absolutely, that's why it's a CME issue. But I promise you, it's not just practice with your patients, it's practice with your colleagues, with your family, with your friends, with everybody in the institutions that you serve, any hospitals or clinics. This is an issue that is so prevalent, which is what, of course, we're going to talk about. So, also this, of course, fulfills what the statute mandates that you learn, but we are also going to, I think, give you more, just give you that important contextual piece. So first, knowing that there are terms that we're going to use back and forth. Abuse as any willful or threatened act and can take many forms: physical, psychological, sexual. And let me tell you, as a lawyer, I will tell you that the justice system is probably the worst place to resolve domestic violence situations, not only because of the many, it's fraught, but also because you as physicians have the opportunity to see the acts of violence that take place not as individual snapshots, which is really what the law depends on, but you get to see this kind of violence and abuse as a video, as a pattern of coercive control and activity. Because, for example, some of the emotional and mental abuse isn't necessarily against the law. It won't be resolved with a protection order or a criminal proceeding, but it can clearly be one of the major red flags that you all will see. So I wanted to mention that. Sexual abuse, any sexual activity where consent has not been or cannot be given. Neglect as a failure or omission on the part of a caregiver to provide necessary care. Exploitation, and we talk about a lot of issues around exploitation with human trafficking, which, as you heard, is one of the areas that I'm working in now. Is deception, coercion, threat, or fraud for the purpose of benefiting another person. And a vulnerable adult is someone over the age of 18 whose physical or cognitive abilities are impaired and they can't function in daily life essentially on their own. The important part about all these words and all these victimizations, and there's even a new term now that is out and has been out called poly-victimization, also the multi-layers of trauma and victimization often flow in and around in people all the time. The example of say, trafficking is that during the pandemic, some of the very first calls that our agency received, I'm in Tallahassee, people come into town, a woman, I'll never forget it, I got a call from the hospital and they said, we think we have a trafficking situation here. She's a victim of domestic violence and her abuser had said, please, you know, we lost our jobs. He didn't say please. He said, now you have to go out and have sex for money or else. So he had been perpetrating other forms of violence against her in the, in the intimate partner violence context, but it also then turned into exploitation and human trafficking. And we see that a lot. We see a lot of calls that come into the National Human Trafficking Hotline and the National Domestic Violence Hotline involve both victimizations. So Florida statute defines domestic violence as any of a series of, you can read them, violent crimes that take place that result in physical injury or death of one family or household member against another. So what's important to see about this is that unlike some states, Florida doesn't have like domestic violence sexual assault or domestic violence battery. It's defined by the victim-perpetrator relationship. Anybody who is a family or household member or resides together as if a family, that definitely means, of course, what you might think of first, which is, you know, a typical household where both adults are married. It could involve people living together. It could involve people who are generations living together. It could involve people who are roommates. And also this definition includes folks who have a child in common and are not even living together. So there was a time when we gave this talk a long time ago and we would have to say, yeah, and this involves same-sex couples. Of course it does. So know that it's a very broad definition. Today we're going to be talking, though, not so much about the fact that it could mean violence by a child against a parent or an uncle against a niece or nephew. We're going to be talking about the intimate partner violence issue primarily. But know that in this definition too, it doesn't include dating violence situations and it doesn't include those forms of psychological abuse that I mentioned. So in addition to the above, the abuse across the lifespan, Suzanne used to teach a class about this at FSU. It was one of probably the most wonderful things that people got to learn, was really to see in a practical way how what I talked about before, the issue of poly-victimization or multiple traumas, impact somebody. So all of these things could be present at somebody's life at one time or another, any of our lives at one time or another. So know that this is a continuum. It can be, you know, child abuse and other forms of abuse that follow kind of in a way you might expect, or it could be very, very different. You could have people involved because of an economic issue, get involved in any of these things. For example, a labor trafficking situation, or because of money, stay in an intimate partner violence relationship. One of the things that we are required, of course, to talk about is the prevalence. Intimate partner violence is very, very common. And when we talk about it, we really are getting into that definition under law, but also know that it affects both men and women. So in this instance, to know that 41% of women and about 26% of men, approximate amounts, it varies over time, is affected by this issue.
Do you want to play the YouTube video?
Can we play the YouTube video?
Todd, can we play that? It's hyperlinked right there on the slide. Are you able to do that? Should have thought of that before we started.
Sorry, folks, yeah. Let's see if it comes up.
It's okay.
Okay. All right, so know that, again, for those of you at home, you might be able to pull that up later if you want to watch it. But also dealing with this issue is a process. There's no magic wand, there's no silver bullet, there's no saying that when you get someone in your practice who discloses she or he is a victim of this kind of violence, that you're going to do one thing or that the courts are going to do one thing and it's all going to be better. It is a process, and it can take a very, very long period of time for someone to be safe. So further prevalence statistics, I think I mentioned before that 47% of women or so, and know that are affected, and this is a prevalence study that was done a number of years ago, but it is the latest information we have. And note that there are other forms of violence included in this particular study. That includes issues of stalking. We have high percentages of stalking, sexual violence, and also that it could include other kinds of violence like pushing or shoving. And I wanted to mention this in particular because what we learned a long time ago, and you might have heard that I worked at the statewide level, is that we'd often hear from victims who described what they were going through. And you might hear, he only had to hit me once because I knew what would happen if I didn't do what he said I should do. Or a threat to harm a family pet or destroy property that's dear to the victim is enough to get compliance. So even if you hear something like, you might consider it minor, it was only a push, he just shoved me, that's all sometimes that's needed to either trigger a remembrance of a former time when there was much more violence than that, or that could also be part of a kind of escalating violent situation. So in studies like these, know that when it comes to the form of violence, it's really hard to tell how severe, how impactful it is without understanding more of the context, which we'll talk about. So with men, similarly, we have overall violence, physical violence and stalking, 44.2% of this particular CDC study. By the way, this is a 2022, as you can see, CDC study that included sexual violence, stalking, physical violence, and those other forms of violence. I'm going to tell you too, a lot of this does involve same-sex couples, which we'll go into. So know that these statistics aren't just applying to heterosexual relationships and violence. Domestic violence, so you can see here we have the latest statistics from FDLE, and they are not collecting them anymore, I'm sorry to say. We've got the latest from 2020 that shows that prevalence-wise in Florida, that the numbers are at 106,000 plus calls and just over 63,000 arrests, domestic violence arrests. And in terms of the DCF response, which I think is kind of interesting to note this, I'm going to give you two slides. The first one showing what the response was in 2020 with that low number, what I would say is a very low number of FDLE calls or calls to local law enforcement reported to FDLE. Even knowing that, there were over 412,000 shelter nights, 150,000, almost 151,000 safety plans, and over 72,000 hotline calls. Those numbers drastically increased, 22-23 numbers. By the way, this is reported by our 41 domestic violence shelters, centers in Florida. Over 200,000 more nights in shelter going forward, with over 6,600 people being turned away. That's an important fact too, because, and actually this was one of the stories with one of my doctors. So I went to see a physician one time when I was working hard on the, in the domestic violence state side with the state of Florida, and I kept wanting to put posters up in the bathrooms, and I think he always kind of got a little tired of hearing me talk about this issue. But I came in the next time and he said, "Robin, I'm not going to do what I was doing before and ever again on this domestic violence issue when I have a patient." And I said, what do you mean, Dr. Steele? What? And he said, "Well, I'm not going to tell her she should just leave unless I can provide her 24-hour, 7-day-a-week protection." And he didn't say any more than that, but it told me that at that point he got where he might have said that and she was seriously harmed or injured, because leaving leaving really is one of the most dangerous times. So when I see these numbers, I think that 6,600 people who are turned away, that's victims and children, that could be, you know, that's a lifeline that's been cut. So anybody who says, oh, they should just leave, or oh, you should just leave, know that services aren't always going to be available. Know too that the number of safety plans increased by 30,000 in those 2 years, and that by 13,000 there were more hotline calls. So the prevalence of sexual violence, again, because of the overlap, we really want to mention this for you, that over half of women, nearly 1 in 3 men, have some form of sexual violence in terms of history. And this can include both completed or attempted rape, with a lifetime prevalence 1 in 4 in women and 1 in 26 in men. During college, there was a very huge push several years ago, about 10 years ago, to bring the awareness of rape on campus to light. Something, again, Suzanne mentioned, maybe you would be teaching or with residents, know that this is a reality. And that, and I would say only 2,200, almost 2,300 incidences of rape were reported in Florida. I know that's underreported. Some people say by as much as 60% under reports. And that's another caveat I always like to give with these crime stats, is that so many go unreported, particularly among unserved and underserved communities. But also it's just sometimes a burden and something that doesn't happen with the reports to the justice system. And if we had 2 more hours, we could talk about that. Child abuse and domestic violence. Again, we're going to go through some prevalence issues here. Know that often when we think about child abuse and DV, or IPV, we think about what's going on in the home at that moment. But I really encourage you to think about not just when in a family situation there's the parents and there's somebody is abusing, one of the parents is abusing the other parent and the children are witnessing. Know that too, when you have this happening, that child could clearly be in the crossfire, but they could also have lifetime impacts of having witnessed the violence. We know that over 15.5 million children in U.S. families report domestic violence or IPV once a year, and you can see those other statistics there. One of the questions we got a few years ago was, what happens when should I report to the hotline that my patient reported that her child witnessed domestic violence that was perpetrated against her? Remember we got that question?
I do.
And so we did our research and we found out, well, what goes on in those cases is highly complex. The physician was torn because the child did see or hear eye-shot or ear-shot domestic violence going on, but it wasn't at a severe level. And the physician actually said, you know, I didn't call DCF. I didn't report it. So we checked with DCF and they said, well, we think that should have been a report to us. And I mention that only because this is a complicated area. DCF has a very specific idea of what witnessing could be. It could be any eye shot or ear shot of any form of the violence. So know that I can't resolve it for you today. I mean, do you want to say something about this?
You guys can still hear me. Microphone's still working, right? As a physician, I find this particular situation really complex and difficult to manage. So while I understand that reports are the first step to garnering some of the legal resources and that sort of thing, I also have had patients who have had their children removed from their care because they weren't willing to leave the abuser. And so, you know, that's not good for the kids. That's not good for anybody in that situation. So I think it's really tough to navigate, and you have to have a really honest conversation with your patients about what is in their best interest, what resources do they have, what are they willing to do. I also, and I'm going to say this again later, feel very strongly about making sure that my patients understand what the laws are and when I'm required to report before I ask a question, so that they have the ability to not tell me if they don't want to. It might mean that I'm going to have a, that little spidey sense that says I need to get a social worker in there, I need to call the hotline, I need to call Refuge House, is our center in Tallahassee, and have one of them come and talk to my patient. And they're, the shelters are amazing. They will, talk to your patients on the phone while they're in the office. If there's an emergency situation, they will come to your office and talk to patients. So sometimes we can get resources even if they're not willing to leave, or they're not ready to leave, or they're not willing to do something. But I do think it's tricky, and you have to trust your judgment. To the extent that you feel comfortable doing that, I mean, there are some laws that you're probably going to cover towards the end.
Cover those at the end, yeah.
Talk about what might be a misdemeanor or a felony for us if we fail to report. So that's very real. But, tread lightly. Be careful, trust your patient to know exactly what their own needs are, because they're the expert in what the situation is in their household.
Yes, thanks. And we hope we'll have time for questions, and we'll hang out too later if you have any other questions about this that you want to talk about and share. Teen dating violence, also, this is a phenomenon. As I mentioned, it's not strictly under the definition of domestic violence in Florida unless they're living together, but I think having you have this understanding is really important. You can see the statistics up there about 1 in 3 adolescent girls as a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse. And when I was preparing today, I was thinking about something actually a survivor of IPV told me a long time ago, which is not to minimize the verbal or emotional abuse, because what she said to me was, I was beaten down long before I was beaten up. And that kind of thing, I don't want, again, to see if that's happening with your patient. That if there's, it's only, he just said this, I think he's just a little jealous, but he said A, B, and C, then know that that could still be a red flag. One of the more compelling statistics that's out there also is that adolescent girls who experience dating violence are 6 times more likely to have an unplanned pregnancy. So another indicator of some sort of violence that might be there. And you can see the other information there, about 11 million women, 5 million men who reported experiencing this kind of violence did so, and the violence, they had started experiencing violence before the age of 18. Really important to keep in mind too is the IPV, the prevalence of this in the LGBTQ population. Know that in comparison, and these slides are from the very latest that we could get, and it is fairly recent, that when you compare the intensity of the violence, or the prevalence of the violence, I should say, over 43% of lesbians reported in this particular study, 61% of bisexual women, with a prevalence reporting rate of about, for that study, of 35 for heterosexual women. Similarly, 26% of gay men, 37% bisexual also reported that, and at pretty high levels. The other thing that is to keep in mind is the context of this violence is that we're still living in a world where outing someone because of their sexual orientation they can lose a job, they can lose health care, they can lose their housing. Discrimination is still possible, and it is a very effective tool of abuse perpetrated by domestic violence offenders against people in same-sex relationships. Okay. Want me to leave this up here? Yeah. Okay.
So let's talk a little bit about screening for domestic violence. So we're in our exam rooms, in our clinics, in our hospitals, emergency rooms, wherever we're working. So think about it in this context. The screening in this context that I'm going to talk about over the next few slides is really that screening of all patients. This is not asking patients that you suspect may have a problem. This is asking everyone. So what we know is that our patients want to be asked, even if they're not going to tell us what's going on in their life. They want to be asked. It makes them feel safer to know that we care about it and we care enough to be willing to ask. They also prefer computerized questionnaires instead of us asking them face-to-face. But if we do ask them face-to-face, it needs to be done confidentially with no one else in the room, no family, no friends. If you can't separate a patient from the people that they're with, don't ask the questions. And then make sure that you ask very direct questions. Don't beat around the bush about this, just ask directly and then accept those answers as they're given without challenging them at all. Even if you have a strong suspicion that they're lying to you. It's their story, let them tell it. Let them lie to you if they think that that's what they need to do. They're protecting themselves when they do that. And it's their appointment and their safety. So we have to respect that. I guess I want to say again, don't ask them in the presence of other people. I had an experience, and I know Robin's had experiences like this too. I was at the hospital for a pre-op intake, and the nurse that was doing the intake appropriately asked me the question, but this is how it was posed. Your husband doesn't beat you, does he? My husband was sitting there, and he thinks he's a funny guy. He said, well, not recently. And then she got all worried. And then she said, oh yeah, but you guys are fine. How could she possibly know, right? It was really awkward for a moment there. I thought for a minute she was gonna call the police, and then she decided that maybe he was funny after all, but it's not funny. And that really hasn't been that long ago. I did deal with it later in a different way. So when should we screen our patients? So I would advocate for screening our patients at all of those intakes. First new patient appointments, if you're seeing them in the emergency room every time, new OB appointments, screen them at every OB appointment, pre-participation sports physicals, wellness exams, Medicare visits, all of it. Those are the routine times when patients should be screened. They don't have to be screened at every single visit that you see them for routine medication management or healthcare management for their illness. Excuse me, I'm talking too fast. That happens when I talk too fast. But do come up with routine times when you're going to be screening your patients so that you know that you're not missing it, that you're catching everybody at some point. It doesn't have to be the conversation of the day every time you see them unless you're worried. We did a study a number of years ago that you see up there in the blue. These were people that were calling the National Domestic Violence Hotline who had been seen by physicians in the previous year. 40% of the women and 27% of the men only for 40% of women and 27% of men reported being screened for healthcare provider at those visits. And for a good number of those, they were being seen for illnesses and injuries directly related to abuse. So, I mean, and we've been doing this training for a lot longer than that study's been around. So we're going to continue talking about this and encouraging you to get involved with your patients and ask these questions, because even though we know better, we're still not doing as good a job, even me. Okay, so I'm going to go through a few screening tools that you may find interesting enough to use in your practices. I'm not going to advocate for one or another. These are just some of the ones that I like, and I think they're easy enough to implement. I'm not a big fan of really long questionnaires because I don't want to ask that many questions. You don't want to ask that many questions. Your patients don't want that many questions, except in a research setting. So this is the partner violence screen. It was published in 1997. It's been around a long time. And it is 3 simple questions that you probably all heard about when you were in training. So you've known about this for years. Have you been hit, punched, or otherwise hurt by someone in the last year? Simple enough, right? Do you feel safe in your current relationship? Is there a partner from a previous relationship who's making you feel unsafe now? And if you get a yes to any of those questions, that warrants a follow-up from you in person, in the exam room, in a private setting, right? Here's another one. This is developed by one of our Florida colleagues, actually. Kevin Sharon and his team published this a long time ago. And this is the hit screen. This has also been translated into multiple languages. It's been adapted for men and for pregnancy. There's an app that you can use on your phone. So a plug out to Kevin and his team. This one is just, how often does your partner physically hurt you? How often does your partner insult or talk down to you? How often does your partner threaten you with harm? How often does your partner scream or curse at you? So this really gets at many of the different types of abuse that Robin was talking about earlier. And I think it's really important to get at all of those. This is also a relatively easy screening tool to use in a busy setting. Is there a question?
He said, God bless you.
Oh, sorry. All right, here's another screening tool. This one's a little bit longer. It's a little bit newer. It was published in 2007. This is the HARC-C screening tool. Within the last year, have you been humiliated or emotionally abused in other ways by your partner or someone else important to you? And one of the things I like about this is saying that it could be someone else. It doesn't have to be your intimate partner. And that gets at what Robin was talking about with the composition of the different types of families that may be in a household. And then, have you been afraid of your partner or someone else important to you? Have you been raped or forced to have any kind of sexual activity by your partner or someone else important to you? That is a particularly good question when you're talking about or talking with adolescents, particularly if you've got, so I did a lot of work with pregnant teenagers in my life, and I questioned almost all of them about whether, first of all, was that sex consensual? And was there any point in the relationship where they felt coerced? And then, really dug into the nitty-gritty, because most adolescents don't intend to get pregnant. So I kind of wanted to get to the bottom of it to figure out where they were with that. And then the next question, have you been kicked, slapped, or otherwise physically hurt? That's the same thing as the hit screen. And then, has your baby or child seen any of these events? Which gets to what you were just talking about. I love that question. This is the Elder Abuse Suspicion Index. And so we're going to talk about elder abuse a little bit later. I'm not going to go over that now, but this gets to those specific issues for our elderly population. So within the last year, have you relied on people for any of the following? Bathing, dressing, shopping, banking, meals. I mean, really, there's a lot of things that elders may rely on others for. Has anyone prevented you from getting food, clothes, medication, glasses, hearing aids, medical care, or from being with people that you want to be with? Have you been upset because someone talked to you in a way that made you feel shamed or threatened? That can happen a lot. Has anyone tried to force you to sign papers or to use your money against your will? And has anyone made you afraid, touched you in a way that you did not want, or hurt you physically? So these are very specifically aimed at people who might have diminished physical capacity, cognitive capacity sometimes, and I think they're very well written. There's a lot of research to support the use of these questions. And for those of you who are geriatricians, I apologize, I'm probably flubbing all of this up, but it's my try. There's also a physician question with the Elder Abuse Suspicion Index. There's a preamble to it that you can read up there. And then, have you noticed any of these issues in your patients, either today or in the last 12 months? And then the last screening tool that I want to share with you is ACEs. So we're not going to talk about child abuse to any significant extent today, but what I want to say is recognize what a significant impact child abuse or witnessing violence as a child in your parents can have on your health as an adult. So I know you've all seen or heard about the ACEs studies. They're really pretty significant. We know that there are a lot of serious medical conditions that are much more prevalent in all of us as we get older if we've experienced child abuse or witnessed domestic violence. So there's 10 core areas that I've listed up there on the side of the slide. And I'm not going to go into it in a lot of detail, and I'm also not advocating for you to do this with all of your patients. Maybe at an initial intake, it would be good to have an idea of what their life has been like in the past, because it does have an impact on how you will care for them and how they will respond to treatment. So, for example, they're more likely to have heart disease, they're more likely to have a heart attack, they're more likely to have a stroke. They're more likely to not manage their medications well. They're more likely to not respond to the medications that another patient might, just because of the abuse in their past and the changes in the neurodevelopment and metabolism that go along with this. So, you know, I could spend days actually talking about ACEs. I'm not going to do that to you today, but this is really important. And so if you've got a patient who's not responding to treatment, I want you to think about why. And maybe think, is there something else in their life or in their past that may be relevant to this current medical situation that would help me manage them, help me design a care plan for them that would be more effective? All right. Take a breath. Now we're going to talk about how we ask. So these are really hard questions to ask. I've been doing this my entire career. My introduction into the work in domestic violence started when I was an intern, and one of my co-residents was killed by her husband. And I mean, it was awful. I'm not going to tell the story because I'll start crying even though it's been decades. But that was my introduction. So I've been working in this area all of my career just because it matters so much, and we had such little information at the time. This was pre-Violence Against Women Act, so we had to learn about it in the moment. So even with all of that experience, I still find this hard. So just because you feel uncomfortable, you ask a question sometime and it just doesn't come out right, don't worry about it. Apologize, move on, ask the question differently, try another time. Just be very forgiving of yourself. This is hard stuff. And when you're in a busy office or emergency room or other clinical setting, it's hard to sit down and really take a breath and take the time to really address these complex needs. I know that. So just be very forgiving of yourself. Okay, so back to one of my other points. Always interview or examine, get the patient alone at some point during the visit so that you can ask these questions. If you can't get them alone, you don't ask, okay? Because you are going to put them at more risk of injury or more severe abuse or even death if you ask the question in front of an abuser or somebody who might tell an abuser. It doesn't need to be you that asks the questions either. So if you can't get them alone, but your nurse can get them alone, that's perfectly fine. Train your entire staff, train your receptionists, your medical records people, all of your nurses, medical assistants, everybody, because they might be the right person to ask the questions. There's nothing special about physicians. You want to say something?
Yes, I really loved over the years, and when you've talked about it too, some of the strategies that people have used and you have used to get patients alone, and sometimes there's the appealing to the really intrusive suspected abusers' importance by saying, sir, we really need you to step into the waiting room or to step in this office to fill out some really important paperwork. Would you do that for us? Also, the tactic about saying somebody needs to provide a urine sample and then on the way to or from the bathroom, right? There's all kinds of ideas.
Well, my nurse used to follow people into the bathroom. We made it large just to accommodate an extra person. But yeah, find a way that works in your office. Send them for tests. You don't have to do the tests. Send your patient for tests and then have whoever's taking them for the tests ask the questions.
And can I do a little postscript to something else? So the other thing is that we are such a diverse state with so many languages being spoken by so many different people. I really encourage you to think about the presence of translators, medical interpreters at your healthcare setting or where you'll have access, and that you do not ever ask a child or somebody who might come in with a patient to be the interpreter. You never quite know if that person is safe, and certainly asking a child to interpret their own parent's abuse is a burden that no child should ever have. But the other part is that sometimes if you don't have your own interpreter, it might be a situation in this, I don't know if I've told you this story, but literally a woman from India requested that, number one, she wanted a male interpreter, not a female, which was not what was expected. But the other, they were in such a small community, it really had to be somebody who wasn't even from their community to do the interpretation, because people were afraid that others would talk. So, so anyway, just a little note about making sure interpreters are always available and knowing, you know, what your needs are in your practice.
Or, moving into the future, my husband, the computer scientist, funny guy, says that we're not going to need interpreters anymore. We're just going to pull out our phones and use ChatGPT.
Yeah, that'll
work too. And it does work. I've used it quite a few times. He installed it on my phone, and I've used it and said, what does such and such, you know, how do you say such and such in whatever language? It works really well. And if your patients can read in their own language, then you can just show them your phone. So you don't have to say it out loud and mess up the pronunciation. I do think that's coming in a big way and probably really fast. So that also provides some anonymity that's really good. Okay, so I've already said this about the open-ended questions. So just, you know, I'm going to go through some questions, so I'll come back to that. Really don't pressure disclosure. So if your patients say no, just accept it. And reassure them. If you're worried, reassure them repeatedly that this is confidential to the extent allowed by law. And really remember that it's our responsibility to identify things that can affect their health, and that if we fail to recognize abuse, our patients may be in harm. And so I think we have a unique opportunity to make a difference here. All right, so this is just really a summary of how I think about how I approach the patient. So first, you're going to normalize your question, whatever that question is. Make it seem like it's something you ask everyone. You know, abuse is really common. I ask all my patients this question, and then utilize whatever screening tool you decided was your favorite. Listen to your patients with an open mind. I mean, consciously take a breath and really listen to what they say without interrupting them. We are the kings and queens of interrupting patients when they're mid-sentence because we think we got the information already. So be careful not to interrupt them. And avoid any culturally based assumptions, because we really don't know what someone else's life is, what their influences are, and so we really have to have that complete open mind. You already talked about the interpreters, which is on this slide, and then again, don't interrupt. Don't interrupt is really important here. Okay, here are some questions that link the symptoms that you might see to abuse. So now this is when you have a suspicion, right? We've gone from screening to I suspect that there could be abuse going on. So you could say, in my experience, these types of symptoms are sometimes caused or made worse by stress. Are there any sources of stress in your personal life? This type of injury is sometimes caused by another person. Is anyone hurting you? This type of behavior sometimes suggests problems with safety in the home. Is anyone frightening you? And so these are ways that you can ask questions while you're in the exam room with the patient in a way that's completely normal, right? It doesn't sound like, okay, now I'm going to ask you about domestic violence. You're saying, I see this, and I'm going to ask you how this happened. So feel free to steal any of my questions. Some of these are my own, some of these are other people's. I like to ask about relationships. And so I often say, everyone argues. How do you settle disagreements in your relationship? Do your fights or arguments ever become physical? You can turn these questions around to identify perpetrators, and I have found that to be successful. Has your partner ever pushed, slapped, whatever you want to ask about? Have you ever done that to your partner? Is anyone forcing you to do something sexual that you don't want to do? Has anyone ever done that? Have you ever done that to someone else? And then again, do you feel safe in your relationship? Is there anyone from a previous relationship who's making you feel unsafe now? And I would imagine a lot of people are going to say yes to that, and it will lead to other disclosures later on. Okay, so let's talk about what we see in the exam room. And we're going to start with the things that are really obvious and then work into the things that are harder to recognize. Although in my personal experience, the harder stuff is easier to recognize. Okay. So any history, any injury that a patient comes in where the history isn't consistent with what you're seeing on exam, right? You see somebody has an injury and they're telling you, I ran into a door, and you're thinking, no, you didn't, you fell down the stairs. How did that happen, right? So anytime you are suspicious that what they're telling you isn't the truth about a particular injury, I want you to ask more questions and be suspicious. How you weave those questions in is up to you and your style, but think about it. Of course, gunshot wounds and stab wounds, those are reportable. Robin will go over those in a bit. Any evidence of strangulation, as you can see on this slide, I don't know if you can see the bruising on this woman's neck, but evidence of strangulation is actually a risk factor for a later homicide. So this is not one we want to miss. And you'll talk about that again too, right?
Well, I can actually.
You want to do it now? Yeah. Okay.
Only in the sense of in this whole area, I've seen over the years information around strangulation go from being, it was like hit, kick, punch, slapped, and choked. People used to say choked, and kind of grouping them all together. But thanks to, I think, affiliations with a lot of physicians, people in the battered women's movement or in the domestic violence movement started to see, and law enforcement started to see, and started charging people who choked their partners with attempted murder, and with that escalated charge, because it is so easy, you know more than me, to kill somebody, to cut off oxygen to the brain, how long that takes. It's a very quick thing. And they also found that perpetrators who do that are really, really dangerous, really dangerous. And so sort of minimized in terms of that, quite the opposite. It's really, in some states, Florida's one, they've enhanced the penalties around strangulation.
Thank you. I always learn things. I always learn things from this woman every time I see her.
Ditto.
So, also look for multiple injuries that are in various stages of healing. That's going to tell you that somebody has had multiple injuries, right? Why does that happen? Most of us don't fall down very often. We fall down once in a while. We run into things once in a while, but we aren't scattered with multiple bruises and lacerations. So just be suspicious about things. Be suspicious if people have circular burns that look like cigarettes. I mean, that doesn't happen, right? So that doesn't happen unless somebody's intentionally inflicting harm. And so anything that you find suspicious, fingertip bruising, like on the inner thighs, trying to hold someone's legs apart as part of a sexual assault, might be, if you see that, you need to ask the question, like, how did this happen? There might be a plausible story, right? And just because we're suspicious doesn't mean it's abuse, but it does mean we need to ask the questions. And then always, always, always examine for additional injuries, because where there's one, there's often more. I just want to also say, before I go on to the next slide, I've taken care of a lot of women who have been victims of abuse over time, really severe abuse, and they've had many concussions and head injuries as a result of that. And so even as they got older, taking care of patients who had had multiple concussions, who had cognitive decline because of those head injuries. So when you see somebody who has that cognitive decline because of head injuries, it's not just sports, okay? It's abuse as well. So just be aware. So the worrisome behaviors, this is where I've picked up most of my patients. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on that. So one of the things that always makes me worry is when a patient comes in with another person and then that other person will not leave them alone in the exam room. It makes me more determined to get them apart, I'll tell you that, because no one should be controlled that much. But that is a real red flag for me. or if they stay because they wouldn't leave, they won't let the patient answer the questions that I ask, or they correct the patient about the answers to the questions that they provided. Also, not necessarily abuse, but it makes me feel like that person is being controlled by another person, which I don't like, and I'm going to ask more questions. I'm going to find a way to ask more questions. You might have a patient who seems overly anxious, or they're really subdued, or they're hypervigilant and always checking their phone. I should talk about the phone right here. So with the advent of recording on our phones and live transmitting to other people, if you're going to ask these questions, confidentiality also involves the use of their phones. And so if you're really suspicious, or the patient gives you that eye or says something that confirms it, and you know you're going to have this conversation, have them turn their phone off. And put it on the table in the exam room or somewhere like that, so that you know that they're not transmitting that conversation to their abuser. That's a new thing in the last few years, and it's really been a problem. So it's not just that they're going to tell them what was said; they can hear it live. So I've had people burst in on me in the exam rooms because I wasn't astute enough to remember to do that. So don't make my mistake. Okay. You might see somebody who is really afraid with examination. They're afraid that you're going to touch them, that you're going to hurt them, particularly with genital exams. So if you get a patient who is really afraid, of course there can be multiple reasons for their fear, but I usually just have them get dressed so that they're fully clothed, and then I ask them about previous sexual assault. And then I decide to do that exam on a different day. I don't push forward on that issue. If they seem distressed out of proportion to the presenting concern, this could be a patient who is really there, and it's more of a cry for help, that they're really worried about it, but they're telling you something different than the reason that they actually came in. So you might want to probe those people a little bit about why they're there, and ask them some abuse questions, because that's a red flag too. And you may also see patients, and I'm sure all of you have seen patients, where there's a delay in seeking care for an injury or an illness that we all think should have been seen a long time ago. Don't ask that question in a blaming way, like, why didn't you come sooner? Because that's just going to shut them down. But see if you can get to the bottom of that story about what prevented them from coming in. That might be a good way to ask that question. All right, so let's talk a little bit about neglect. We see this primarily in children, in elders, in vulnerable adults who don't have their full cognitive or physical capacity, and in victims of trafficking and severe abuse. So there's a list of things up here, things that I have seen in patients that I have cared for, and these are backed up with the research that's been reported about what we see in vulnerable patients. But I want you to just be aware of these and be thinking about them. It's not as obvious as the physical injuries, but it's real. Medication misuse is a really big one. Okay? All right. Is this your slide or mine?
Yours.
Okay. All right. We sometimes write slides and then we do them for each other. Okay, so I thought you were going to talk about the domestic violence.
Want me to do it?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's fine. So we see domestic violence in the elderly too. So just because elderly are like in that elder abuse category doesn't mean they're not experiencing what we typically see as domestic violence. It could be that they've been abused for years and years and years, and it finally got so bad they're going to tell you about it. It could be that they have a new partner, and that new partner is abusing them. It could be that they've had a significant change in their life, moved into a retirement home, they've become disabled, and so their life situation is different. So there's three kind of distinct types of relationships and domestic violence in the elderly. What we see is that there is an increase in the frequency and severity of injuries to the elderly when they're in domestic violence situations. There's often confusion, and there's some sense of disassociation about those events in a very real way. They can present as being depressed, sometimes suicidal, but definitely withdrawn and less likely to verbalize what's going on in their life. They may be malnourished, they may not have any access to their own identification, their own funds, and so it could be that somebody else is controlling their money in addition to what's going on. They might see their abuse as normal, particularly if they've been in a 50-year relationship where they've been abused since the beginning. They might see that as normal. Perhaps they were abused as a teenager and this was their first relationship and they're still in that, and they think that's normal. Maybe they grew up in a home where it was normal, right? These folks are also most likely to be abused in their homes rather than somewhere else, which is a little bit different than some of the other categories of people. But always keep an open mind. Mental health. I don't think I've ever, how are we doing for time?
We're an
hour in. We're good. Okay. So I think that in all of the patients that I've seen who have been victimized and are survivors or the ultimate victim, as my friend Holly in medical school, there's some sort of mental illness that is sort of coexists with that abuse, even if it's, and I don't want to say just, but I'm going to, just anxiety, right? Because the situation in and of itself produces some anxiety and some sense of hopelessness and helplessness. But I often see patients or identify patients that are being abused during a postpartum exam, during, with other forms of depression. I might see a patient with self-harm behaviors, including suicide attempts, and that's how I identified that there was abuse going on in their life. You may identify patients who have a generalized anxiety disorder after years of being abused, or a panic disorder. They might present with disordered eating or PTSD from severe and prolonged abuse. As I said before, you can also have patients who've had multiple concussions and present with a traumatic brain injury that causes cognitive issues. Kids that have been abused often present with ADHD and have academic difficulties and some challenging behaviors. And substance abuse is huge in this population of people who have been abused. And you're going to talk about that more, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, no, it's the next slide. I'm going to talk about it. But go ahead and jump in anytime you want to. So substance abuse is really important in this population. It's often used as a coping mechanism for long-term abuse, as a way of sort of dulling the pain, but it can also be used as a way of controlling behavior. So the abuser is providing, you guys just had the opioid talk right before this, so providing drugs that sort of dull the senses and allow them to abuse them in a different way. That's really common in trafficking victims. It's really common with child abuse too. You might see patients who have ongoing substance use during pregnancy. Most women try to kind of clean up their act when they're pregnant and be as healthy as possible. If they're unable to do that, we need to dig a little bit to figure out what's going in their life that makes that so challenging that they can't do that. You might see patients have evidence of withdrawal, and if they're at a point in their life where they're ready to get clean, that may be a great opportunity to identify what's going on in their life that got them to that point. So addiction is really common with patients who have suffered prolonged abuse. So this is not a time for the blame game. It's a time to really identify what's happened and how we can help them. Do you want to add to that?
That's good.
All right. Okay, so I think this might be my last slide in this set. So just a few words about reproductive health. So there's an increased incidence in sexually transmitted infections because the people that are being abused don't have agency over whether or not they're able to have sex. They may be unable to obtain, or even if they have them, use barrier contraception. And kids that are out on the streets, or adults that are out on the streets, may engage in survival sex as a way of surviving. So they're trading sex for drugs, for money, for food, for shelter. It's a little bit different than prostitution, at least in the way I think about it and the way many others think about it, but it certainly does increase the risk of sexually transmitted disease. So if you've got a patient that you see from multiple episodes of STIs, those are also good patients to really query about what's going on in their life. We already talked about an increase in unplanned pregnancies with teen dating violence. I mean, it's 6 times the number of pregnancies as compared to their non-abused peers. It's just crazy. They have often have limited access to contraception, and even if they can get access to contraception, are not allowed to use it. There are also more pregnancy complications in women who are abused. The 2 big ones are preterm labor and placental abruption. And for those of you who are in the maternal health field, just remember that if you're seeing those complications, that's an opportunity to ask about abuse as well, because it's more common in those situations. And then I just added genital injuries at the bottom because I've done a lot of work with victims of sex trafficking. And so those genital injuries don't usually appear in adults. They can, but they usually heal. But you can get pretty severe genital injuries with children who are sexually abused and with those who are experiencing sex trafficking because the violence is so much more severe.
Just a couple stories to add on this. Yep. We certainly have seen in the past that sometimes victims who are women are told that maybe if you, and they believe maybe if you get pregnant, if you have a child with them, the abuse will go away. That sometimes can be part of pastoral counseling. It's not correct, of course. In fact, what we've seen is that the abuse often escalates during pregnancy because an abuser, especially if you have an abuser that's one of the obsessive, jealous types abusers, they will start to get jealous of the attention that their partner is getting, or that may actually come when they anticipate that a baby will be born to take away her time and all the rest. So it is it's pretty awful. But is it my next? But that's something that's also happens in terms of reproductive health. So consequences. So I'm a 30,000-foot person. I've done a lot of policy work in my time, and I like to make sure people see that you're one part of this puzzle or this situation is part of a bigger context of what's going on in that person's life. So like what Dr. Steele told me, I don't tell them anymore, they should just leave. There's so many other factors involved that you're an essential part of, and that's why solidifying you all as a foundation is so very important. And also to understand, this was another study that was done, and it really hit home when I started to think about this, just picking up on what you were just saying. 80% more likely to have a stroke, 70% more likely to develop heart disease, 60% more likely to have asthma, and 70% chance if someone has experienced long-term abuse to drink heavily. So those are just, to me, you know, again, more red flags for you to go deeper perhaps and understand your patients more profoundly. Social consequences also are huge. You know, and I think one of the things we always used to do in lectures, but we don't do that anymore, or in training programs, we'd start with a slide that says, why doesn't why don't they just leave? Why don't they just leave? And I started to think about that, and it's so easy for people who don't have any of this going on to say that, because you would, right? And as I was preparing today, I was thinking, hey, how many of us have any one or all of these things going on that really do impact someone's ability to change their lives, do things different? Social isolation is so common. That victims are told, oh, your parents hate me, I don't want you to be around, I don't want to be around them anymore, just stick with me, I'll take care of you. They'll socially isolate from friends, from family, from work colleagues. Increased risk is out there on homelessness. the statistics are something like at least half of the, at least we've done studies around women who are experiencing homelessness have had domestic violence in their past, and it's the cause of the homelessness. Increased risk for incarceration. We're about to do some, I haven't told you this, we're about to do some work in our local detention facilities to talk both about trafficking and other forms of abuse and how to be safe, but increased risk for incarceration with prior abuse is there. Impact on performance at school or work. How many times we've heard about, I remember in law school there was this, and she told me about this decades later, but we thought they were the ideal couple, and he used to keep her up the night before one of her exams because he didn't want her to succeed. He wanted her to do badly, and he deprived her of sleep. When she disclosed that to me later, I was flabbergasted because, again, on the outside they were the perfect couple, and I remember that, and that impact. So what would that have done in terms of that person's being able to succeed later in school? Also, if there's any kind of rape or other kinds of violence. We've seen sometimes abusers, when it comes to jobs, it might be that the victim is the main breadwinner, and so that person will not do this, but other times we'll see that the abused victim is called often at work in the busiest times, is, hangs out in the parking lot to pick the person up, is a disruptive force in the workplace. So there's all of that to consider, and of course that relates directly to a loss of productivity, someone keeping their job, missing a promotion, and also again economic dependence. When someone says, do this or I won't get you your meds. We've heard in the elder abuse stories about abusers who take eyeglasses away. Just basic things that make it hard for someone to survive. Also, the economic consequences of abuse. This study has not been replicated, but it's at least almost $6 billion annually. That includes, this is also the intimate partner violence, rape, and stalking, but it includes the increased cost to you all, the increased cost of repeated visits to clinics, to physicians, to hospitals, the increased cost of care because it's been missed and not addressed. So really this study was one of the seminal ones that was done really to talk about, and again, if we had more time, we could show you the videos of people in hospital settings and other settings talking about this is a way to improve our bottom lines, is to make sure we understand this issue and address it as early as possible. Okay. It didn't change.
There we go. So we're going to move on back into the exam room with our patients, where I feel most safe and comfortable, and talk a little bit about how we respond to our patients should they choose to disclose. And I think this is really important because if someone tells you that they're being abused and they tell you this horrific story about what's going on in their life, we're often at a loss for words for what to say. And so I want to provide a framework for you so that you don't stumble with that kind of awkwardness at the beginning and feel like you're saying the wrong thing, like your example from your physician friend. So it's really a 3-step process. You're going to create an atmosphere where patients feel comfortable. That's the first step. That's what's most likely to encourage disclosure and have them share with you. And then you're going to provide a rationale for why you're asking about these things. Why are you delving so deeply into their personal matters? So it needs to matter to them why you're asking. You're not just being nosy. And then we need to be prepared to respond effectively. So that's sort of the way I think about how to be responsive to traumatized patients. So again, I've said this a million times already, you're going to emphasize confidentiality and do that repeatedly. You're going to ask permission and offer your patient as much control as possible during that process of asking them about abuse. So may I ask you this question? In my experience, this is what happens. Is this happening to you? Any modicum of control that you can give to your patients is going to improve the likelihood that you're going to get a fuller story. you're going to provide support. It may be that you'll need to offer them some support while they're there. You may need to get a nurse or a medical assistant to come and help you with that process. We may be calling a social worker in. We may be providing them with communication tools. We don't want them using their own phone to call somebody because that can be tracked by their abuser. So there's all kinds of different, very simple things that we can do for patients, and you all know that. So creating that atmosphere. And then when you provide the rationale for why you're asking these questions, again, normalize those questions. Talk about how common trauma is and that this happens to lots of people. Normalize those questions so that the patient doesn't feel like you're intruding on their life. And then if they give you the gift of disclosure and they choose to share with you, respond with empathy. No one deserves this. There's help for you. I can link you to services. I can do this or that. Provide follow-up care. Identify resources for them. And we're going to go over some of that stuff, but just that simple 3-part framework, I think, kind of takes some of the anxiety off of our shoulders. You also don't have to do this by yourself. So you don't have to be an expert in domestic violence to do this effectively. You need to know who to call. Maybe you're going to identify someone in your office who's better at this than you feel you would be, and that's perfectly appropriate. Maybe you have a system where when you identify it, you hand off to somebody else in your office or the hospital. All of that is perfectly okay. If you don't feel comfortable asking the questions, then find somebody who does. It's pretty simple. I want you to consider the victim's perspective. So your patient may feel fear. She might be ashamed. He might be afraid that he's going to be outed. He might know what the consequences are if he discloses this abuse to somebody else, and so he's not going to disclose as a result of that. There may be a language barrier, as Robin was talking about earlier, and that may decrease our effectiveness in our communication. And so, you know, just be aware of these things. I think that's the first step to kind of normalizing them and mitigating the impact of that. And then also keep in mind, these are complex situations. They often take just a little bit more time. And if you're in a busy clinical situation where you really don't have very much time, you may have to hurry through a few patients so that you have more time to spend with this one, or you may have to hand off to somebody else who can spend more time, and that's okay. You may also have patients who don't want to be rescued. There have been threats against them, there's retaliation planned, and it's happened before, and they know what would happen. They don't identify themselves as a victim, or they're really bonded, they really love their abuser. And all of these things can interfere with that willingness to disclose. So just be aware of this, kind of have that framework in your head. There are also limits of confidentiality, so I welcome you to pop in here if you'd like to. I want you to be truthful about the limits of the confidentiality. Explain to your patients if you're going to have to disclose, if you're going to have to report. And sometimes you won't be thinking about it, and somebody will tell you something that you know you're going to have to report. And what I do in that moment where I haven't warned them in advance because I wasn't astute enough to do that, I stop right there in the moment and I say, before you go on, I need to explain to you what the laws say about my responsibility for reporting and what I have to do. So that they're allowed a little pause to think about what they want to say, and then I explain to them what the law says. I allow them to go on if they want to, but if they don't want to, then I'm still going to provide them with resources, but I'm not going to gather their story if I know I'm going to have to report it, and that's going to put them in harm's way. That's how I handle it. So what else? Just accept the patient's answers and remember that they're not always aware of their rights. So you're going to go over that a little bit, so I'm just going to leave that. Okay, this is my 3-step to responding to disclosure. The first is to validate their disclosure. This isn't your fault, there's help available, nobody deserves this. Those kinds of empathic statements can be very helpful. Acknowledge how complex this situation is, and that you're not prescribing a certain course of action, you're only going to provide resources. We are not the experts here. We're just a link to the services that we're going to provide here. So I may be good at identifying people who have abuse, but I hand it off to people like Robin and social workers to care for the patients and provide the services. So the other thing is they need to make a connection. So ask your patients if there's somebody they can call. And then if you happen to have, landlines in your exam rooms, that's great. If you don't, you may offer your own cell phone if you feel comfortable in allowing them to make that phone call. But please don't let them use their own phones because, again, those can be tracked. And we don't want to alert the abuser that a phone call was made to, your local domestic violence shelter, the police, even a sister in another state, because then that may alert them that they're going to be thinking about getting away. Ask them if they want to talk to a victim advocate, and that can then happen over the phone or in person, and those people are great. They have all of the expertise in this, and I think that's good for that. And then the other thing is, this is a really complex situation. I know I've said that a million times already, but we may be able to identify what the medical needs are that are most important to deal with, but the patient really has a better sense of what their own needs are. And it's such a complex situation that their identified needs are going to be vastly different with what yours are. And so as a way to sort of mitigate this, what I do in these situations is I take a piece of paper, put a line down the middle, and I write my agenda, patient agenda, and I make a list so that I know that I'm actually dealing with the patient's agenda and what their needs are. I don't forget my own. I'm not going to forget my own anyway, but it's really important that you identify those patient-identified needs first. Okay, and then closing the encounter. So she told us, she disclosed, we were wonderful with her. We got her the resources she needs, but now the encounter's over, so then what happens? You need to do a brief safety assessment, or somebody needs to do a brief safety assessment before this patient leaves your clinical facility. I think 2 questions are enough. I don't think you need to do a super job or a complete job. So if you just ask those first 2 questions, are you afraid to go home, and have you been threatened with violence, I'm happy. The victim advocates and social workers will do a better job. They'll ask much more complex questions. If the answer is yes, you can ask the questions underneath if you choose to, or you can hand it off to your nurse. So do you have a safe place to go? Is your abuser in the waiting room? I've had that happen to me many times where the abuser was in the waiting room. And I think it's really important to know how you're going to handle it. So do you have a back door that the patient can leave? Do you have somebody that's going to meet them and take them somewhere? It's just so complex. But you need to know if your own staff is in danger, if you're in danger, if they're in the parking lot, as Robin said earlier, and if they have their identification with them. I mean, obviously, Robin and I have both dealt with a lot of victims of human trafficking, and so the identification thing is often held as a sort of way of controlling them. You can't go anywhere because I have your identification documents, whether that's a driver's license or a passport or whatever it is. But people need their identification with them for everything that they do, including all the resources that Robin and her team are going to provide. So you need to know that. If they've been threatened with violence, try to get an idea of what that violence is and who it's aimed at. If it's a loved one, if there's been an increase in the severity or frequency, if there are weapons in the home, not as a way of finding out if there are firearms, but a way of assessing the danger that your patient might be in. So it's really important to know that. And if there's drugs and alcohol involved in the situation, really increases the risk of severe violence. This is documentation, which should be obvious and something we don't really need to talk about. You all know how to do this. But do try to provide a detailed description of what the patient discloses, even if they say no, nothing happened. A detailed description of any injuries or the examination, photographs or drawings if you think that's appropriate and your electronic health record allows for that. Document the community resources and hotline numbers that you shared with the patient, even if they said no. Document your safety assessment and a follow-up plan, even if it's not with you. So say you see a patient, you identify them, but you don't feel able to deal with this, and you decide to refer the patient to me. Document that in your record. Document, if you're in an urgent care center, document which primary care doctor you sent them back to, or whether they were going to your local domestic violence shelter. All of that, just put it in the record. This is very helpful, and Robin will explain all of that in just a second. This slide is the ICD-10 codes for abuse. I have mixed feelings about using them, and I'll tell you why. We all get EOBs in the mail after we've been to a medical encounter or had any tests, and often the codes are on those EOBs. And it's not very hard to plug that into the computer and look it up and realize that the patient said something about abuse during the encounter. So this is why I'm a little hesitant. I would love to be able to document everything and use the right codes, because for research purposes, we'd have a better idea about who was seeking help and what we did. But I just don't trust people, sorry. So I don't use these very often. There's a lot of codes too. This is just an initial introduction. And then I think this is my last slide. Just reiterating, you are not a service provider for domestic violence. You are a link to the experts. It's important that you let your patients know that help is available, respect their individual decisions, be clear and truthful about the reporting laws, and follow your own institutional policies for abuse. I think that's the end of mine.
Yeah.
You're up.
Okay, thank you.
The law.
I thank you now for the law. Just when we're nice and awake after being here all day listening to lectures, you get a nice exposure to Florida law. But before I do that, I wanted to mention a couple of things. One, if you haven't gotten it already, I think I just want to say clearly that separation can be the most dangerous time in these relationships. So somebody even getting a promotion can be interpreted as a form of separation that can trigger additional and greater levels of violence. So as I explained to you some of these remedies under the law that are available, I want you to keep that in mind, that if somebody's not accessing them, there's a good reason why it can be very dangerous. The other thing I wanted to mention, we haven't talked about suicide very much, but if anyone dies by suicide, often abusers use suicide as a threat. If you leave me, I will kill myself. That abuser could have grown up in an abusive home. They know that. They know that the victim knows that this person is vulnerable. But that is a very common threat. So when you hear anybody with suicidal ideation on either side, an abuser threatening, or unfortunately during my work I did talk, I'll never forget it, with the medical examiner of Volusia County, who just looked at me and said, Robin, this is how she chose to leave a violent relationship. And notice, the bruises and injuries in various stages of healing, kind of a typical cocktail of various prescribed medications, and they basically said that that is the case too. So I just want to add suicide in there as something to remember. So what Suzanne already just summarized for us. This is something that we learned from a survivor, to say, I believe you, you're not alone, I'm here, and help is available. It's so important. These are really what, a survivor told a law enforcement officer we worked with closely, said this is what I wanted to hear. So, on the reporting laws, you might know this already, but I'll just reiterate it again. There is no mandatory reporting of domestic violence in Florida. There's not a domestic violence reporting law. Other states have this. Like if you see and identify any form of domestic violence that meets the legal definition, that is not a mandatory report. But domestic violence as it's present in other areas of the law can be is a mandated report. So I'll give you an example. If someone is, the first one I have up here is the 96 abuse hotline. So you suspect domestic violence as part of child abuse, as part of abuse of a vulnerable adult, that is a mandatory report. Not because of the domestic violence, but there, you know, you probably know there's a whole range of reporting codes and situations that you do have to make those reports. Domestic violence could be part of that. So we do have mandatory reporting of all forms of abuse and neglect, and this could be one of them. The other one that's tricky is Section 790.24. And this is the one that this is the law when it first started. This was the one about, you know, the sheriff wanted to catch the bank robber. That's how I always think of it. The sheriff wanted to catch the bank robber who was running out of the bank and got shot. So if the bank robber goes to the emergency department, the sheriff's gonna get that report that, hey, you know, so-and-so is here getting treated for his gunshot wound. So that's a mandatory report to your local sheriff. Now, over the years, thankfully, it has changed, the law changed so that it's a mandatory report for all gunshot wounds and life-threatening injuries, indicating an act of violence. So that's squishier in terms of a legal interpretation, not gunshot wounds. So somebody shot in the foot, whether it's in an intimate partner violence relationship or it's a stranger on the street, and they go to the local, you know, hospital or your office, and they say, I got a bullet in my foot. You've got to report that to your local sheriff. Failure to do so is a misdemeanor, and by the way, on the first one, failure to do so is a felony. The squishy part that I don't know if that's a legal term, but life-threatening injuries involving an act of violence. So, someone who takes a pencil and stabs me in the hip, is that a life-threatening injury? If my husband did that, is that a life-threatening injury? Probably not. Is it could be an act of domestic violence, it doesn't matter. It's not life-threatening injury, right? If he shot me in the hip, yes. If he took that pencil and stabbed me through my carotid artery, life-threatening injury. Those are easy. Those are all I can come up with.
What about poisoning?
Poisoning could be. That's a good question. Yes, somebody said yes. So that's how the law sort of evolved to do that, but you realize the intent of it is really, you know, it's taking it again out of that patient's hand. And what Suzanne said before about, I want to talk to my patient and I want to tell them, if you tell me this, this can happen. Are you good? You know, shall we proceed? And so the question is, somebody comes into your emergency department and they do have a gunshot wound and they're unconscious. You still have to report that to the police. They cannot give you consent around that, and the system will, you know, do what it does. So know that that's also something that you'll have to judge. Life-threatening injuries, the person can be unconscious. Do you have anything you want to add on that? I mean, I don't know what else you do. You have to report it, right?
You have to report it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know what the specialties are of the people in the audience. So can any of you think of anything else that you have a question about with regard to that? A life-threatening injury, whether or not it should be reported to law enforcement. And you might say, well, gosh, he's been a victim for the last 10 years. Surely, you know, it's going to get worse and this will end up in a homicide. Well, it may or may not. Just as Suzanne talked about domestic violence grown old, it wasn't at that moment, you know, it might get to be life-threatening. So it's something I don't see it tested a lot. I haven't seen cases on it to do a report. But I would say, too, getting back to the idea of documentation, you would document why it was life-threatening and take it from there. Absolutely. That would be really important.
The DCF hotline, so you know the issues around the hotline. You know, you can report online. You can report by making a phone call. Just by a show of hands, how many people have made a report to the DCF hotline? 1, 2, 3, so no, handful of you. And it can be
Can I say something?
Not
here?
bad, yeah, go ahead.
Don't call, it's awful. It's truly, truly awful to call the hotline and make a report that way. There's a really nice online form that you can fill out, doesn't take very long, and then they call you back.
Okay.
So that's it's much more pleasant and it's much easier
and
to do the
efficient,
reporting. And efficient. Time efficiency is really important for all of you. So I would encourage you to never call the hotline unless you've got a life-threatening injury in front of you. And well, you're going to call the sheriff then.
You're going to call the sheriff. So know that what happens then, ideally what should happen is DCF should assign a case manager, protective investigator to go out and investigate. They often develop a case management plan with the family, we've seen great things happen, and we've seen horror stories come out of these situations, to be honest with you. But know that the system will engage. And when the system engages, it's out of everybody's hands. The system then is in control, and it's sometimes the most vital thing that can happen, oftentimes, I should say. If there's any kind of indication of abuse, know that children may be removed, and I would say vulnerable adults too. The report is considered anonymous, but they can and they will take your name and do follow-up. As I mentioned, Florida has 41 domestic violence centers. They cover all 67 counties. So in our area, for example, in North Florida, one shelter covers, I think, 11 counties in our area. So know that they're there, they're the resource. There's a domestic violence hotline that when you call it links you to those centers, so I'm going to give you that information in a second. The help that's available for survivors, this is where the documentation piece comes in a lot and is so very important. If someone goes to get a protection order, an injunction for protection against domestic violence, your documented case notes that you saw that individual could end up helping not just for the protection order, but also for helping that person obtain custody of a child because there's been evidence of abuse. It can help with immigration matters. It can help that person get social services benefits. It can help with all forms of release under the law to have your documentation. And it also can help keep you out of court. You know, that might sound like, no, wait a minute, they're going to find me or whatever. Not really, no. What happens most often is when you have provided records, you won't probably, you're more likely to be called in to give testimony as opposed to if you have a really clear documented, indication of, I saw this person over these times, this is what happened, this is what she said. Even if she says, or he says, I fell down, or I hit my head on a doorknob, and you write in the record, this patient said this. I don't know if you say it like this in your records exactly, but I think that's a lie. I think the indication is that she fell and was pushed downstairs. That would help, because lying is a form of survival, and lying for that patient was to do what that patient thought they needed to do to be safely cared for on the injuries, and yet not disclose abuse, because that's sort of the way that the survival strategy, to be honest. So it's okay even to document things that you think aren't true. You're not betraying your patient, you're applying your medical judgment, which would be great for someone in court. Know that there are batters intervention programs around our state for people that you identify as perpetrators. They're often ordered by courts. They're often things that can help keep a family together safely, because often what victims say is, I don't want to divorce, I don't want to separate. Their family might not allow that, but I just want the violence to stop. So there are programs and opportunities for that. I can't say they're 100% effective, but they can be effective.
So just a little caveat. It's really hard to get people into the batter intervention programs, and so they're mostly only available for people who have been convicted of something and have been so they're court ordered. But if you've got a patient that is a perpetrator and the family really wants to stay together and it seems like a reasonable thing for them to do, I mean, like, there's lots of ifs along the way. If you can get them the help that they need, there are many psychologists out there that do anger management courses, that do like a brief batterers intervention program in their office. So if they've got health insurance and they can go that way and they can get the help that they need before they get to court, it is much more effective.
Right, and though do remember, anger management is not going to be effective for somebody who's a perpetrator and is doing it to control another person. There are some other laws that are on the books that are helpful. There's a law around address confidentiality. So if you have to move to be safe, You can give your address to the Attorney General's office. You're provided a P.O. box as in terms of all of your official records, where you get your electric bill sent to, your voter registration, all those things. So you can try to hide from, but believe me, in this day of the internet where everybody can find everybody, you know, again, it's reducing risk. It's not an absolute. There are provisions under the law for crime victims' compensation to victims, for support to relocate, to move, for days off from work, to get counseling, to get a protection order. All these things are protections that are available under the law. There are firearms restrictions. Actually, that was just upheld in the Supreme Court as well, that domestic violence abusers who have firearms taken out of their possession, that's legal, and that's probably a good thing, because many victims of domestic violence die at the hands of someone with a firearm. There are also increasing child protection measures that are there, things called supervised visitation centers. So if in a family law situation there is a divorce happening, supervised visitation can be ordered at a center where the abusive partner can have visitation and access in a safe way to the children. So there are a lot of hotlines, and there's some information. I was in the ER one time on something with somebody, and they were discharging a woman who was a victim of domestic violence, and they basically said, I don't know what to do. And so I said, well, you know, we have a local program called Refuge House, but there is a statewide domestic violence hotline number that you all should have and post on the statewide one is the 500, the 800, 500, 1119. The very top one is the national domestic violence number, and it's up there because that's the best one to have. That'll help you find state resources, and then state resources will help you get local resources. So the national is 800-766-SAFE, S-A-F-E, okay? And there is also a national sexual violence hotline. There's a teen dating helpline that's there as well. If you can see the slide, 866-331-9474. And by the way, all of these, if you look them up or want more, most of all of them, I believe, are all text as well. Yes. So you can have that kind of information available. There is a national human trafficking hotline. Again, I told you about the overlap, and if trafficking is most, present, that's 888-3737-888. The Florida DV hotline, and I want to mention the Florida DV hotline for all of us here, because we're in Florida, is a really important one to keep handy, and there's two things I want to tell you about it. The first is, three things. First one is the actual number, 800-500-1119. When you call that number, if you called it right here today, it would take you to Harbor House. Harbor House would pick up the phone, right? So wherever you call that number from, it'll link you to your local DV program. The second thing to know is there are a couple of prompts on it. Prompt 3 is a legal hotline. So some people have said, Robin, that's great. You got all those laws. If someone can't get a lawyer, they're up the creek. But there's a legal hotline. So Florida Legal Services monitors that hotline and provides legal assistance and referrals to people who call. So this is your number to help someone who says, I don't have a lawyer, I can't afford a lawyer. Note too, in all of our legal services offices, it's the federal law that there's not an income requirement for legal services to take someone to provide legal services. Usually there is for if you just have a landlord-tenant or something like that, a dispute, you have to meet, you can't make so much money. It's not the case with domestic violence and other forms of abuse, because people recognize when, the law recognizes when someone's leaving an abusive situation, they probably don't have access, even if their last tax return was pretty healthy, they don't have the access to that money. So know that that's a really important thing. If someone says, I wouldn't qualify for legal services, au contraire, you would. And so you've already got the 896 abuse hotline to report violence. And that's the number spelled out, 962873. So those are all the resources.
There's a few more. Next slide.
And that's for your.
Yeah. So this slide just has some resources that I think may be useful to you, all of you. The first one is Futures Without Violence, and there's a ton of healthcare resources on that. The second one is the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and these are hyperlinked. So if you've got the slide sets in your electronic syllabi, you should be able to just click on them. The next one is the CDC Violence Prevention website, where a lot of this information and the statistics came from. They were not able to do violence prevention research for several years. They're back at it again, so we should have more up-to-date information soon. But it's still got a tremendous amount of resources on it that I find really useful. And the last one is the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence, which I also find really helpful, and I thought you would too. Let's see what's next. This is for those of you who like mnemonics. This was developed by the Massachusetts Emergency Medicine Physicians and the Massachusetts Medical Society a long time ago, don't remember when. But it's just radar. Remember to ask routinely, ask direct questions, document your findings, assess the patient's safety, and respond, review options, and refer. And so it's an easy way to remember all the steps. I don't like mnemonics, but I thought there might be some people that did. And that's it for us. So we really appreciate your time. There's some references here that were used in the PowerPoint, and we're happy to provide answers to your questions or not if we don't know the answers. We're happy to provide additional resources for anybody who wants them, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris.
There's a microphone right in the middle of the room there. If anyone has any questions, I thank you all also for sticking with us. Last program of the day.
On a Friday afternoon. Go watch the Olympics.
We're actually done 10 minutes early, so.
Yeah.
Questions. All right, y'all are dismissed. Remember, poster judges, we need them. Oh, we got a question right here. Go ahead.
Question. Thank you very much. My name is Carolyn Drzenik. I'm a psychiatrist. I really appreciate your presentation. We deal in our field, everybody does, deal with people who've experienced trauma of various kinds as part of our work, whether they talk about it or not. But I was very interested in managing the cell phone issue. I'm pretty sure there are patients that surreptitiously tape counseling sessions or even just routine medical appointments, et cetera, or therapy appointments, and you know, and even surreptitiously videotape clinics and stuff like that in situations. And I was very interested in this. I didn't know that somebody from outside could actually listen in through somebody's cell phone. So how do you convince the patient that they should turn off the cell phone if they're afraid of getting in trouble, and that whole situation with the perpetrator, getting in trouble with the perpetrator?
That is a super good question. Yeah. Thank you for asking that. It's tricky. It's really tricky. So I find that is, so when I ask patients to turn off their cell phones, it's usually right before I'm about to ask some really sensitive questions. And so I frame it as, this is about confidentiality, and so I just want to make sure that this conversation is between you and me and nobody else. And so it's for your own safety. If you could just turn your cell phone off and just put it over there on the counter while we have this conversation. So it's to help them. Now, that doesn't mean they'll do it, right?
Well, and I think also whenever we have these situations, the thing that can be reassuring to people is that, oh, everybody has to do it. So it's my office policy that this is what we do. And I require cell phones to be off for this reason. So it's not like we're singling you out. And then that victim can say back to the abuser, why did you turn? She wouldn't give me any medicine if I didn't turn it. I had to. That's what they do for everybody. So whenever you make it like an everybody thing, it almost takes that victim out of being blamed and responsible for it. So if you say, it's my policy, I'm sorry, but can we just do this? You know. And they could even hear that if you cut it off. I'm just thinking of the exchange. If she was recording up or he was recording up to that, and then you say, that's my policy, boom, the cell phone goes off, the victim's off the hook.
Yeah, personally, I think that's great advice. Blame it on policy, right? Like just, hey, it's our policy, this is what we do, it's not even really up for discussion, and that can kind of mitigate some of the
That's often
fallout
how I
there.
get people out of the exam room if I want to get the patient alone. It's my policy to see everyone alone. And it is, whether it's actually the policy or not, it's my policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to ask, how long is the protection and what is the follow-up? Even though the person who reported the case is anonymous, they obviously know. The doctors usually report those.
Well, they do. So that's a good question. So there are often many people who know. And what happens, and please feel free to chime in on this, what happens when we report as physicians is it's assigned to a protective investigator at DCF, and that protective investigator will call and talk to you. They will also call and talk to neighbors and family members, and so there's multiple people involved. It's not necessarily going to come back to you, but you need to be prepared for that. I actually, most of the time, maybe 80% of the time that I make a report, actually involve the family member in that report. I don't do it anonymously. So there have been times when I didn't feel safe doing that, but most of the time, I have them in the room when I'm making the report or writing it out now, because I don't ever call now because it's awful. But, you know, I'm say this is what I'm going to say, and I'll let them review that and have them involved in that so that it's not a surprise. I find that works better for me, but again, there are times when I fear for my own safety and I don't do it that way, and I do report anonymously.
Were there ever any threats against the doctors? Any major problems?
I've not had a problem like that before. I've had abusers in the waiting room verbally abusing staff. I've had them in the parking lot where we had to have the police come. But I've never, I don't think I can think of a time when an abuser threatened me. There have been times when I was worried about it. And when I did the work with human trafficking, I have to say, because of the gangs involved in some of that, I was a little bit more fearful, but I just called my friend Robin to reassure me.
Well, the other part is, in all my years, and it's been
a long time.
2 decades plus, 3 decades of working in this field, I've never heard of a domestic violence abuser going after a helper to a victim. I have seen that abusers will go and find that victim at the workplace and shoot up the workplace, say. But not go, oh, your doctor did it, now I'm going after your doctor made this report, or your doctor helped you, or this domestic violence program helped you. Their violence is intensely focused on a single individual, and that's that person. I'm not saying it could never happen, and I'm not saying it hasn't ever happened, but I can tell you I've never heard of that. That said, it's so important, and we didn't talk about this in detail, but for your office staff, your receptionist, your parking lot attendants, security, everybody to get training, not like this necessarily for 2 hours, but to get some sort of training. I mean, I was sitting in my doctor's office one time and I saw a guy come in and say, hey, to the receptionist, hey, I think my wife's coming in here later. She sees him and I just got to catch up with her later this afternoon. Can you tell me when her appointment is? And I saw that receptionist go from, sorry, and of course HIPAA, right? So HIPAA's a huge thing. No, sir, I can't, oh, come on, you know. And I saw him go from Dr. Jekyll to Mr. Hyde, from being everything to being, you can't do. And you could see the change, and you go, oh my gosh, that woman would be that victim, and it was a gynecologist. Yeah, she's got a situation here. So hopefully then that receptionist talked to the physician or the nurse or someone and said, hey, you know, when Julie comes today, this happened. So then they get a sense of the level of violence that she's being stalked. She might not even know how she's being stalked yet. So it goes to speaking, and I meant to say this earlier, so thanks for bringing this up, but everybody in the office setting needs the kind of knowledge. And the second is automatic safety plans. Are there red buttons, or is protocol, not just for this, but for anybody off the street who could come and threaten
your office, your staff. You know, it's just activating something that should already be there as a safety protocol, really, when it comes to this. And if you do get, you know, if you get stalked or anything like that, then definitely start reporting it. But I haven't seen it ever happen.
I have had patients choose not to see me again after I reported. But I decided it was okay. It's their choice anyway.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions for Ms. Thompson or Dr. Harrison? Going once, going twice. Thank you, ladies, again. We appreciate it.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
That concludes today's CME
you.
Tract. There is a celebration tonight for the 150th anniversary, and if you're able to judge posters, please let us know. Thank you, folks.